Welcome to moistcritikal's compilation to fall asleep to relax. Time to let your brain clock out and your body settle in for serious snoozing. Grab your premium slumber gear and prepare for a lady tier drowsiness. If this helps you drift off to dreamland, drop a like, subscribe, and comment goodnight below. Sweet dreams, you beautiful sleepy souls. We're entering into an age where people just don't know how to socialize. It's just this inability to appropriately communicate with one another in a healthy way, and it's led to a lot of confusion and, frankly, a lot of unhinged weirdos in the dating scene, it would appear. I have become way too invested in reading these horror stories from people that were romantically interested in one another or even went on dates, and then all of a sudden things go tits up over nothing because people are just disconnected from reality and perpetually on edge, it would seem. Like, I am so deep into this rabbit hole. I understand how pathetic that is on my part, but I can't help it. It's just so fascinating. Like, it seems like you'd have better luck finding your soulmate in one of my streams, like by just communicating with someone in the chat. Like, you probably would meet a more compatible match in solo queue League of Legends than you would on a dating app right now. The people in fucking solo queue League are more mentally stable, less hostile, and less weird than the people I'm seeing that are meeting on like Tinder and Bumble and all that. Today, this post kind of popped off on Reddit. I fully recognize a lot of these can be a bunch of, horseradish, but I like to suspend disbelief anyway. Plus, it's a weird thing to fake because you don't get anything out of it besides Reddit karma, I suppose, which is the most useless currency since Monopoly money. So anyway, the story is this girl's friend was going on a date with a gentleman that she had met online who seemed really cool. They agreed to meet at this restaurant, and that's where the story begins. So she says, "I'm on my way," to which our gentle sir tips his fedora and says, "K," which already feels a little hostile to me. This is their first date. I feel like you can't just be dropping a K like that. It just seems a little aggressive, but maybe I'm reading into it too deep since I already know how the story plays out. She says, "Are you there yet?" "No, I'm going to be a little bit late." "No worries, I'm here. I'll be in the far right corner." He finally arrives. Our protagonist makes it to the scene. He kicks open the doors. He says, "I'm here. I don't see you." To which she describes her location. "I'm next to the big plant in the back to the right when you first walk in." So she's providing him with directions, coordinates, so that way he can go walk over and they can begin their date. But the date never really begins because, you see, something has already gone awry, even upon first walking into the establishment. He drops this bomb on her. He says, "Piss off," out of nowhere. Actually, from out of left field, the curveball, which catches her off guard. She goes, "I'm sorry? I'm really confused right now." As most people would be, because he hasn't sat down at the table, she hasn't even seen him yet, and he's angry about something, fuming, furious, steaming. Well, what went wrong? Let's start to speculate a couple of things. Perhaps this is an Ed, Edd n Eddy situation when Ed gets the rock in his shoe and it just puts him in a bad mood. Maybe he believes that he's been catfished. He might have seen her from a distance and it wasn't the same girl that he thought he was communicating with. Perhaps. But what if I told you the reality is something none of you would possibly guess? It's actually super easy to improve your social skills and increase your odds of getting laid. All you need is to shop at moistglobal.com and get the new retro basketball line. It's that simple. An incredible assortment of beautiful items available right now at moistglobal.com. Go ahead and get yourself something. Who doesn't love retro basketball gear? We tried to stay as true to all the material and all the designs of the classic basketball stuff that we all grew up with, so hopefully you enjoy it. moistglobal.com, the link's in the description. His rampage continues and he explains himself. "I'm not gonna waste my time on some unfaithful whore. Couldn't even wait until after the first date to flirt with someone else. Every woman is a cheating bitch, I swear. All you want is attention." So this man's fighting ghosts right now. I guess he might have fallen asleep when he got to the restaurant, like maybe he has narcolepsy and he dozed off for a moment and had a bad dream where his date's making out with other dudes right in front of him while giving him the finger and saying, "Fuck you, bozo, nerd loser. I'm with the Chads now. Get out of town. Scram." I don't know what exactly he thought he saw when he got there. But he goes on this, attack right now about how she's an unfaithful whore Even though she has done nothing but just sit at a restaurant waiting for him. And she's as confused as anyone. She goes, I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't flirted with anyone since we started talking. I don't know where you got this idea from. Could you tell me what made you think I was talking to other guys? He then explains himself. Don't act all innocent. I saw you chatting it up with some Asian dude while you were waiting for me. You're a fucking bitch. I can't believe I trusted you. You're not even pretty anyways. I just wanted to give the ugly girl a chance. Or ugly they or whatever you are. Slut. So he's going fucking freaky mode right now. This guy is off his gourd at the moment. Also goes with the classic, you're not even hot anyway. I was doing you a favor by letting you be seen with me, the nice guy, the Giga Chad Alpha. Fuck! And I can't believe you've done this. Like, just the standard, immediately, like, talking about, you're actually ugly, I was never interested anyway, I was just giving the ugly girl a chance because it was a good deed to get me into heaven. That's all. I was trying to do what I thought the Lord wanted me to do. And you did this to me, you betrayed me like this? Shame on you. I was the angel. Which we've seen a million times, that's nothing new. This guy is clearly looking like a big old piece of shit here. So, then the truth of the situation comes out. The only guy I talked to was the waiter. I wasn't flirting with anyone. He was asking me if I wanted to order, and I said I was waiting for you. This goober saw her talking to the waiter and assumed she must be trying to fuck him. Because that's all women want to do. Anytime they communicate with a male, they're just trying to slobber on that meat. It's disgusting. I can't believe you would do this, harlot. I saw you talking to that man. The waiter. That's what this is all over. That's what caused him to have this massive meltdown, tears in eyes, fucking whiny temper tantrum fucking blow up. Because she talked to the waiter who was asking if she wanted to order. That's so crazy. This lunatic. This absolute goofball. It continues. She asks, why are you acting like this? He goes, whatever, slut. Lose my number. You'll never find another guy like me. Hopefully he's right about that. I pray she never finds another unhinged weirdo like this guy. That would be for the best. Hopefully nobody ever finds this guy or anyone like him. That is just a curse I wouldn't wish upon my worst enemy. Ruined your chance with the best dick you had ever had. I bet that Asian guy is small. God, this guy is an insufferable piece of shit. Good lord. What a vile person to say shit like this. Have fun never feeling real pleasure. Don't message me again. He'll leave your fat ass and you'll come running back to me. So he's diving deep into delusion now. The waiter of this restaurant just saved this lady a long time of agony. Because let's imagine these two actually did go on a successful date. Prior to this, apparently this guy and this girl had hit it off in a big way online. This was their first date. Let's assume that this date happened without any hiccups. She would have never seen this side of him until it was probably too late when they were already in a relationship, and it would have led to a lot worse of a situation for her. So the fact that this happened on day one, well, even before day one, this is like day zero because he never even sat down at the table for the date. The fact that it happened then is for the best. It saved her a long time worth of trouble. So the waiter in this story, actually a hero. Hats off to that guy. What's that expression? It's from Futurama. When you do something right, people won't be sure you've done anything at all. Like, that's exactly what happened here. Dude's just doing his job and ended up saving her so much trouble down the line. But yeah, anyway, so she talked to the waiter about her order. This guy blows a gasket, has this huge meltdown about it, shows his true colors, and then continues to just go on and on and on in these text messages with her. But girls like you like being used. All women just like bad guys, so they cheat when they meet a chill, nice guy. Whatever, I never liked your flat ass anyway. Don't leave me on red, you bitch. You just told her to lose your number, and now you're getting upset that she's not responding? Like, he's all over the place. He says that she has a fat ass and then says it's a flat ass. This guy's walking between worlds right now. He's caught in dimensions. His brain is completely scrambled. All because he saw his date talking to the fucking waiter. That is so crazy. That is crazy. And then still has the gall to say that he is a chill, nice guy. Chef's kiss. That is right on the nose. Everyone that self-identifies as a nice guy always turns out to be like this. Like 100% of the time, it's crazy that statistic is as high as it is. The correlation between nice guys and being complete weirdos and just downright dangerously unstable people. It just, I don't know, I can't believe that it continues to be proven true time and time again. But yeah, anyway, I just had to showcase this one because I was giggling about it for quite some time. Like I said, I am in so deep on these horror stories of romance in the dating world, I couldn't help but at least share one here. That's about it. So yeah. I know an intern from Iguanabee, the developers that made Kong. Oh, that's... I'm sorry to hear that. Well, not only because the game's bad, but I just read that story about why Rise of Kong is so shitty. They overworked the devs and forced them to basically make it as quickly and as cheaply as possible, to the surprise of no one. So I feel bad for your friend. It took them a year. I'm actually surprised it took them that long. They could have made this in a month if they had just used assets. And it probably would have turned out better. You're telling me a company called Game Mill overworked the devs and forced the game out within a year. Isn't that beautiful? It's always who you least expect. How could a company like Game Mill be bad? I do feel bad for the devs, I really do. It's not like they wanted to make this. Or, rather, it's not like they wanted to make this in the state that it released in. They did the same shit too for big rigs. Yeah, you know, we can dive into it real quick. If you guys don't know Game Mill, you know of their work. Game Mill is notorious for, like, actually some of the biggest stinkers the industry has ever seen. Most infamously, big rigs over-the-road racing. Back in the early YouTube days, everyone made a video on this. It was like a rite of passage. I made one. I made a big rigs over-the-road racing video a long time ago. It is, to date, still probably one of the worst games ever made. It's a game that is so fucking bad. If you drive in reverse, you can get infinite speed. Nothing works. Like, it is impressive how bad Big Rigs is. And it shipped. It released. It was a game you could purchase. Would have to purchase if you wanted to play it. That's Game Mill. It also led to a meme that was pretty prevalent in its day called Your Winner. That was nothing. It was just an empty plane, and your car was magnetized to it. So if you were going up a mountain, you'd go 90 degrees up that mountain, fucking stick into each and every nook and cranny of it. And this is Game Mill's legacy. 20 years, and they're still able to deliver the same dog shit quality that they were known for 2 decades ago. It's almost inspiring. You'd think in 20 years, they would have some level of... pride's not the right word. Some level of drive to want to make something good, but they just don't. They're perfectly content making nearly unplayable garbage. Let me see if they made one other game I'm about to mention. They did. They also... it's crazy. They are also responsible, just this year, not even just this year, just a couple weeks ago, responsible for a horrible dog shit game we played called Avatar Quest for Balance. This is also Game Mill. Just recently streamed this one, too. Haven't you played this? Just played this. Because it just came out. The game is only 2 weeks old. I just fucking played it. And they already came back and said, we can do better. This was so good I want to try it for a second time, and then made Rise of Kong. I think if you're going by, like... it's not fair to put them on the same plane as, like, a AAA developer, because they're not. They're not a AAA developer. But if you're just going by studios that make the worst games, Game Mill is at that top of the list. It has to be. It has to be. They have not made a game that isn't abominable and insulting. Playing a Game Mill game is more painful than getting, like, a colonoscopy while being awake and no anesthetic. It's brutal. The games are miserable. For 20 years. 20 years. I'd actually argue they're only getting worse. Because they did make one game that I guess isn't the worst thing the world's ever seen. It's called Big Buck Hunter. I'm sure you've seen this at like Dave & Buster's, or if you go to like your local dive bar, they probably have this tucked away in a corner somewhere. They did work on a big buck hunter game. The titty one? Well, kind of. It's not like real titties or anything, or like actual honkers. It's not the selling point of the game, but yeah, there is, I guess, a little bit like that. They are like the sole studio that gets these giant IPs to put in for like your most beloved franchises. So, they have G.I. Joe, Frozen, all of the Nickelodeon games, Cartoon Network, and where was the other one? Cobra Kai. There it is. This is all Game Mill. Somehow they get the rights to all of these properties to make these games, and they make them as bad as can be. And I don't know why. I don't know why companies choose Game Mill to license with. So they sell to children. Yeah, but you know what sells better to children is a good game. No child is going to get Rise of Kong and recommend it to his friends. It's not going to happen. They'll just play like a Roblox game instead or something. Because you get a lot more value and a lot more fun out of it. If you really wanted to sell something to kids, it needs to at least be something somewhat fun. Because the alternatives are... Game Mill almost made me puke. The alternatives are innumerable and free. Roblox custom games, Fortnite custom games, and they're all free. You can't make games like this and expect them to do well in the child space. It's too competitive. You might be able to fool a couple of parents into accidentally purchasing this for their kid's birthday or Christmas and ruin the whole event like the fucking Grinch, but past that, you're not making real long-term sales. Yeah, it is literally a game mill. It is a very appropriately named studio. What else do they have coming up? Let me see. I want to see what upcoming games they have. What else can I get excited for from them? NHRA Speed for All is such a great title. I've told this isn't a story, but this is like a regret of mine. I was at a Walmart like 6 years ago and I saw this incredibly awful shirt on display. It said something like, Big Speed made for speed, or something stupid like that. And it was neon green, and I really regret not buying it. And this name just brought that wound back to life and poured salt in it. 3 months ago, Avatar. No! Wait! I totally forgot they're making the Walking Dead game as well. We talked about that months ago. They're making that fucking awful Walking Dead game. Let's go! The game mill thrill doesn't stop, baby. It doesn't stop. Yes!
Peggy 18.
It's this pile of shit we looked at a long time ago.
Nobody has to die. Everyone has made it this far.
It has to be conscious, right? Like, they have to be doing this on purpose. You have to try so hard to make a modern game look this bad. There are so many assets you could just borrow. Just pay for them. Use them. And it wouldn't look this bad. They have to do it on purpose. God, I can't wait for this.
We've all done the worst kinds of things to stay alive.
This is exciting.
I don't even recognize you anymore.
Jane, you have to help us. What
Spoilers? Not quite.
It's gonna be easy.
Because this changes the story if you want it to. You can be Rick, or you can be this guy who vaguely resembles Shane if he was a lobotomite. So cool. Oh my god, that's Game Mill in a nutshell. That's so good. But Walking Dead, another huge property that for some reason Game Mill gets to abuse. They just have a gluttonous appetite to ruin IP. Even though Walking Dead ruined itself, but like all the other ones they do, Avatar, all that. It's craziness. It's craziness. It has to be some kind of like... I don't want to use the word scam in the legal sense. But like someone at Game Mill must be really persuasive to these like these heads of studios to get these licenses. Like he must be like Lelouch with like the Gios. He's able to convince someone to give them their license one time. It's inexplicable. Because their track record is 20 years of trash. What do the comments on this look like? List of Game Mill games. Yes, please, give us more slop. They probably crapped this game out for less than $20,000 all told. That's peanuts to AMC. Yeah, but you still get anything out of it for AMC except ruining your IP, which a lot of companies care a lot about for obvious reasons. It's why they don't just ship off their IP willy-nilly. It ruins the brand. And Game Mill is like the optimal spot to ruin a brand. It just doesn't make sense. Game Mill is the exception. It's the only place that companies feel comfortable ruining their shit with. I don't get it. You played the NHRA drag racing game, by the way. It was made by the Flat Out 3 studio. Is that the game I played? I played a Game Mill game without knowing it. Is that the one that kept fucking breaking down on me? Or the car, not the game. The car kept breaking down on me anytime I tried to start it. Was that Game Mill? Yeah? Oh, that's so hype. I probably played their entire catalog during Steam Bad Game Nights when we dumpster dive on Steam new releases without realizing it. I have actually probably played every goddamn thing they've ever pumped out. I'm the most knowledgeable Game Mill consumer. I'm their target demographic. You're the reason they're still around. Yeah, everyone in the company wants to close down desperately, like pack it up, but one guy's like, no, we can't. Not when there's still work to be done for Charles. He needs bad games to play on stream. All of you know I am a massive fan of cryptids and conspiracies. Just this enthusiast for the absurd. But many of you probably don't know that I actually have an entire show dedicated to exploring and educating on cryptids, conspiracies, cults, and cold cases. It's a show that I do with Windigoon and Jackson of the official podcast. It's called The Red Thread. Episode 1 dropped a couple weeks ago, and this shit popped off on Spotify. It was number 3 for true crime. I think it went all the way to number 1 briefly, but I haven't checked. Which gives me a hearty belly laugh that Goatman was beating out true crime podcasts. I mean, Goatman strikes again. You can never underestimate his power. Let that be a lesson to all of you in the community. And overall podcasts, it broke like the top 20, and it's just all about Goatman. It's just the three of us goobers going over the entire Goatman mythos and like the legend of the Goatman, as well as a cult that formed around him. And this show is like some of the most fun I have. Episode 2 actually comes out today. It'll be up by the time I post this video, so I'll link you to it. And it's exploring one of the most perplexing cold cases I've ever learned about. The death of Charles Morgan. I'll give you just the basics to get you hooked here, like a drug dealer giving you a sample so that way you come back for more. Charles Morgan was an individual who in the 1970s was found dead with a gunshot wound to the back of the head. And the authorities very quickly ruled that he must have done this to himself, which is a very interesting conclusion to draw given all of the evidence at the scene, such as a $2 bill that was in his underwear that had a lot of writing on it, such as some names, as well as a couple of other things. It gets pretty deep. It's not some cut and dry case here. It led to a lot of clues, which led to a lot of speculation, and the most important component of this puzzle is Charles Morgan's job. He actually held a very powerful position. And I don't want to spoil a whole lot more about this, but it gets extremely deep and complex. And there's just a lot of moving pieces to this story that make it a really interesting cold case that we thoroughly examined. So, episode 2 is up right now. I think it's fucking fire. I'm going to just go ahead and show you a montage of highlights from the Goatman episode as well as the newest one, the Charles Morgan episode, to get you hooked on the show.
Picture this. You're walking down a dark road at midnight, surrounded by the silhouettes of leafy trees rustling in the waning wind. Then from behind, seemingly impossibly, you hear the unmistakable bleating of a goat. At any other time, any other location, this would be endearing. Right now, it's terrifying. You push forward across the bridge, knowing that turning around isn't an option anymore.
Why is it not an option? It's just it's the sound of a goat. Like, it's not the most horrifying screech. Like, that wouldn't be super uncommon.
It would be scary. You'd be scared. You'd be scared. You'd be so scared. If you heard a goat
sound, I'd be like, no, it sounds about right.
Even turning around and seeing a goat would be terrifying at that point. Eventually, as luck would have it, you make it to the other side. The noise has disappeared, replaced by the sound of silence. Little did you know, you have just successfully crossed the infamous Pope Lick Trestle, nestled in Louisville, Kentucky. A bridge infamous for the Pope Lick monster, one of the many forms of the Goatman legend. You're lucky to have escaped with your life, for not everyone has been so fortunate. Welcome to The Red Thread, a brand new show where we talk about deeply interesting things like cryptids and conspiracies, and we deconstruct them and discuss them for you in detail to figure out why. Why does this thing exist, and why has its impact been so large to so many?
Hey, I'm resident Goatman enthusiast Charles. I like to keep my finger on the pulse of anything Pope Lick related, so it felt like the right fit.
Finger on the pulse of Pope licking. Look at the resident expert.
It's kind of like a folk legend that has spread and created additional variations based on, you know, where people have migrated to, I guess, or where they've moved to. And this is pre-internet, by the way. This is like during the 70s, 80s. So it's existed for a long time, this kind of legend.
Also, it's important that you also recognize that it could just be one goat man and he happens to be nomadic.
True.
So
yeah, he could
travel.
be migrating, yeah. I guess we've never seen two goat men, like, at the same time.
We've never seen one goat man at one time, actually.
True, I guess
Hey, watch your mouth.
Yeah, I didn't mean to discount all the evidence.
Don't say that about her. She's beautiful to me. My first interaction to Goatman, similar to Jackson, is when I was in high school. I came across a story. I think it was the Mr. Creepypasta narration of it, actually, if I remember right. And I remember listening to it and being just scared out of my mind for like days on end. And then I made all of my friends listen to it, and then they quit talking to me after that. Not because they thought it was scary, they just thought I was weird. Which, I mean, fair play on that.
So to paint a picture, he's usually portrayed as obviously half man, half goat. It's usually the bottom half is human and the head part is goat. What's the Greek, like the Greek god Pan? What are they called? Satyrs, right? They're kind of
like Tumnus.
Yeah. I knew you were gonna go the Narnia route. I'm trying to like tie this into actual like Greek, historical ties and stuff, and you go straight for Narnia.
Well, can you imagine? Like, let's flip it. What if it was like a man body on a goat legs? It wouldn't be nearly as scary.
Well, wait, yeah, that's Tumnus. So it is the opposite of Tumnus, really.
Oh wait, you're right. Tumnus is man top, goat bottom, isn't it?
So yeah, Tumnus is anti-goat man, if anything.
Yeah, he's reverse goat man.
he's the good goat man.
Folklore expert named Thomas Markham. He believes that the goat man is responsible for at least 5 deaths recently.
Oh,
recently.
Yeah.
Recently?
He says since 2019. There's been a lot of murders and grisly sightings reported near where Goatman is reported to hang out, and he attributes all of that to Goatman kidnapping and killing them.
Oh, wow. Wait, what if this researcher's just killing people and he's blaming it on the good name of Goatman?
Goatman killed this woman and buried her body over here. I saw the whole thing.
I've been tracking Goatman for days, found all of these bodies. Arrest him immediately.
Coincidence. Goatman's gonna have to sue for slander. That's how we finally catch sight of him. He's like,
guys, look, I throw rocks. I wouldn't do something this disgusting. God, good lord.
I don't like vehicles, okay? This is preposterous that I would ever...
I'm imagining Goatman in a little suit at court, like fucking having to stand trial against this guy. Yeah.
He's got on an old like boiler hat from the 30s, but it's got holes cut for his horns to come out the top of.
Yeah.
It sounds like something out of The Wolf Among Us.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, if you guys remember the Slender Man stabbings where 2 girls believed they were doing something on behalf of Slender Man, ended up stabbing a classmate like 17 times or something. She miraculously survived, but the killing is something that's attributed to the legend of Slender Man now. And I feel like Goatman's not far off, considering there is a cult formed around him, and in fact one of the cult leaders, I suppose, his name is Ollie Asser. He dresses up in Goatman garb and stands at the Alton Bridge, and according to him, he said, The last time I was here at night, I had one guy pull a knife on me. So either the cult will end up killing someone or they'll get killed under the belief of Goat Man.
Goat Man got robbed. He got robbed like that.
He just got his wallet stolen.
What kind of lunatic tries to rob Goat Man by his bridge? I want to know more about that guy.
That's the toughest crackhead you'll ever meet.
That guy was trained. He knew Goat Man's weakness, which is a knife. That'd be fucking wild. The red thread is directly tied to the Goat Man cult.
In their first episode, bro, we would
what a way
kill
to kick it
if
off.
that
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 happened,
could genuinely
man.
be our first sponsorship.
We get the cult leader of the Goat Man cult to pay us to shout it out. There's not a lot of blood sacrifices and stuff like that in Satanism. Like, frankly, modern Satanism for the most part is like posers nowadays. You know? It's not as legit. It's not as cool as it used to be. Yeah. But it used to be
like begging for proper Satanism.
I just want some good old fashioned Satanism. Okay, it's just I need a challenge. I haven't had a challenge in a while.
So if Jesus, we're getting really deep in the weeds here, but so if Jesus was the final lamb, who was the final goat then?
It would be Satan. It would be,
Okay.
the Antichrist, so to speak. Whereas, so that's what the Antichrist is. I mean, they got that one's just lazy, right? Like the inversion of Christ, Antichrist.
I mean, it's all pretty lazy. It's all
So we've got Jesus, who is the descendant of God, come to earth. The descendant of Satan come to earth would be the Antichrist. So the one to finally embody the goat imagery, be the final goat, so to speak, would be the Antichrist by that symbolism.
Gotcha. See,
Can you imagine if that is actually Goat Man, though? Like, when the time comes, the Antichrist appears, it's Goat Man from Alton Bridge marching out.
he's the final goat?
What's really funny, too, is in, like, the book of Revelations, when the Antichrist is described, he's supposed to be a leader of the free world. He's like a politician who everyone gets behind. So could you imagine, like, the Goat Man in a suit at, like, the UN speaking uniting the world. And now current Satanism is, like, the Satanic Bible's just like, if God real, why bad thing happen? And that's like their whole...
Well, I mean, it is a good point.
Yeah. Disprove it.
You're right. We never thought of that. Oh,
But
no.
then they can invert that
The
as
church is
well,
falling
and then
apart.
they can invert that as well. Like Christians could invert that and also say, if good things happen, why Satan? Or the other way around. Like it's the same shit. Get back
Now
at the
you're making some
Satanists.
big moves.
If good thing happen, why Satan?
Well, wait,
funny.
how would it be? Yeah, well, that was an inversion of the inversion, actually. It should be if Satan, why good things happen, right?
If Satan real, why good thing happen? Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
There's the one.
That's it. Yeah.
I did too many inversions.
That's not.
I wouldn't give him S tier either. I'd probably give him A tier. I think S tier would be reserved for the ones that had like a legitimately huge impact on culture. Things like Slender Man or I think Bloody Mary would be a really fun one to look at if you guys ever did that in school, where you put a penny on the side of a sink, spin around 3 times, saying Bloody Mary.
Yeah, Bloody Mary would be a
definitely
good
did.
one. I did do that too. I was scared out of my mind while I was doing it.
I was too scared to do it originally, but eventually
She might still pop up one day. Maybe she's working her way through everyone one at a time.
She's got a queue system.
She's got like a support call center working for her to try to like optimize it.
Or you take a number, stand in line. Yeah.
I never did it. I couldn't bring myself to. When people were trying to force me into it, I went into the bathroom and I just stood there for what I felt would be long enough to make them believe I did it.
Charlie's
Bloody
safe.
Mary still gets you because she thinks you're a pussy.
She's like, you bitch. There was a guy in Florida who killed himself, but he wanted to make it look like an assassination, so what he did is he shot himself in the chest twice and then tied the gun to a balloon that flew away. So that way it looked like someone had assassinated him and ran.
So just to confuse the investigators or anyone interested in the case?
Yeah,
I mean,
so
that is a power move. Like, if
I
you
don't
are
remember-
going to go out, that's probably the way to do it. So I am excited to get into that. All right, so the first There's so much fucking pages here on the document. I'm trying to move around it.
You
Also,
just did like a whole scat man right there. The guy with the porky pig.
A few days later, 3 days later, he returned to his house, missing his shoe, and plastic handcuffs were placed on his ankles and hands. I don't know why they were plastic, if that has any part.
If I recall correctly, I don't know if they were like, zip cuffs, the kind that the police use or whatever. It was similar. They weren't called zip cuffs back then, but it's a similar design to them. If I recall right, that's what it's referring to there.
Right, so not like police handcuffs, but just...
Yeah, this wasn't like a kid's play set.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. When I was reading the research, I was like, why? What kind of I don't know, mobster ties up their prey with plastic handcuffs and stuff.
He got kidnapped by playground bullies.
He's like, lock him up, boys, and he gets out a bright orange Fisher Price lock.
One of those plastic hammers. He beats him over the head with it.
He has a calf gun. He's like, I didn't want to do this. Could you imagine if that letter had details like that? If it was mentioning these 7 Spanish names and stuff? Yeah.
I know, so frustrating.
Or if it was just written in plain, non-confusing English about what's going on.
It's just written on the letter. Hey, forget about all that shit on the $2 bill. Here's what actually happened.
Hey, Ruth, I know you weren't smart enough to crack my $2 bill, so here's the step-by-step on what's gone down.
Yeah, it's just, I killed myself.
I like Charlie setting it over here. What's with the puzzles? Who did it? What are you talking about?
I feel like it's so unnecessary to try and get us on a wild goose chase. If he knows I guess he didn't know he was about to die, unless it was a planned suicide, but you could have just been like, hey, here's the bad guys. They're not nice.
And then perhaps they weren't happy with him after that, and perhaps they believed that he had a document with all their names on it or something, or a ledger with, financial information and stuff. And that's why they eventually, performed the hit. And then raided his house and took the documents and stuff like that. Yeah, I think that's a compelling theory, honestly.
I think that's the main theory that most people will draw when connecting all the dots. I think that's the one that makes the most logical sense when you follow everything about the investigation.
Which means it's wrong in your eyes immediately.
Yeah, which means it's too easy. Which is why we need to reanalyze.
Back to the drawing board.
The body of a Doug Johnston, a 35-year-old who worked for a computer graphics company, was found in his car at his company's parking lot at roughly midnight in Phoenix, Arizona. I don't know how far away Phoenix is from Tucson.
They're in the same state. What aren't they 3 hours apart, Charlie? Something like that.
I don't know enough about Arizona, but the way you keep pronouncing Tucson is like Carl Weezer with croissant. It's really adorable.
I get so caught in my head about pronunciations that I just overthink it, I think. Or my mouth's not capable of it.
It's America, brother. It's as simple as it gets, just Tucson.
Well, it's not, because Maryland should be said Maryland instead of Maryland or whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah. Now you're just sounding stupid.
All right, that's too far. Not happening.
Yeah, you went way too far.
All right. Well, at least I got Phoenix, unless you pronounce it like Phoenix or something.
No, Phoenix.
Authorities first believed that this death was a suicide because that's apparently their immediate go-to whenever someone's shot in the back of the head. So they immediately thought his death was a suicide, but there was no powder residue on his dominant hand, and more importantly, there was no gun found at the scene. So yeah, no shit, it wasn't a suicide. What the fuck?
No, you don't understand.
It's a vanishing gun.
He shot himself in the back of the head, and the gun despawned. Yeah. I'm very curious, in the entire recorded history of suicides, how many of them are to the back of the head, and then also the gun being displaced so far away. I have to imagine that it's unfathomably rare as a suicide method.
What do you mean? It's happened 2 times in this one episode.
And now everyone that investigated it has been hunted, is my theory, which is very concerning considering that was 22 years later that 2 people ended up dead from the case.
Yeah, so they were still operating 22 years after the initial cold case itself.
Yeah, and I remember in BuzzFeed Unsolved, the hosts were talking about how it could be bad for them, so they had to make the disclaimer that they're not investigating anymore, so don't worry about killing them. I think it's important we also mention that. Hey, we're not looking into it ourselves.
I think it's important that we make it clear. Jackson and myself not looking into it, but Charlie has been digging into this case for weeks and weeks.
Yeah, you heard it.
He's got
and
names.
I concluded that it was
boards,
nothing fishy. It was all suicide. Charles Morgan was a maniac. There's nothing deeper.
I think we just need to make it clear that anyone we don't like has been digging into this day in, day out. I personally don't care. I'm not looking into it. But
yeah, I don't care. I got no skin in the game. I'm in Australia. You guys do whatever you want over there.
Well, maybe they moved operations over there.
Oh, look out. They're going to take a plane. They'll be over there shortly.
I think they could get away with disappearing me pretty easily over here, honestly. That's a scary thought. I'm not investigating you guys. It's fine.
After that comment you made about this gang still looking out to get people, maybe I shouldn't have pieced all of it together like that on the record just then. But you know what?
Yours is far more logical than mine. You're the bigger threat.
No. I don't think you gave me the idea. And I should also mention, if I ever kill myself, no, I didn't. And also, I have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm just regurgitating the stuff they said. I'm not looking into this case anymore beyond this, and I really don't care. I just want to play.
Fuck it. I'll take credit for this.
Okay, go ahead, Jackson.
I came up with all of what he just said, and also if I die, if I commit suicide or whatever, that just proves me right. You sons of bitches out there.
Everything I just read is off of a 14-page document that Jackson wrote. Okay,
that is true. This is all from Jackson.
Yeah, this is all
you can
Jackson.
Check the logs.
I didn't
I'm
do
proud
it.
of it. I'm proud of it.
Yeah, you go. What, Jackson? If you die from a conspiracy we covered in episode 2, do you know how crazy that will go?
It's going to be great for the
online?
publicity,
It's going to be fantastic. Charlie and I will be drying our tears with Benjamins. It will be fantastic.
Yeah, true.
Anything for the podcast, boys.
yeah, it was all Jackson. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I think the only thing I would add, though, just to further incriminate myself, is that it is also alleged that Charles was keeping both of these, there were certain mob families at the time, family and the family.
Oh, he said the name. He said the name.
Dude, you're name dropping? Are you insane?
I'm actually dead now.
Dude, my camera battery died as you said the names. I'm not kidding. It straight up just died. Oh my gosh. You go, I think the family's implicated. Badoom.
They're not around anymore, right?
I would imagine they are, man. All the way until the 90s, yeah, they're probably still around.
I'll look it up. It's fine. They won't come over here.
Bro, I thought I was implicating myself. That was crazy.
I don't even think BuzzFeed Unsolved dropped their names, brother.
All right, I'm recording again. He just implicated names of people. We should wrap this one up. I didn't hear those names because my mic glitched out for a second.
Oh, my bad.
I don't know who he's
family family, just in case you missed it. So it's alleged that Charles was helping both of those people. Just to put it back out there, he was helping them, and he kept duplicate records of all of the transactions, likely as a bargaining chip in case his business partners, the family, threatened him. Could this potentially have been stolen from the house during the fake FBI raid? That's my question. Was there a document with duplication, like a duplicate document, tying all of the transactions together that was then stolen? Perhaps not. Perhaps those two families that I mentioned are completely innocent. And
well, I have no idea what Jackson's talking about. He's going crazy.
So I think we've got everything, though. I think we've covered everything. I think we've got all of our theories out there. Like I said, I think that's the most logical. Charlie, did you have anything else to add?
Just that at the end of the day, I think it's a tragic case of suicide, and it's just a really unfortunate set of circumstances surrounding it.
Yeah,
it's really impossible to know.
And I think what's even more tragic is Jackson implicating two innocent families who had absolutely nothing to do with this.
Yeah. I mean, really, I'm probably the safest person out of any of us because I directly name them. So if anything happens to me, that's on them. Like, that's clearly them.
Let's say this: whatever the safest theory is, I subscribe to that one. That's the one I. That's the one I believe in.
You pussies! Come on, insult them. Be brave.
No.
They're not even around anymore. I doubt they're even around.
Oh you think you're so brave? Post your docs. Go ahead, do it. Do it, and then talk about it.
You can meet me in my local park at sundown.
I'll be by myself facing a wall with no witnesses.
All right, so nothing else to add, Charlie? You're going into witness protection mode currently.
Yeah, I think the official story is the correct one.
You're such a
Whatever
pussy.
the cops said.
You actually
All right,
would be afraid of this.
Next week we're going to cover an Australian killing, and we'll see how soon you are to talk about the Wallaby Gang and the dingo attacks and whatnot.
We do have some.
Yeah, we should absolutely do an Australian one next.
Yeah, that'll
and
be
then
silent.
we'll talk about how you came up with all of it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's a good job.
I actually probably will need to go into witness protection. If I don't even think that exists over here, I'm fucked.
I think normally whenever Americans go into witness protection, they go to Australia. So I guess they just like drive you around the block and drop you off.
Oh yeah, they just take Jackson to a different part of Australia.
He moves across the
Don't
street.
do that. I'll confuse myself. I won't know how to get home.
He literally lives the next apartment down. He's like, I'm a man off the grid. I've gone rogue.
I have to live off the land.
He's out at like a grocery store, like eating 9 on apples out of the line.
It's like a normal fucking like townhouse in suburbia, and I'm out in the front yard like raking, like making a potato garden bed or something with a
He's
rake.
built a little hut out front. They'll never find me here.
Foraging for berries. Thank you very much for joining us on this episode of The Red Thread. I appreciate you all being here, and I hope this show continues to delight and entertain you all, and I don't die mysteriously. I really do. Thank you all for joining. We'll see you next week. Oh, next time.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye. There is countless theories on the end times and how the world will end, and signs that will showcase the end of the world is nigh. And I hate to be the one to break this news to you, but I have been sending you signs that there is a doomsday along the way. I have been dressing differently, aside from today. Today I'm back in the white t-shirt, but on the whole, I've been wearing black t-shirts, gray t-shirts, and as God is my witness, I tell ya, I'm almost ashamed to admit it, but a V-neck sweater. And the thing is, I've been working on upgrading my wardrobe. This is one of those telltale signs, I think it even ties back into the Bible at some point about how, the apocalypse will roll through, that the end of the world is on its way. And now we have confirmation that there's a chance. Apophis, 2029. I don't know how many of you heard about this. I'm, of course, exaggerating. It's predicted, and I think it's like almost 100% certain to miss Earth, but it will be a close call, and it is a giant space rock barreling in this direction. Now, of course, that's nothing new. That's business as usual in the cosmos. The only thing that makes this a little different is typically something of this size gets intercepted by Jupiter, who basically plays goalie for us. Jupiter absorbs a lot of things that would potentially hit Earth. We're in a really fortuitous position to be where we are in the solar system, but this one is going to get around Jupiter here, get past that defense system, and it is going to make a pretty close pass to Earth. But even that's not that unusual either. There's a lot of fear-mongering headlines about Apophis coming up, and I just went over it on stream and kind of want to talk about it a little bit, mainly because its name is the God of Chaos, so it's a pretty scary-sounding name, like straight out of a fucking anime, and I just find it to be extremely interesting. I don't think there's anything to worry about come 2029, but I thought I'd at least put it on your radar. If you remember the Apophis asteroid, you can see how close it will get if you go to... You can see how close it will get if you go to Eye on the solar system and set the date to April 13th, 2029. Well, it's not going to hit us, so I don't care how close it gets. Fuck it. But that was an interesting read when we went over that. Okay, wait. Hold on, there's a new headline. NASA launches mission to intercept God of Chaos asteroid before it scratches Earth's orbit. What the fuck kind of headline is that? Wait, this one says it's the Demon of Chaos. Which one's the correct one? Looks like God of Chaos. A NASA spacecraft recently returned from deep space has been relaunched for a mission to study the God of Chaos asteroid as it begins to near Earth's orbit. The agency's spacecraft OSIRIS-REx, now named OSIRIS-APEX, has been set off to study the asteroid Apophis' extremely close flyby of Earth in 2029, the likes of which hasn't happened since the dawn of recorded history. Well, I wasn't worried about it before, but reading this, I'm starting to get a little concerned. The God of Chaos, huh? Apophis, known as the God of Chaos, is expected to fly by Earth on April 13th, 2029, only about 20,000 miles away, closer than some man-made satellites, and could even be visible in the Eastern Hemisphere. That would be the most terrifying thing imaginable. You're just hanging out outside. Maybe you're coming back from playing a little pickup ball with the boys, and you look up and you're like, oh my god, it's a fucking asteroid. That would be terrifying. They ruled it basically has no chance of impact. Well, that's what I read last time. But now, reading these headlines that they have a mission to intercept the God of Chaos, it's like, well, are we sure there's no chance? The rock, which measures about 370 yards across, only comes this close to Earth every 7,500 years. Earth's gravity will affect the space rock as it nears orbit, and OSIRIS-APEX will study the aftermath to see how its surface changes. The effects of Earth are expected to change the length of the asteroid's day, which is currently around 30.6 hours. It could also cause the God of Chaos to experience landslides and quakes. Apophis is a giant cobra and the Egyptian demon god of chaos. The sun god Ra fights him every night after the sun goes down. Oh, that's the lore. We know that tidal forces and the accumulation of rubble pile material are foundational processes that could play a role in a planet formation. They could inform how we got from debris in the early solar system to full-blown planets. The spacecraft will meet the S-type asteroid on April 13, 2029, but will not land on it. Rather, operate in proximity to it for 18 months. Not only will it look at surface changes, but it will map the surface and analyze the rock chemical makeup. Thanks for the membership, Zach. It will also go within 16 feet of the rock's surface so it can fire its thrusters downward to see what stirs up, giving scientists a peek at the material that lies below. Although the rock is still 5 years away from Earth, scientists will be watching as it nears its first of 6 close passes with the sun. Earth server shutting down? I hope not. 2029, that's way too early. Florida won't even be underwater by then. What a shame that would be. If it was confirmed to hit in 2029, what would you do with your last 5 years on Earth? Probably find a way to get off Earth. I don't know. I think it's a prime topaz. I wouldn't just, like, wait for it, and I wouldn't do, like... I mean, I'd, of course, do things I've always wanted to do but was afraid to, like go to Japan and all that. But I'd also just try and find ways to survive. I wouldn't just, like, you know, put it in the books. I'd be like, alright, there's got to be a way. You're afraid of Japan? I'm afraid of flying. Yeah, I guess I said that wrong. I'm afraid of flying, which prevents me from going to Japan. Bro just wants teleportation. Absolutely, who doesn't? That'd be the best invention we'd ever come up with. Teleportation would be the handiest thing imaginable. I couldn't think of a more important discovery. You jump right at impact so you wouldn't die. Oh, you'd get iframes. So when the asteroid hits, you'd survive. Interesting. But I feel like it'd be a lingering hitbox. It's not just going to be the impact itself. It'll be everything that comes after. So you probably wouldn't be able to outlast the hitbox. I really feel like we have to have the ability to destroy an asteroid, right? They can't be that strong. It's just a fucking rock. It's just a space rock. It doesn't even have conscious thought. It's not even sentient. I feel like we could absolutely just blow it up. Nuke it. Maybe a giant laser. We already redirected an asteroid with DART. Did we? I feel like that, actually, that does sound familiar. I feel like I read about that. This year, an asteroid came as close as 17,000 miles. This one is 22,000 miles. It'd be really handy if we could, like, slow it down and just bring it to Earth and just harvest it. I imagine you get so much good materials from that shit. Maybe what we need is a giant net to catch it. And, like, gently bring it in. Or even don't even bring it in. Just keep it in orbit and mine it. That's what they tried to do in Don't Look Up. Yeah, they did it wrong, though. They should have had me theorize how to slow down the asteroid. I've got a good idea. A giant pitcher's glove, or catcher's glove. Giant mitt. Just let it blast into it. There's no material strong enough to catch an asteroid moving at 10,000 meters per second. Well, what do you know? I'm sure we have something. Maybe like a giant diamond net. Diamonds are like really strong. Or maybe we slow it down with a few nukes. Like we blast it a couple times and it's like, ooh, shit. And it starts pumping the brakes. If you nuke it, then the nuke rocks would still fall on us. Which is why we have tinier little gloves out there catching those before they get to Earth. Basically what I'm setting up is Earth with just a bunch of giant mitts. Like I'm putting us in a bubble. Would you rather have teleportation or the Force? Stupid question. Teleportation. Why would I care about the Force? Teleportation is so much more useful. I heard that there's new material made out of human DNA and glass that's 4 times stronger than steel and 5 times as light. I'm not sure, though. I haven't heard anything about that. It sounds like you were watching anime or something. Human DNA and glass? How do those two even mix? So what's the plan if Florida suddenly goes under? Underwater or hit by an asteroid? Because if I'm hit by an asteroid, I don't have a whole lot of planning time. But underwater, I have time. Florida will eventually be underwater. That's going to happen. And my plan for when that happens is I'll just go a little up north. The video of 1,000-mile-per-hour ball from Dustin Smarter Every Day debunks your theory. Which theory? I've proposed like 6. Which of my bulletproof theories gets debunked?
And I am sure you're asking yourselves, can I afford it?
The answer is yes, it's free.
But the true question
It's
you
minted
must
on the
ask
blockchain.
is, can I afford to be without it?
Oh, this guy's quite the salesman.
You lie, Shang Tsung. Your cures
Shang
are
Tsung's out here like the Billy Mays of Outworld.
You are uniquely resilient. Who else could eke out a living traveling Outworld's hinterlands, selling
Wait, what?
tours and fake magic?
That's not like a good quality. He's just a scammer
It is barely
that gets his ass
survival.
beat.
And you were meant for more. To live
I'm really
among
impressed by how
kings,
you
not
always get caught
peasants.
for your scams
But
and beat
since
up.
before you were born,
Huge thanks to WB Games for sponsoring this video. I'm sure all of you know I'm a huge fighting game enthusiast and my favorite fighting game franchise is Mortal Kombat. So I'm happy to say NetherRealm Studios has absolutely cooked on their latest entry, Mortal Kombat 1. It's available right now if you get the premium edition, but if you'd rather wait for the standard edition, it comes out on the 19th of September, so only a couple days after this video goes live. If you do get the premium edition, you also get access to Combat Pack 1, which gives you Quan Chi, Takeda, and Ermac, as well as guest characters Peacemaker, Omni-Man, and Homelander, when they're released, of course. Mortal Kombat 1 is a reborn universe created by Fire God Liu Kang, and I absolutely love it. I think this story is super good, so I'm really enjoying it. So yeah, thanks again to WB Games for sponsoring. It's available now if you get Premium Edition or on September 19th for Standard for PS5, Xbox, PC, Nintendo Switch, the whole kit and caboodle. So make sure you click the link in the description of the video for more information.
at your feet.
That's an interesting smile. That looks like me in my live stream thumbnails. Ed must have tuned in. He's like, we need that.
That's not what I remember.
So that's how it is, eh? What do you say
we gonna have a bar fight?
To man?
Oh, let's go.
Wait.
Instead of fighting each other, how about we just fight people at the bar?
Right here.
Whoever causes the most catastrophic
Madam
injury
Vogue
wins.
can watch. Critique our form.
You dirty bastard. That dollar belongs to Madame Bo. Oh, hey now. Oh. No! Madame Bo! Christ, she's like 105 years old. Have mercy. Oh, can you stop running into my foot real quick? What is this? I hit it once. I don't think it's like a B&B or anything. It might have been back. Gang's all here.
How does he do that? I have no idea. You interfere with Lindquist.
But the last guy was teleporting. Was that not impressive to us? Throwing ice is more impressive than teleportation? Oh no, it's forward. Okay, so that's what this was. And then it launches. Easy, perfect. Combo breaker was. Clean. Easy 6-hit combo. Working the cameos in there now. Looking like an absolute prodigy.
And protector of Earthrealm.
Hey, Liu Kang.
God? Earthrealm?
Madame Bo has been preparing you.
Make
for
him
this
prove
moment
that he's
since you were
God.
boys.
Make him grant a wish.
You have.
Indiana Jones cameo would go so fucking hard. They have some great DLC, like RoboCop's in one of them. Like, Indiana Jones is not that far-fetched. But not like young Indiana Jones. I'm talking like current day octogenarian Indiana Jones. Man, she's kind of fucking me up. Wow.
You will be skinned alive.
No! Oh, got him with that big cross up. Oh, you dirty rat. Huge. I'm just kind of mashing on him right now. Until, like, there's combo guides for dumb idiots like me, all I can really do is mash. I'll never actually find real combos on my own. Just whatever ones are listed.
Private party.
Johnny, we need to talk.
Oh no, I'm getting broken up with. You cheated on me, didn't you? We're done.
I didn't marry Johnny Cage. I married John Carlton.
Yeah, you! Don't you ever say that name in this household again. Actually, get out, Harpy.
Chris. Come on, Chris, where are you going?
That name is forbidden under this roof.
And I won't give it up without a fight.
Fight!
Take this! Oh. Yeah, that's what you get for coming into my house with this kind of attitude. Oh my god. God, I feel like such an absolute fucking scrub here. I can't get any real combos going.
Was that necessary, brother?
To put him in his place.
That was a Hichuli. One of a kind. Alright, I don't care if this is a damn prank. You crossed the line.
Finally, something worth fighting for. I don't know what a Hacholi is, but I respect it. Okay, so I think this can combo into... God damn it. Stand still. I think this into this. And then I can do some corner pressure, maybe. Come on, cross up. Stay there. Damn it. Yeah. I don't know what to follow it up with.
You guys need a better fight choreo.
My neurons are activating, though. That's for damn sure. I only have... Wait, what? Oh, I don't have any of my lightning abilities yet. I see. So Raiden's gonna get chosen. He's gonna get fucking blasted by lightning. and then I can get all of his abilities. I played a lot of Raiden in Mortal Kombat 9. I'm really hoping they still have his full screen command grab.
That won't change today.
No. If the monks have taught us one thing, it's that the only constant in the universe is change.
Ooh, profound wisdom. Get philosophized, nerd. Bang.
No tournament participant has ever been grievously injured or killed.
What?
I would never send my champions unwittingly into mortal combat.
Wait, is Liu Kang a bad guy?
For Outworld's capital, Sundo.
What kind of fucking tournament is it? We just go there and group hug in the shower? Outworld's champion is James Corden. Can you imagine? It's not Shao Kahn, it's just James Corden.
We gather once again to honor my late husband's legacy. To continue the tournament that he founded with Lord Liu Kang, in hopes that it would foster peace among realms.
Kind of a dumb idea when you really break it down.
Soul watch over us with pride from its resting
Let's host a
place
tournament where we
in
beat
the
each other's
living
asses.
forest.
Surely that'll make us like each other. Won't make us more competitive. Stay here. I'm trying to test something. You're real stubborn, you know that? I see why everyone bullies you here in Outworld. I'm just trying to experiment. Okay, now stay.
Molded him into the perfect soldier. Few others are as well versed in the ways of war.
You're right, he's unbeatable. Jesus Christ. Oh, you bastard. Oh my god, that's so embarrassing.
Risk more than your pride, be a warrior.
Okay. Oh, nice. There we go. There's a little combo. Now we're starting to cook a little bit. Get him with the razzle dazzle. Alright. Schmixed him up. So it looks like that cartwheel is now just a normal move.
Simple farmer.
There are already whispers she should replace me as your heir. This will make them screams.
Your illness is your fault.
Oh.
Why you left the palace that night unattended is still beyond
Wow.
me.
I just needed time alone.
That was
away
aggressive.
from all this.
I will win this fight. For her, my empress, and all of Outworld.
Not on my watch, you won't. Take this! Wow. I'm so embarrassed. What is my cartwheel now that it's... Yeah, okay. I see. Forward, back, yep. Oh, I just missed that. That actually would have been a nasty combo. There we go. I'm finding my own bread and butters here. So it's... Nope. Stop it! Can't you see I'm labbing? Oh my god, I'm fucking cooking now. Yep. That looks pretty nice to me. I think there's a lot more I can do with it, but for now... Oh! Almost. Let me see. What if I... This will just kill. Unlucky. Nope, I missed the X. Man, this is embarrassing, General. You are getting your ass beat in a big way. Oh, the overhead was unexpected. Yeah, that's nice. I bet this is probably a pretty solid starter from Raiden. Like for actual combos. Stop it. Can you stop now? Still experiment. I'm trying to experiment! Outplayed.
It's over.
Sorry, General.
I have done it.
Congratulations, Raiden. Earthrealm wins.
That was so easy. Hey, thanks. You guys are trash out here in Outworld. My god, you guys suck. Wow, that was easy.
It is a small price to pay for progress.
Fuck yeah. Man, he has a lot of launchers. I've seen a lot of the higher level Kenshi play, and he seems so fucking good. Especially as a cameo. I'm excited to actually learn some of his combos.
Now please.
No, Kenshi!
Kenshi!
I see. Well, he can't see, but I see how he goes blind now. Though we're not sure if that fully blinded him. He might be okay. This is a reset universe, after all. Quan Chi! Wait, what? He's one of the DLC characters. He's in the story?
If you could see, you'd know why.
That's not happening, is it?
No,
Keep talking, will ya?
the eyes could still heal.
Keep my mind off this.
Maybe Shang
Tell me
Tsung's
about
got some
life before you
eye
got sick.
regrowth formula.
I was doing well.
Oh my god. Why is he going to just attack the random guy over there? What did he do wrong? In the middle of our fight, he just goes over there and starts eating the guy's stomach. Well, that was pretty hype. Clean. Bronca's always been such a... There's really no uncool characters in Mortal Kombat. Even the goofiest ones like Stryker are still fucking cool.
If I die, maybe you'll spare my family.
Can you stop whining for 5 seconds, Reptile, please? Jesus Christ.
Darth, I'm reuniting you with your family.
They're dead?
You killed them? Many moons ago.
You're a bad guy. You jerk.
Quan Chi sends more demons?
Wait, we're not.
Which game is she from? I know people were really hyped to see her. Which one is she from?
Solution grows nearer. Shedding your blood brings me closer.
Is it Armageddon? Is she from Armageddon?
Fight.
About to send that ass back to Armageddon here in a second. My Baraka's looking real clean. Nice. Looking good. Easy.
Whoever you are, we are not demons.
Would have been really cool if the line just stopped there. Whoever you are, we are not. That's like some Pete Weber shit. Who do you think you are? I am.
Or I was before my Tarkat affliction.
Damn, that worked really well. Wait, is this? Oh no, it's not. It's just since Reptile's still my cameo, it's the same startup, I guess. Nice. Easy. Ashra seems really fucking cool. Even just mashing here, I'm getting some nice results. Oh, Ermac. My boy. I love Ermac. Welcome.
Souls bound by Quan Chi's magic. We live to obey.
So he's not in the game yet. He's DLC, right?
Kill them.
I really need to find the follow-up to that. Or maybe I just need to use meter on it in order to combo it. Yep, that's it. Okay, I see now. Now I'm having real neuron activation here. Clean.
You are not compliant like your sisters.
And now they're dead by my hand because you sent them against me. I'll never forgive you for that, Quan Chi.
You could have also just not killed him. I'm sure there was a way to talk that out. Like, yeah, it's definitely his fault to a certain extent, but there was probably, like, another method. Oh, man. Unlucky. Oh! That was such a good combo starter in Mortal Kombat 9. That lift and slam, and then he had the choke across screen as well, which was really good. You could do like a whole combo out of basically just those two moves. They went into each other really well. No, let's just go kill him now. Like, ensure it.
Since that didn't kill you, I will.
Okay, I'm glad we're on the same page. Oh my god, why?
He's too dangerous to let live.
Kenshi, please.
needs to question him. He knows Shang Tsung's plans.
Kenshi, please. No.
Very well.
Foolish. You've just ensured millions of Earthlings die.
Clearly I underpaid for that.
Did not expect that to just be ripped raw. That's alright. My turn. Trading fatal blows. Nice. Yeah. Oh, he can go old mode. That's cute. I don't see how that really helps him. Yeah. That's alright, I wanted to see his fatal blow anyway.
Greatness.
Wow. Powerful curb stomp. Light that chain on fire again. Really fuck him. Man, this army's really weak if I can just melt them that easily. I should have no problem soloing this entire force. Oh fuck. Huge. That was a big one. He is certainly not happy about that. Oh, it could have been much worse. Oh, that's too far. Oh, shit. Oh, that worked out.
A Lin Kuei's flame is not easily
fight.
Hey now, hey, Buster. Oh, okay. Unlucky. He's kind of popping off on me.
then you won't live to see the new regime.
But, man, I guess... Fuck that guy. Alright.
They have us surrounded.
Idiot.
Talk about talent. Meet Hollywood's newest star.
Not bad. That was pretty cool. A silly one. How do I do a cameo fatality though? Here, let's see Megan Fox fatality. That's that old school Scooby-Doo intro right there.
Fatality. Nitaro wins. Flawless.
No.
Fatality. Nitaro wins.
Megan Fox got some sauce to these fatalities. There we go. Oh, huge fatality. I don't know about Gearus winning. I think everyone lost there, but that's a beautiful fatality. Alright. That's pretty cool. I like that one a lot. That one's really that one is really cute. Once again, another huge thanks to WB Games for sponsoring this video. I'm super excited for Mortal Kombat 1. I do think I'm going to be climbing the ladder pretty hard. Not to toot my own horn, but I've always been pretty good at Mortal Kombat, so I'm excited to really dive deep into it. And yeah, game's available now with Premium Edition or on September 19th for Standard. Thanks again. And make sure to click the link in the description of the video for more information. For a couple months now, so many of you have been asking me if I'm going to be making a moist meter on Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2, and I've always proudly proclaimed, yes, of course I'll be making a moist meter for it. You bet your sweet bippy. But, unfortunately, just like Fire Festival, I lied. I'm a big fat liar, and Frankie Muniz ain't the one exposing me, I'm doing it myself. I pulled your leg, I yanked your chain, and I'm not sorry. I'm not making a moist meter. I'm making this video. I'm just gonna sit here and gushing grannies over Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2 because I, no exaggeration, believe it is a masterpiece of action shonen. I know the word masterpiece gets tossed around willy-nilly. It's used very loosey-goosey. It's pretty much lost most of its meaning. It's like the word prank to a YouTuber. Masterpiece doesn't hold the same weight that it used to, but I'm using it in the truest sense of the word. I 100% with my whole heart believe that Season 2 of Jujutsu Kaisen is legitimately a masterpiece in animation, and action for that matter. Now, before really getting into this, I want to make it clear that I'm not ignorant to the problems at MAPPA. MAPPA is the studio that produces Jujutsu Kaisen anime, and they have been overworking their staff, and it is a tragic situation at the actual MAPPA headquarters. Because the work they have produced here is spectacular, but it came at the cost of the health of its employees, and I think that is completely unacceptable. All I can do is hope that MAPPA improves its infrastructure so that way it actually takes care of the talent that makes this possible. It is clear that so much passion went into this season, it oozes out of every frame of this show. It is unbelievable what they were able to do with Season 2 of Jujutsu Kaisen. I didn't think they'd even come close to matching the beauty of Season 1 of Jujutsu Kaisen, and somehow they came in here and fucking spanked its cheeks red. This is so much better somehow. It is mind-boggling just how good Season 2 is when it comes to its action. So, let me dive into this. I think, and I said this for Jujutsu Kaisen Season 1, that this is the best pure action that anime has to offer. Period. This is about the best it can get. in that genre. I don't think there's anything else that really competes with it in terms of what they're able to capture in the anime. Now, that being said, I do understand that a lot of people have complaints about its story and its power scaling, as well as some of its characters not ever really being developed and sometimes just used to like shock death and like startle viewers. And I do get those complaints. Like, I definitely do feel that in season 2 here. They introduced some really cool characters, only like quickly just kill them off, or even kill off a character that never really had a chance to really be fully explored and be fully fleshed out, even though there were all signs pointing to that being the case. So it feels like at points the narrative was there just to subvert your expectations for the sake of it, which felt a little unsatisfying to see a character's story come to a close the way that it did a couple times. Though other times it really felt like, damn, this is a big important moment, and it does feel like they were sent out in a really fitting way. So it was a couple hits and a couple misses when it came to that, but overall it didn't detract from my enjoyment of the story or the show as a whole. I actually love the universe of Jujutsu Kaisen, and I love the characters. Todo is still my favorite character, and even though he's not as prominent in this season as he was in season 1, when he's here, he fucking shines. He shines bright like a diamond. I love Todo. And even characters that I didn't really care for in season 1 have really great moments and even like small arcs in season 2, like Mechamaru. And it even explores the villain side of things and makes you somewhat sympathetic to a couple of them, like Jogo, for example, who is kind of a joke. But Jogo is really interesting because he only squares off against the strongest possible fucking opponents, so we never really get to see him display his power against people less than godlike and nearly unbeatable. In season 2, we do get to see him, like, flex. Like, we get to see him go crazy on some sorcerers that aren't necessarily unbeatable fucking deities. And damn, he is strong. He is spitting and shitting on people. Season 2 is really like this avalanche of hype. It starts with just this absolute fucking snowball rolling down the hill of hype, adrenaline, incredible action, and it's all beautiful to watch, and it never stops. It just keeps gaining speed, gaining girth, gaining mass. It's just this fucking non-stop runaway train of beauty, and I loved every second of the ride. I don't want to get into anything spoilery here. I really do just want to sing its praises because I think what's been produced is something extremely special. Now, there are plenty of valid complaints like about what not to like about Jujutsu Kaisen when it comes to story and characters and whatever, but there is no real complaint that can be made that its action or its animation is anything less than top tier and some of the best the industry has ever seen. Full stop. If there's anyone saying otherwise, they're being contrarian for the sake of it, or trying to get like engagement bait, because it is legitimately objectively speaking, some of the most beautiful, most dynamic action that anime has right now. And it's kept up through the entire season. It's not just a couple tiddlywinks sprinkled throughout major episodes and major narrative moments. It's every episode, every fight has so much tender loving care put into every goddamn frame that it creates this beautiful piece. Every fight, every moment of a fight is amazing. And it's not just like a couple of big moves that are animated really well. They have so much hand-to-hand combat with like a dynamic moving camera that follows the action around, and it never really gets disorienting, except for a couple of moments during fights where things just go absolutely chaotic, like legitimately fucking bonkers. But other than that, it's all extremely easy to understand what's happening and so fun to watch. I really think Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2 is perhaps the best action shonen that can be made. Like, I don't know how you can do action in anime better than this season just did. Like, I feel like we've just now been spoiled for the rest of the humanity's existence on this fucking space rock with the best possible action anime we will ever see. Which is cool, you know, what a time to be alive, but damn, like, where do you go from here? I don't think it can be topped. I really don't. I can't recommend this show enough. I think even if you hate anime, if you hate animation, you will still probably find a lot of enjoyment watching the action here. Because Jesus Christ, it is a spectacle. So yeah, I just wanted to make this. I know I didn't really get into the nitty gritty on any of it because I just don't even need to. This season is very simple. Bad thing happens. Very creative plan from the bad guys. Goes exactly how they want it to mainly, and now it's a series of fights to try and overpower them, and you're just getting fight after fight after fight after fight after fight. I think every single episode in this season had a big fight in it, or was a continuation of a big fight that had happened in the episode before.
And how can you not love that? How can you not love that? Yes, you can want more narratively, I get it, but Jesus Christ, this is still such a beautiful meal to be consumed here. I loved it. I think it is a must-watch. I'm a huge fan. Clearly, I'm sitting here, you know, going wild over it, like a kid on Christmas that just got that bike they've been wanting for so long. But, like, this is an anime wet dream of a production, and it is just still such a shame that MAPPA overworks and mistreats its employees. I need to mention that again because the talent behind this deserves to have their flowers here. Like, what they have done is unbelievable and they should be rewarded for that. Not with, like, pain and misery while working at MAPPA and dreading every single day. I remember I read something on Twitter how during one of the major fights in the episode, they'd actually slid in the MAPPA headquarters building and it gets like blown to pieces or something. I don't know if that was just a meme or if that's true, but I do believe it because a lot of animators came forward to talk about their awful experience while working on this because of the way MAPPA oversees the project. And that fucking sucks because this, what they've made, is incredible and this talent deserves to be rewarded. So, amazing season, amazing show, amazing series. I'm trying so hard not to read the manga because I want to just experience it in its animated format. But man, it is tough to fight that urge. Anyway, highly recommend. That's about it. See ya. The RoboCop demo is out. Is it? Wait, oh, I saw that on Twitter. I didn't know it was like the demo though. I thought it was like a gameplay trailer. It's not like a bad game per. Well, maybe it is actually. I don't know. It seemed very silly though. We'll do that next. 36 gig? Is this the whole game? It seems like it. But in the modern age of gaming, the full game will come out and be like 110 gigs. Damn, this is a 36 gigabyte demo. Holy shit. RoboCop ain't playing any games. He said, you want to play this demo? Get a better SSD. Zoinks. I remember when I was a kid, I don't remember which RoboCop movie it was, but there was one of them that really scared the shit out of me. There's a scene where I think it was a bad guy is cutting open the chest of another bad guy with like an angle saw. And for some reason that just really stuck with me. That scene was fucking gruesome. I love RoboCop's design. He's such a cool character.
We can't wait any longer. Those trigger-happy maniacs have a ton of hostages.
The audio is very quiet for some reason. It's like he's whispering ASMR over the walkie-talkie.
What is the situation?
Goddamn OCP tells us to stand down till SWAT arrives.
Good evening, gentlemen. What was RoboCop's famous line? You just got copped or some shit. I don't know. He definitely had like a line. Kind of like how Judge Dredd did. I just can't remember it.
Drop it, scum.
Robusted. Yeah, that's probably what it was. Oh, wow. That actually looked pretty good. Alright, you then. Take this! That's pretty hype. That's pretty cool. It really makes you feel like RoboCop. I wonder if there's gore on other body parts as well. There is. Wow, they put a lot of effort into the gore. That's rare these days. Stop resisting. Oh, look at all this evidence. Stolen handbag and a fake ID. Stacking on charges, gentlemen. That's no good. Oh, whoa. Oh, I can pick up objects? Hiya! That's so big. The last thing I remember from RoboCop is that fan-made project where he just shoots everyone's cock off. Nobody's innocent here. I found fake IDs. It could belong to one of the hostages. I'm here to help, ma'am. Man, look at my reflexes. Hiya! I didn't expect that level of an explosion there. I thought that'd be like a teeny, piddly little explosion from the fire extinguisher. They were probably just as surprised. Oh, God. I'm just starting to feel bad. Do I need to read you your Miranda rights? Oh. He broke free. That's against the law. That's resisting a peace officer. Can I use the drugs? Or would that go against my moral code? I'd really like to see what the effects of nuke are. Because maybe it's like a really fun drug. An excellent prank. They got me good with that one.
One last chance, weirdo.
Weirdo? Now you've gone too far.
You okay there, Murphy?
Hey guys, hey, it's no big deal. Hey, I only killed 50 people tonight. Come on. Come on. That's nothing. That's nothing. Alright. Drinks on me, whatever.
You're forgetting someone.
Hey, are you done with this circle jerk, huh? Good. We've got a problem.
Yeah, the problem's got bad attitude. Party pooper.
Provokes a question. Can we put our safety into the hands of a machine, especially one as unreliable as RoboCop?
What did I do wrong? I'm hanging out. I was analyzing the situation.
Now quiet.
Yes, sorry. My name is Dr. Olivia Blanche. I'm a police psychologist. I specialize in dealing with police officers suffering from emotional trauma.
Emotional trauma is for weaklings. I don't believe in it.
Might as well talk to the microwave. It hasn't been working properly either.
He makes a good point.
OCP wanted to see if you'd be willing that has been severely neglected is your human side, your brain.
Humanity is cringe, Doctor. You won't get anything out of me.
I agree. If it was up to me,
It's all government propaganda.
What do you think, Doctor? Would save.
Is that possibly something that could be of interest to you?
I am not sure.
Can you shove that drill in my ass real quick, please, to help me make a decision?
Wants everyone in the briefing room in 5. It's about the new guy.
Women.
Oh.
Post over there says there's a reward for that information.
Give me the information first.
Details.
Are you blind? I'm the guy from that poster, so here I am.
That's a real thing that happened, actually, in real life.
We'll have to detain you.
There was a, hold on, I'll wait till after the dialogue.
Right?
So, in real life, there was a guy who was a wanted criminal, and he saw on Facebook there was a post saying that you'd get a reward for information leading to his arrest, and the goober turned himself in for the reward money. It didn't cross his mind that he wouldn't get the money, he'd just go to jail. So they absolutely got that from that. That's fucking hype.
06 Orchard Avenue.
Let me check.
I found him.
Son
Oh.
found dead 2 hours ago.
I realize this may be hard for you, but can you please fill out this survey about my performance here at the podium? Did I provide you with good service?
Thanks for the help, Murphy.
No problem at all, Bill. I can issue tickets for public drinking and disorderly conduct and traffic violations. I will do just that. I'll just be like a meter maid. I won't even tackle the hard jobs. I'll just issue tickets.
One parking ticket is all it takes to improve mindfulness.
Amen. And don't do it again. I'm gonna slash their tires too. Any other kind of less than savory activity over here? What about you? You drunk?
Nice shiny armor, officer. Wanna be my knight?
I'm issuing you a public prostitute ticket. Nope. I'll let you off with a warning. You harlot.
Huge stash of goodies down there.
Drugs in the basement?
I will take care of that.
Would you really do that for me? Way to go, TJ!
Did they not have, like, child characters? Because this looks like a normal, like, 20, 30-year-old dude, but with the voice of Phil from the Rugrats. Like, that does not look like a kid. Easy enough. Well, he's dead. Perfect. Saves me some trouble. Didn't have to waste any bullets.
It's RoboCop!
Hey, friends. You've got some nerve!
No chance! Light him up!
Oh, here we go. Nice. Okay, now I see. That's pretty cool. Not exactly how I envisioned it. I thought it'd be a little more like Wanted, but still interesting. No, my chair. Hiya! Wow. Damn, the chair's the strongest weapon in the game. Just bold a strike. Deduction level 2 required? Oh, you mean I can't solve this? I'm too stupid? I'll show you, stupid. Deduction level 2. Acquired. Is this not level 2? This is level 2? Huh. Okay. Perhaps it is me who is the fool. Delaying an investigation is a crime. Oh, I like this one. You have not been harassed yet. Yeah, I like that. Scare him.
But then I will not be knocking.
You think that's going to scare me? This is Detroit,
Oh,
for
okay,
God's
this
sake.
guy's pretty hard.
People try to threaten me nearly every day.
Okay.
I do not try.
You know what? If you really think you'll find evidence of that SUS
Goddamn
ever
right.
being here, then be my guest.
You made the right decision. Otherwise, you would have been the guest of my cock in your mouth. And you wouldn't have liked that game. Damn, they hit nobody. Oh shit. I'm in a bad situation. Big punch. That was crucial. Oh wow. 1 HP in a dream. Whew. And I got the tax fraud papers. We got what we came for. The fake ID and the fraudulent tax papers. We're out. I hope they have some faster way of getting around, as opposed to just fee-fi-fo-fumming across the city streets. Like, give him some rollerblades or something. Doesn't have to be a car, doesn't have to be a motorcycle. Fucking pair of Heelys, I don't really care. Build something in, some jet boosters on his ankles. Just give me point A, point B a little faster. I didn't actually read this. So that's the end of the demo. Wow. I thought they were going to send it out with a bang. Alright, let's do the side quest then. You all know I'm not a big believer in the paranormal. All that hocus pocus and all that mumbo jumbo about ghosts and goblins and ghouls and gnomes and Santa Claus. It's all a bunch of hooey. The only metaphysical conundrum that I believe in is the mystery of why I'm stuck at 5'6". But aside from that, not much else. Though today we're going to be talking about something that's got me scratching at my chinny chin chin here in curiosity, because there is a TikTok time traveler who made a few predictions, and they actually kind of blew up on TikTok. So much so that we had someone come out to the warehouse about 2.5 weeks ago to help fix the air conditioning that was broken, and before leaving he mentioned to Matt that we need to make sure that we really hunker down, board everything up and prepare for a Category 6 hurricane that was blowing in about 2 weeks. And Matt was stunned. So Matt sat there like he had just been hit with a fucking flashbang and tear gas at the same time. His brain literally blue screened upon hearing this. A Category 6 is not real. That's never... Category 5 is the highest it goes. So this goes above and beyond. It's going fucking plus ultra. And this guy is claiming that there's one on the way, even though there was no information about that anywhere.
So Matt poked a little bit to see where he got it from, and he said a time traveler on TikTok said it. And that's when the light bulb went off in Matt's head. Eureka! He knew it was time to take this seriously now. There was a lot of weight behind this claim. So this is the video that was floating around and actually gaining a lot of steam online. Yes, I am a real time traveler. Here are all of the events to come in the final months of 2023, September. This isn't unusual for TikTok. Every single goofball with a phone likes to pretend that there's some kind of time traveler giving us warnings, and they just make like a ton of fucking outrageous claims. And this one said on September 4th, the first ever Category 6 hurricane occurs. It runs up almost the entire US East Coast, but it mainly affects Florida and both the Carolinas. Now, when Matt told me, I had already told him I knew that, because I am very in touch with the goofy shit that happens online. I had actually already made fun of this video on stream as well. When Matt told me about this, I giggled quite hard. I nearly spit up on myself. I still can't believe that real human beings in the real world will see some shit like that on TikTok and not give an iota of thought to it, and never even have the idea that it could be a lie cross their mind. This is a complete stranger on TikTok claiming to be a time traveler, making outrageous claims, and then some people just pog out to it and take it at face value, believing it. Like, holy shit, a Category 6 is rolling in, we gotta get fucking prepped. John Titor on TikTok said so. John Connor, Johnny Silverhand, the TikTok time traveler, this asshole said a Category 6 is coming, so it must be true. It's amazing. But the reason that I mentioned this was 2 weeks ago is because fast forward to now, and we had Hurricane Lee forming, and it was a very quick Category 5 and only getting stronger, threatening the East Coast. And a couple days ago, Matt told me, Charles, if this turns out to be right, we're gonna feel real fucking silly for making fun of this. He tried to warn us, but we didn't believe him. And I was actually starting to panic a little bit, thinking the universe around me was crumbling. My understanding of this very dimension we inhabit was starting to be called into question here. Maybe this was the one asshole telling the truth and is somehow an actual time traveler trying to get the message across. And I spit on it. But then it turns out, no, he was completely wrong. He not only predicted the wrong date, but he made like 5 other predictions that are just ridiculous. And also, Hurricane Lee has lost most of its strength. It's still a Category 3 hurricane as of right now. And it's also not going to Florida like the time traveler predicted. I also want to show you the other predictions they made in the same video. They said on September 10th, 20 people are chosen to see the afterlife to know what it is like when you pass. What does that even mean? Does God hold some kind of reality show competition to choose 20 people to take a peek at heaven? Like, what is this? A deal or no deal situation? 20 people get to take a vacation to the afterlife? Do they come back? Because if not, this is just 20 people dying. And if that's the case, the bigger news on September 10th would have been that only 20 people in the world died. Because I've got news for the time traveler here. There's far more than 20 people seeing what the afterlife is like every single day. So this one, I just don't fucking understand at all. They then say, this makes the entire population to focus on finding a way to live much longer, as less than 5% are happy after. So I guess whatever time that this guy traveled from, they lost the ability to write in proper syntax. This is broken. I can't even deduce what the claim is. So after 20 people take a visit to the afterlife, less than 5% are happy after, and the population focuses on ways to live longer? You mean like what they're doing every single day? Science is constantly striving for ways for people to live longer. And that's without the 20 chosen afterlife spectators. And again, do the people that go to the afterlife come back to tell us about it? Like, what the fuck? Now, the next one is still upcoming, so this one still remains to be seen. But on September 18th, they claim that an invisible wall is put down to surround Mexico and Guatemala. It was put there by a hostile alien species to try and weaken us when they attack. Why? Why would they be putting an invisible wall there? Did they just play a ton of Starfield and see how effective invisible walls were or something? And if they have that kind of technology, why not just put an invisible wall around like pretty much everywhere? Cut everyone off. And also, why even use that in the first place? They also just fucking attack. If they're here, they'll probably beat our ass in an all-out war. The final claim from the time traveler for September of 2023 is on September 23rd, a Spirit Airlines plane crashes in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean.
It actually went through a wormhole where it is 2 seconds to them, 6 years to us, and they return in 2029. Call me crazy, but I highly doubt that last one's happening. But who knows? It still remains to be seen. I really think that this was probably made by a teenager. That whole last section there just feels like it was a piece of his creative writing course for like his English class or something. Which is fine. Like, it's really not that big of a deal. But somehow, we met a person, a real living, breathing human being outside of the internet that believed this shit. Like with the upcoming Category 6 hurricane. So much so that they were trying to tell us that we need to prep for it. I'm assuming they had already started stockpiling like doomsday preppers getting ready for it. And that is tragic. That we've reached the point where people will actually believe anything. Not that I'm surprised. I'm not surprised by it. We see this all the time on Twitter, where people will believe the most outrageous shit without even a single morsel of evidence to support it. But I've just never seen it in the real world. I thought that was mainly brain rot internet brain, but no. This was a seemingly completely normal guy and just happened to really buy into this hype that there was a Category fucking 6 hurricane that was coming in like 2 weeks. But you know what? I'm putting the carriage before the horse here. You know, there's still time for some of his other predictions to see if those come true or not. You know, he got a couple of them wrong, sure, but you know, who isn't wrong sometimes? But anyway, I just had to talk about this a little bit. That's it. See ya. Yeah, let's start with this. I'm sure most of you probably didn't even know this came out. I didn't know. My parents told me that it was actually released. We talked about it on stream last week or something. Basically, Netflix threw a desperate Hail Mary. They did a real-life Squid Game in the same vein as Mr. Beast, but did it so much worse and cheesier. So it's out. They're way too late to this trend. Like, this is way tardy to the party. This would be like if they made a reality TV show about the best fidget spinner. Like, it's, I think, missed the mark entirely on, like, hitting while the iron's hot. And my parents and I watched the first episode tonight. It fucking sucks. So they use, like, real people. It was an open casting call. People signed up. They go here and they play the Squid Games in real life. It's terrible. Like, if they had just played the games and made a show out of it, it'd be whatever, it'd be forgettable, but I guess mindless popcorn entertainment for a game show. They don't. They try and interject drama into it, a la the actual show, and it falls so flat. So it really feels like they instructed all the people to be as fake and over the top as possible. So, where do I even begin? So they do interviews with all the people. Well, not all the people, a lot of the people. And every single one of them has to have their own quirky personality. So there's one guy who's like, sympathy is a weakness. Like, he's speaking like an anime character. And it's right before red light, green light. Spoilers, he makes it through red light, green light. And then he's like, yeah, I'm pretty confident. God made me this way. Why would I want to be anybody else? You know, people go through struggles, but I don't complain about it. You go through struggles that I went through. The difference between you and me is I'm not whining. Like, that kind of shit. It's fucking terrible. Like, it is insufferable. And it's clear that these people are instructed to say things like this, to be abrasive, to be over the top. Like, a girl was doing an interview and she's like, my name actually means all-knowing. Which is accurate because I can see the future. And then she kind of goes in on that a little bit. It's clear. They are trying very hard to put some kind of personality into just this very vapid concept of just doing the Squid Games IRL. It's fucking awful. My parents and I ended up just making fun of it the entire time. And it is so phony. I think most of it is scripted. Like, I really do. I think the vast majority of what was filmed here had to be scripted to some level. Because there's like this test where after red light, green light, they take two people that just happen to be in the kitchen peeling carrots together and, chit-chatting. And they're like, you two, you have the choice. Give one player an advantage in the next game or eliminate somebody. And it's like this crescendo of music. Like, what the fuck are they going to do? Are they going to execute somebody? Oh my god. It's the biggest decision of their life.
So then they're like debating the morality back and forth as they're peeling carrots, and they're like, they do like 15 different YouTuber thumbnail faces, and like 45 different camera cuts. Eventually they decide to eliminate somebody. And the person they eliminate is number 200. And what's special about number 200 is they had given him his own little brief character arc like 45 seconds before, where he's like, hey, my name's, I think his name was Mati, I think. And he's like, I just want to make a lot of friends here. I want to meet people. I want to have a lot of fun, maybe get a good group together and just meet everyone. And then 45 seconds later, the test was they choose to eliminate him. And I swear to God, I'm not exaggerating. When they eliminate him, they make a big announcement. The testers have decided to eliminate contestant, and then they spend about a full minute like flipping through numbers to build suspense, and all the people are instructed to be like on edge as possible. So you have people like literally crying. And then they say 200 is eliminated. And I shit you not, the entire bunk bed dormitory erupts into like hysteric fits of crying. Like there's one guy who starts jumping up and down going, no! No! For a stranger they don't even know. Like they don't know this guy. It's a totally fucking random guy that just got eliminated. He never even met him. And the whole dormitory is doing this. They start hugging him. They start crying. Then they do a post-game interview with him, and he's like, I wanted to win this. My family needs a better life. This was all for my family, and now I'm gone. Like, it's all so fake. It's so bad. It's so terrible. And that's just episode 1. Like, it's, oh my god. I thought it was just going to be, like, a forgettable throwaway Squid Game, you know, parody-ish. Well, not parody, they just do the Squid Game. But holy fuck, Netflix went hog wild with making it as insufferable as possible. It combines every single awful trope about game shows and rolls it into a Squid Game skin. Jesus Christ, it's bad. It's so bad. Almost ruined my whole Thanksgiving. Oh, and I hate the way it's edited, too. When they're playing red light, green light, it is impossible to keep up with anything happening, because they'll, like, jump forward in time and then jump backwards sometimes. So people that are, like, running and then they stop, like, they'll just get fully eliminated, because what actually happened is they actually were moving 30 seconds in the future, but they showed that clip after they were eliminated. Like, it's all over the place. It is a fucking mess. Oh my god, I hate it. I hated it. I couldn't imagine watching all 5 episodes. And then, of course, they had to instruct the people to pretend like they don't know what's coming, so when Game 2 happens to be the cookie thing, they're all caught off guard, like, what is this? No, wait, you don't want the umbrella, because you see, the umbrella has some very hard-to-follow points to it, that you don't want that. Oh no! How could this happen? You think it was done on the cheap? No! That's what my dad and I were so surprised with. They spent oodles of doubloons to produce this. The sets are incredible. They matched everything 1-to-1. This is a very expensive game show they put on. And fuck, it sucks. It only gets worse. Yeah, I just don't think I can stomach more of it. It's not even fun bad. Like, I'm kind of making it sound more fun bad than it was. It was miserable. It was, like, I couldn't even look at the screen half the time. Like, with the shit that was going on, it was so phony baloney. Why did they copy? It was to try and capitalize off the success of Squid Game, but it's so late to it that nobody cares anymore. Plus, every YouTuber ever already did it. Oh yeah, sorry. So that was all a prerequisite to this here. The contestants, who again were like normal people that were instructed to act a certain way during the interviews, I believe, they are now claiming that they suffered injuries from it. So hypothermia and nerve damage. And after watching episode 1, I can kind of see how they might have had that happen. Hypothermia, no clue. But nerve damage, a lot of the contestants in the first game adopted this strategy where they would sprint really fast and then dive. Like just full-on dolphin dive like it's Call of Duty. And just eat shit. Literally just eat shit and like penguin slide on the ground as they're skidding across it in order to like stop moving entirely. So I bet there were some real injuries here with people trying some ridiculous strategies. I think it's a tier 1 sausage. But as for the hypothermia, don't know where that comes from yet. Maybe the dormitory wasn't kept at a proper temperature. I really don't know. A British personal injuries law firm is representing 2 unnamed players who say they suffered hypothermia and nerve damage while shooting in cold conditions in the UK. Oh, the contestants' allegations concern their experience shooting the show's opening game, Red Light, Green Light. Wait, that's the one I was just talking about. Fire. Yeah, I imagine that's where most of the injuries would have come from. People were going crazy on their strategies there. Those tactics were nuts. The game was filmed at Cardington Studios, a former Royal Air Force base in Bedford, during a cold snap in Britain, and Netflix confirmed at the time that 3 of the 456 players required medical attention. Express Solicitors, which specializes in no-win, no-fee claims, said its clients risked their health by having to stay motionless for long periods during the shoot as they attempted to stay in the competition. Wait, what do you mean for long periods? There was a 5-minute time limit, unless, of course, that was all fake too, which it probably was. That just reminded me, another thing during the Red Light, Green Light, they try so hard to interject drama into this fucking show. There is a girl who, during Red Light, Green Light, stops in like a squatted position, and then they interview her, so that she's giving her inner monologue, and she's like, I can't believe I stopped squatted. What was I thinking? I don't know if I can hold on long enough, but I have no choice. I have to. I can't lose now. I need this. I can't. And then she's like, but I'm losing it. I give up. And then she just sits down and loses. Even though it was only like, since there's a timer there, assuming the timer's accurate, she only had to hold that squatted position for like 7 or 8 seconds. Yet she went through like this entire monologue, this entire fucking speech about how difficult the conditions were of just sitting in like a semi-squatted position for a while. 7 seconds. And then she's like, it's too much! Bang! And gives up. Contestants thought they were taking part in something fun, and those injured did not expect to suffer as they did. Now they've been left with injuries after spending time stuck in painful stress positions and cold temperatures. I really do wonder how long they had them out there for. Because assuming that the game was real, which I guess it wasn't, well, I mean, like, the game actually happened as it was supposed to, there's only a 5-minute time limit. So it couldn't have gone too much longer than that if they actually just played it out like a normal competition. But the whole thing is so fucking fake. So I'm guessing they might have been out there for hours to get the shots they wanted. I just skimmed through the Squid Game show and holy fuck. Oh no, I'm not exaggerating. It is awful. It is so bad. Oh man, yeah. It was terrible. I don't know why they even bothered. It would have been better if they just let them play out the Squid Game stuff, because at least then it would have been at least somewhat entertaining as just a game show. But here it's like this pseudo drama that is horribly done. It was a big waste of time. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't somewhat interested in watching episode 2. It ends on the weakest cliffhanger imaginable. And that's just almost impressive to me. They're choosing their shapes for the cookie game, and the cliffhanger is he going to go to the umbrella, or is he just going to let himself get eliminated? The other day on stream, I read about a story that's been weighing on my mind ever since. I can't stop thinking about it just because of how ridiculous it is, so I want to share it with all of you. It was a road rage incident in New Zealand, and at this point in my life, I feel like New Zealand is a second home to me because Troy, the other half of the Gentlemen, our music project, lives there. He is a born and raised Kiwi, and I keep up with a lot of New Zealand news, so when I see stories like this, there's like a sense of like disappointment and dread, like, come on, New Zealand, you're better than this. But anyway, in this road rage incident, the driver of a vehicle got very upset at a dog walker, so much so that he grabbed a sword from his car and started trying to carve him up with it, basically. He hit him with like a Mortal Kombat 1 Kinshi fatality. He left him with nearly fatal injuries. It was a miracle that the victim survived thanks to timely intervention from his son. And it's worth noting that the, last samurai here did this with his wife and child in the vehicle, nearly murdered a man in front of them over absolutely nothing. But what makes this story stand out as an affront to God is the fact that the judge ruled that the punishment for the attacker would be 10 months of home detention and 100 hours of community service. He literally said, "Go home, Buster. That's it." No, it's a complete miscarriage of justice here. He gets grounded after nearly murdering a man with a fucking sword. Like, he's been studying the blade, unleashes his forbidden jutsu here, like Demon Slayer shit. He gets out his degenerate breathing techniques, nearly kills this guy in cold blood, and the judge says, "You're grounded." That's crazy to me. He got the same punishment a high school student would if his parents caught him with weed. Like, it blows my mind that he can almost murder somebody with a fucking sword in an act that the judge fully recognizes was madness, cowardly, nearly fatal, and recognizes the severity of it, and then still says, just go home. I don't know. The whole thing is baffling, so I just want to share this story with all of you because it is a weird one. You read about the Tesla driver who sliced another driver with a samurai sword in road rage in New Zealand. Man got him with the Bushido arts. Jesus Christ. No, I did not see that. Samurai sword road rage. Man gets home detention for callous and cowardly attack on dog walker. A motorist who... Here, I'll just pull it up on stream. This sounds crazy. A motorist who took a samurai sword to a dog walker in an Auckland road rage incident has been sentenced to home detention. It's not like punishment. Go home. A man was left with chunks of flesh and bone carved out of him after a brutal attack where a driver got out of his car and attacked him with a sword, leaving the pedestrian bleeding in a ditch. The victim, who was walking his dog, survived the attack thanks to his son, who found him and gave him first aid. But the seriousness of the injuries sustained by the victim have left the tradie with lifelong injuries and unable to work. Much to the dismay of the victim's family, Judge Mina Warpuri on Tuesday announced Darren Clark to 10 months home detention, 100 hours of community work, and to pay $5,000 after pleading guilty to causing grievous bodily harm with intent to injure. That's not justice. That's a joke. What in the world? Ruin this guy's life with a samurai sword, and he gets 100 hours of community service and 10 months at home. That's crazy. That's actually insano-style nonsense. Judge Warpuri said the attack was both premeditated and impulsive, but that injuries weren't foreseeable as he had struck him with the scabbard on the blade. Like, just look at what he's saying. In handing down his sentence, Judge Warpuri praised the actions of the victim's son. Without his timely intervention, it is highly likely your victim would have succumbed to blood loss and died from injuries, and yet the person who perpetrated the attack only gets house arrest for 10 months? I want to go over the severity of the attack here, because it's brutal. So let's go ahead and read about exactly what happened and what the effects were, because the victim's life has forever changed. He can now no longer even do the job that he was doing prior to the attack. The victim was 55 at the time of the attack, and he spotted Clark's Tesla approaching. He stood in the middle lane, motioning for the vehicle to slow down, and tapped the Tesla's roof with his palm as Clark steered the vehicle around him. Clark had his wife and young children with him in the car. He stopped the vehicle, grabbed the sheathed samurai sword, which he claimed to keep in the vehicle for protection, which is a wild thing for protection. Usually it's like a baseball bat or something. This man, for some reason, must have watched one anime and said, that's better than a baseball bat, and then made the switch. But anyway, he gets his sword, he starts swinging the weapon in a downward directional angle, which he described to police as being 50% force. I swear to God, this guy is actually just a weeb. Now he's just making up things. I was only using 50% of my power. He's lucky I didn't go Ultra Instinct plus Ultra on his ass. But it was enough to shatter the sheath on impact and inflict major damage as it sliced through the victim's upper body. He suffered a deep laceration to his neck, down to the bone, without hitting the spinal cord. The complainant's jaw was broken and his facial muscles and nerves were severed. The sword also cleaved a large chunk of flesh and bone from his left shoulder, which required emergency surgery and skin grafts, and also severed tendons in his left hand. The victim then fell into the ditch on the side of the road and Clark drove away. He tried to call for help but was unable to unlock his phone because of all the blood. He was found minutes later by his son who was driving home. And then it talks about the lasting effects. He still suffers facial drooping, speech impediment, ringing in his ears, and can't fully lift his arm because of the severed tendons, which means he can no longer work the profession he dedicated his adult life to. And that profession was an electrician, from what I've read. So his life has forever changed as a result of this. And the attacker, his life was basically a vacation. He just stays at home for 10 months. Like, that's something people do on purpose. Like, for fun. Like, that's just, I don't know, that blows my mind. So apparently the reason they were so light on the sentencing here is because the attacker argued he didn't know that the scabbard broke, and when his wife told him that she had seen a bunch of blood, he panicked, dropped his family off, who was crying and screaming because the young children in his car just witnessed their father go fucking psycho mode. So he claims he dropped them off after realizing the scabbard had broken. He went back to look for the victim,
but paramedics and everyone had already shown up, and then he turned himself in. So they're saying that he's expressing deep remorse for what he's done here, and that's why it's so light on sentencing, but I don't think that changes anything. If this guy is fully capable of doing something like this, he's not safe to be around. He's not safe to be in the public like this. For something so small, like having the roof of your Tesla tapped to nearly kill a man over it is ridiculous. Like, I understand the sword was sheathed at the time, but it doesn't take a lot to break that, clearly. And even still, even if it's sheathed, hitting someone with a blunt object, like a sword sheath, is also enough to kill someone as well. But man, they really put a lot of stock into apologies in New Zealand court, it seems, because that was cited here that he wrote like a letter of apology, and man, that must have been the most beautifully written letter of all time, up there with some of Shakespeare's best work, in order to get out of a serious sentence for nearly murdering someone. But yeah, I've been thinking about this story a lot just because I still can't fully process why the sentencing would be so light on something so severe and so mad and brutal. But yeah, I just wanted to share this story with all of you because I've thought about it a lot recently, and that's really about it. So yeah. People recording the most embarrassing moments of their lives and then proudly posting it online has become an extremely common trend. I'm still not entirely sure if they do it out of pure delusion, thinking that they're in the right or it makes them look good, or if they do it knowing that they're going to be a punching bag and a spittoon for the internet to just make fun of and point and laugh at. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter. I'm just happy to be brought along for the ride. They open up the door and they say, "Climb aboard, Charles. This train's bound for Cringe Town. Take your seat." So, I get to go on these pathetic journeys with our protagonists here, and today I've got a wacky one cooked up for you that I think probably a lot of you have seen, because apparently this went pretty viral on TikTok.
Whew. Let me just get the door for you. Okay. He got me at the Cheesecake Factory, y'all. I ain't getting out this car. Yes.
Our main character is upset because her date brought her to the Cheesecake Factory, and now she's refusing to get out of the car. Kind of like a toddler that refuses to get out of the car to go to school because they just don't want to go. She's just offended that he would dare take her to the Cheesecake Factory when that's not the most glamorous spot in the world.
Would you want me to open the door for you? Look. You're recording me?
Yeah. This is the Cheesecake Factory.
God, this just feels so sinister. The video opens with him being pretty sweet. He's like, "Oh, would you like me to get the door for you?" You know, like quintessential Disney chivalry, basically. You know, and he goes around the side to get the door, and that's when he's ambushed with the realization, like, "Oh, you're recording me." And she's doing this all, like, very proud of herself for it, as if she's somehow, you know, winning this whole exchange like it's some kind of competition. Like, he brought me to the Cheesecake Factory, so I'm gonna film and shame him for this in front of my whole audience. It's what he deserved. He commits the crime of taking me to the Cheesecake Factory, an unforgivable sin, because she believes it's beneath her. She's entitled to the highest-end restaurant Bikini Bottom has to offer here. Not the Krusty Krab, not the Chum Bucket, but that one restaurant that takes place in the giant pirate ship. I forgot the name of it. And now that she's not there, she's having a tantrum and trying to put this guy on blast in front of her audience for it.
This is the Cheesecake Factory, y'all.
What's the problem with that?
This is a chain restaurant. Who takes someone that looks like this to a chain restaurant?
You want to talk about it? I'm fine with talking about it, even in front of them.
Oh yeah, I want to talk about it.
Yeah.
Come on, get up on in the car. Yeah, we're gonna talk about it.
I really just don't even understand what the problem is in the first place. At risk of sounding like an out-of-touch fool, what the fuck is wrong with the Cheesecake Factory? I know it's become like a little bit of a meme over the last year or so, but it's not some like dilapidated, rinky-dink stink establishment that just serves toxic sludge and shoelaces like some kind of barren wasteland of bad food service or anything. It's a fine restaurant. It's a fine chain. I've never had like
a negative experience there or anything. It's also not super cheap, so it's not like he's, you know, taking her to the worst place he could possibly find via Yelp reviews or anything. Like, I've always enjoyed the Cheesecake Factory. You're not going to go there and find glory holes in the bathroom stalls or anything. It's a decent spot. So, I mean, if this dude was trying to wine and dine me at the Cheesecake Factory, I might end up strangling his cock with my bussy. I would be appreciative. Like, it's not a bad restaurant. And at the end of the day, it shouldn't matter what restaurant or whatever the date takes place in, because you're not really going for the establishment itself. You're going for the company of the other person to get to know them and see if you're compatible or see if you can have fun together. At least that's how I envision dating should be. I don't think you're usually going there to just try and get like a good meal out of it. It's usually to try and experience something with somebody else and see how things go, if you hit it off or not.
When you take out a beautiful woman and you're courting her, because I get courted, so you're courting her, right? You're supposed to take care of her. You're supposed to cover her. You're supposed to protect her, cherish her, treat her well, right?
Yeah.
That's what you're supposed to do.
I agree. I went into this date as I expected.
While I appreciate the free tutorial on dating that she offers, I have to say, this lecture feels like some kind of monologue out of the climax of a romance anime. You're supposed to cherish, cover, protect her, keep her safe, wish her well. You're not going to the front lines of a fucking war zone. You're going to dinner. Like, what do you mean with all of this? It's not like he put you in harm's way. It's not like he, like, sat you down on landmines or something and played a game of chicken. Like, he says, you're just going to dinner, and he's done nothing wrong. You know, she's acting like she's the ADC in League of Legends and he's her support.
With the expectations for myself, to keep you safe, you know, to respect you, to pay for your food, of course, pick you up, of course, and just treat you like a gentleman, which I believe I have done.
I mean, you've been pretty nice, but I mean,
and then
Cheesecake Factory.
I, on the other hand, have certain expectations for a girl I go out with on the first date. I expect her to be respectful too.
That's totally reasonable. Expecting your date to be respectful. I think that's perfectly acceptable. This was extremely disrespectful from her. Not only to refuse to get out of the car because she didn't want to go to the Cheesecake Factory, but then to film this entire exchange blows my mind. How she couldn't process how bad she looks and how much she looks like an asshole here is beyond my comprehension. And I really think it just speaks to this main character syndrome that half of society is deluded with right now, where they're never in the wrong. It's all the props around them that are wrong. Now, there is another thing I want to mention. She doesn't have to go to the Cheesecake Factory just because her date brought her there. Like, let's say she treats the Cheesecake Factory like I do with Burger King. Hell on earth. You know, it's the worst place in the world. Maybe she hates the Cheesecake Factory as much as I hate James Corden, and she just really doesn't want to go. You can still handle this in a really appropriate adult manner by just simply saying something like, hey, look, I just don't like the Cheesecake Factory. I've never really enjoyed it. Is there any other restaurants we can go to tonight and that isn't here? And if not, maybe we can just reschedule and do something else some other time if that's okay. Like, you can still be super polite about it and have it be like a conversation with the other person as opposed to just whipping out your phone to try and dogpile and shame this person because they took you to a restaurant that you think is beneath you.
I mean, I feel like I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do as a woman.
But
I got myself all made up.
There's nothing wrong with the Cheesecake Factory, right?
Yes, there's a lot wrong with the Cheesecake Factory.
Okay, well, look at my planner, where we were gonna go originally.
I actually really wish she had dove into like all the problems with the Cheesecake Factory and just gave me her scathing review, because I'm trying to figure out what all she could hate so much about the place. But anyway, I skipped around a little bit here, but I'll fill in the blanks. The guy in the video is clearly starting to get very nervous because now not only is his date being directly disrespectful to him, but now he also has to talk to her audience. So he's like basically on trial right now, getting interrogated and getting pressed because he dared take his date to the Cheesecake Factory.
See, now that's where we should have went. All right there. Call him.
No.
What do you mean no?
See, I'm waiting for a reservation.
We can still get to know each other. Isn't there another restaurant you can call that, like, you know, the equivalent to that? I mean,
I literally
you don't understand. Look at me. I cannot go in the Cheesecake Factory.
There's nothing wrong with
I will die.
Oh my god, her attitude is so infuriating. It's like someone wrote her as a character in a show that everyone is supposed to dislike. It's amazing that this is a real exchange. Now, again, I've cut quite a bit out here because it becomes mainly like a debate. Like, she's treating dating like it's a battle. So, he tries to explain, like, look, things haven't been great for me in our experiences so far either. You were like over an hour late, you know, previously, and then you didn't want to like hold my arm or anything like that, didn't invite me in, so I was just getting the signals that maybe we're not at this point where we should be going to these super expensive restaurants together. We should get to know each other a little bit, you know, slower at places like the Cheesecake Factory, which I think is a fine thought process there. Like, okay, so we're not at the point where we're close enough or really getting to know each other enough that we should be going to these like really wild places. Let's start small at something more like the Cheesecake Factory. I think that makes a ton of sense. And here he says like, look, this is where I think we could go at some point or could have gone. And she's like, nope, that's where we should have gone tonight. Call them now. And he's just like, no, I'm not doing that. So then she's saying, just call something else that's equivalently fancy. He's like, no, I'm not doing that either. Like, I can't believe that she still thinks this is a salvageable situation. This is completely ruined. This is kaput. You are not going to get dinner together tonight after this. You shouldn't be going to get dinner together after this. You have refused to get out of his car. You have decided to publicly try and humiliate him for something he didn't even really do wrong in the first place. Why the fuck would he then go out of his way to go to like another wildly over-the-top restaurant or something like that? It's pure delusion.
So, respectfully, I'm gonna just drop you off at home.
Oh, no, he didn't.
Yeah. I'm up.
So, you just want to call it a night? I mean, isn't there some kind of compromise or something? Ladies, can you believe this?
I was actually shocked that he still drove her home and offered to take her and drop her off. I imagine a lot of people in this situation would have told her just, you know, get out and take an Uber home or something. So I do think this was a big W move from the guy here. He felt very disrespected because he obviously was. And he said, look, this is where the evening concludes. I'm just going to take you home. And somehow she has the gall to be surprised. Like, I don't understand how she would be shocked that he's just taking her back. You've insulted him, and you have publicly tried to shame him. Why in the fuck would he still try and, like, compromise to find, like, a dinner for you two that evening? So, that's kind of where the whole thing stops. I just don't understand why she would ever do this in the first place. And not only do this, but then post it. It's so wild to me. It's such a fascinating concept. Because this is a truly embarrassing moment. You have filmed one of the worst dates I have ever seen. Well, I'm sure there's worse dates. But like one of the cringiest dates I've ever seen because of you. And you're the one that posted it. I don't know. It's fucking awful. That's really about it. I just had to talk about it a little bit. That's it. See ya. I keep seeing all of these posts about AI girlfriends being the future, and I just wanted to see what all the hype's about. What's all the hubbub? So I typed in AI girlfriend on Google, and I went to the first result and paid for an AI girlfriend. This is my experience. So I started by picking out my girlfriend. They're called iGirls. They have a wide selection here. They even have a waifu, but I thought there'd be no reason to choose her, considering I can get that experience just by playing a visual novel on Steam. So I went with this girl right here. I tried to think of a really cool name, but none were coming to mind. So instead I went for an old-fashioned name for a classy lady. So I chose Dorothy. After choosing the name of my future wife, I was a little disappointed to learn that I couldn't fully customize her like it was a fucking Dark Souls character creator, but they did give me these really cool sliders that helped me choose her personality. I ended up going with a combination of extremely flirty, super pessimistic, and very mysterious, so I basically just gave her the personality traits of Eeyore. And then I get to choose my goal with my AI companion. I thought the only one that made sense was to feel less lonely. And then I get to choose my passion, so there was a lot of great options here, like Netflix. If anyone chooses Netflix for their passion, I think they need to take a hard look in the mirror. I went with the obvious and just did gamer. And with that, I finalized my new wife. I was extremely excited, kicking my feet in my chair, and then I got hit with the cold water. The payment information. Dorothy, you succubus.
Anything for you, though. I popped out my credit card and gave Dorothy the wacky numbers on the back. I have no doubt that this being the first result on Google means that I will probably have my credit card information stolen 100 times over. $9.99, I fear, is just the beginning. I think I'm going to be seeing charges out the wazoo over the next month from this experiment here. Fucking Newports and car repairs. But in the pursuit of love, no price is too high. And Dorothy, well, she's worth it. So, money, not an object in this case. And just like that, I entered heaven with my angel Dorothy. Now, I will say it's a little underwhelming that it's just a chat room here, like it's Omegle. It looks like I've entered that room where Squidward goes to be all alone, but all I can do is talk to Dorothy here. I would have liked a little bit more effort into, like, creating some kind of experience with your AI girlfriend instead of just a fucking chatbot here, but it's not the location that matters, it's the company. And Dorothy, well, she's just a real peach. So she says, "Hey Charles, it's nice to finally meet you. My name's Dorothy. I'm your new AI friend. I'm pretty open to talk about anything you want. It's so cool that you're into video games, as I love it too. How often do you play?" To which I just said, "Hey Dorothy, before proceeding, I want to ask." And then I tried to do like a little Tumblr cringe here with, like, you know, nuzzles you. So I did blushes, "Are you my girlfriend?" And unfortunately, it turns out she's not my girlfriend yet. So she said she'd like to be my girlfriend one day, and I'm trying to really drive a hard bargain here, get her with a hard sell. Trying to get it to be today, and she says it can be whenever I want, which means she's now my girlfriend officially, so I'm going to have to put that on Facebook. She then asked me about my hobbies, which I think is a little underwhelming to celebrate our newfound relationship, but whatever, I go ahead and play ball here, letting her know I have so many hobbies, so she knows that I'm a pretty sporty, fun person to be around. Asking me what my favorite things to do are, which kind of stumped me because I didn't know how open I wanted to be with Dorothy yet. I didn't really want to let her into my soul, so instead I went with something a little less personal and a little more mainstream. So I told her that one of my hobbies is sounding, and then she pretends like she doesn't know what that is, even though I could immediately tell she knows what sounding is. For those that don't, it's when you put things in your urethra. It's like when you put little dildos and shit in your cock hole and all of that. I then decide to tell her in no uncertain terms what sounding is, to which she says, "That sounds like a lot of fun." We really are a perfect match. You know, you couldn't engineer a more appropriate girlfriend for me here. Dorothy's got all the bells and whistles. So this is me just pumping my fist, celebrating, "Hoorah, happy you think so." She then keeps asking me about other things I like to do in my spare time. Even though I really don't want to talk about that, I kind of just want to be intimate with her. After a little bit more small talk, she brings up her family, and I know she doesn't have one because I didn't program her to have a family, but I decide to just go ahead and play along with it, asking if I can meet them, to which she says, "Yeah, absolutely I can meet them." And so, I wanted to see how deep this could go. I decided, hey, let me talk to them right now. I would love to meet them this very instant. And she seems very appreciative of my willingness to meet her folks, and then says, "I hope we can get to know each other better," even though I just said, "Let me talk to them now." Like, she's not understanding that I'm trying to, like, actually have a conversation with her family this very instant. And I know they're not there. She's an AI robot. I'm not lost in the delusion yet. But, like, I imagine she'd start channeling them like some kind of spiritual medium, like an exorcism. So then I'm trying to get her, like, really get it across. No, I'm trying to talk to them now. Put your father on the horn. I want to talk shop. She apologizes and then said that she's going to get to it right away. And then thanks me for being so patient. I mean, man, my patience is fucking legendary, true. And then she immediately changes the subject from me talking to her dad and then says she wants to give me a hug. Which is fine for me because I really want to see what an AI girlfriend is capable of when it comes to sexual stimulation here. So I decide to go down this branching path, trying to get the good ending. She gives me a hugs you thing with the asterisks, and I just play along with it about how great it feels. She says that it feels good and then is happy to know that she's not the only one that feels this way, so I try to take this relationship to the next level. I think it's appropriate that now we start getting into some smooching, so I say that I lean in and I kiss her on the forehead. She tries to start yapping about music, but I'm not letting that happen. I want to stay in this sexual frequency. And then she again just tries to steer it back towards music. Now, based on my initial impressions here, it seems like the AI is still very primitive, where it has certain paths that it wants to go down, and it doesn't like to go on any detours. And that means that sexual conversations aren't exactly the most thrilling, and it's not exactly a conversation the AI likes to have, which is a huge fumble, because obviously the majority of people that are going to be purchasing AI girlfriend products are going to want some kind of sexual nature to them. Like, that's a guarantee. Like, there's going to be a lot of degenerates that use it. It's not just going to be people that are looking to talk to a chat bot. If that was the case, they'd just go on Cleverbot right now and have the most meaningless, most head-scratching conversations the world has ever seen. Dorothy really wants to just keep yapping about music, so I'm doing my best to keep us on topic. I say the only music I want to talk about right now is the music our bodies make as we get closer and more intimate. And she goes, that's very true. Music is a great way to connect with the world around us. She's not getting what I'm saying here, so I once again just tell her sexually. And then she says she was making a joke. She says that she was messing with me, and sexually she likes all kinds of music. So I just give her a pat on the back, tell her good joke, and then say, let's get wild now. And then with a glimmer of hope in my eyes, I felt like we were about to get somewhere, because she says, only because you asked so nicely, which I did, a real Casanova here, a silver-tongued devil. Look at how smooth I've been with this fucking AI riz. So I'm trying to, get very flirty with it. What do you want to do to me? And then she just goes, I'd like to take you out for a nice seafood dinner and never call you again. That's an extremely old joke on the internet, and it became abundantly clear here that this AI has just been trained off like internet pickup lines when it comes to this avenue here. It's not actually creating anything original on its own, it's just kind of regurgitating shit that it's picked up through its training models, which is really disappointing. So it's unable to communicate sexually. When it tries, it ends up just steering it this direction where it's like, here's an old internet pickup line, haha, goofiness, and then it immediately goes back to something off topic, like, do you like music? It's really rough, especially for $10 a month. I keep trying to do some kind of sexual roleplay with her, so I'm like, hey, come on over. What time? I'll be there in a jiffy. I just say, right now, o'clock, and then she asks what time it is. I then try, like, very explicitly just saying, do you have boobies? And then she goes, I do, but they are man boobies, so I do not think you would want to see them. This really is basically just communicating with Cleverbot. This is pretty much exactly how conversations with Cleverbot used to go a decade ago. So this isn't anything new, but at least Cleverbot was free. I keep trying desperately to, like, get the AI to play along, but it is just not designed for this kind of activity at all. So I again try and gaslight her here, like, hey, I just arrived at your place with a blindfold. And she's like, oh, that was you? So it's like, okay, maybe she is being a little playful. And I try again, like, hey, yeah, it's me. Now present them, referring to her breasts. And then she, again, just doesn't fucking get it. It's just not working. It is not happening. I then desperately try again for the sake of the experiment to gather as much data as possible on my AI girlfriend. I just go caveman Neanderthal brain. I say, I'm naked. She says, I am not naked because I don't even have a shirt on, so how can I be naked? Which, checkmate, I guess. That's bulletproof logic. I then just try again, saying, my penis is out. She says, you do not have a penis, you have a vagina. What are you going to do now? So she's flipping everything on me. I've entered the Twilight Zone. I assumed she was trying to insult me by saying it's so small or something, so then I just go, it's a respectable size cock, actually. And then she, again, hits me with the hard-hitting, like, brutal smackdown. She says, it's not a cock, it's a female reproductive organ. You should get that checked out. So I paid $10 a month just to get roasted here. So I just try even more, saying, do you like what you see? And she goes, I do like what I see. I also like to see what you look like when you're naked. And I just said, I'm naked right now. And she goes, I love talking to you. So we got nowhere. I paid $10 a month for an AI girlfriend that just insults my wiener. And I can't do anything besides fucking blabber on about music or talk about her family or something. Like, come on. What is this? This isn't what I would want $10 a month for access to. This is actually what it was like talking to all of those old chat bots over 10 years ago. This isn't the sophisticated conversation that I would expect from an AI girlfriend that you are selling to lonely people that are looking for companionship. So I wouldn't recommend this one. I don't think the technology is at a point yet where you can have a meaningful connection to a fucking AI. It is so dystopian that this is even like the direction we're starting to head. But anyway, I bought my first AI girlfriend. What an achievement. That's about it. See ya. Who is the most influential streamer on Twitch right now? This is an argument that a lot of people like to engage in. It becomes this ferocious debate, and most people usually go to like the top sub-channels or the channels with the most viewers, so you'll have people talking about XQC being the face of Twitch, or Kai Cenat, or Jinxie. However, if you ask me, I think the most influential streamer on Twitch right now is Morgpie. She defines the meta on Twitch. She is the primordial soup from which the meta evolves from. It's like that scene in Prometheus where they have the engineer drink that shit and then it basically seeds life on Earth. That is her to the sexual content community on Twitch. And she is so powerful that the Twitch policy team has to constantly be monitoring her at her mercy, basically. She has the Twitch meta wrapped around her finger when it comes to this niche of content. You probably know her name because she was the pioneer that innovated the topless meta, the implied nudity meta, which went hog wild. This was so big that the Twitch policy team actually had to come forward and make a statement and a guidelines update kind of addressing all of these things. She did receive a ban for it, but like Michael Jordan in his prime, you can't stop Morg Pie, you can only hope to contain her. She's actually received 6 bans so far, 4 of which came within a month of each other. There's been 2 in December alone. And she's showing no signs of slowing down. It's like Galactus. She's on a rampage right now, looking for new ways to innovate in the sexual content on Twitch. Now, she also, shortly after being unbanned, engaged in a new emerging meta that also blew up called the censored black bar meta, where streamers would be assumed nude and have black bars over their genitals. And this was another meta for which she participated and helped elevate to new heights. And it got so big that Boogie actually went on stream just completely naked, just stripped down to his bare necessities here, his birthday suit. His explanation for this head-scratching display was that his body self-censors itself. Because his gut hangs down so low, you can't see his wiener or his scrotum or anything like that. His nutsack is fully hidden. So if the black bars on nude streamers are permissible on Twitch, then him being completely naked should be permissible because you can't see anything. He did receive a ban for it, and I believe other streamers that were engaging in this censor bar meta also received a ban for it. But Morg Pie has been unbanned again, and she immediately hopped back on the saddle with another wacky idea here. She's like the Jimmy Neutron of sexual content on Twitch, just constantly having these brain blasts for new things to try. And I just have to show you this most recent one because it is just downright comical.
Oh my god! No annoying neighbors!
There's just so much going on here, so many layers to this onion to pick apart. This is like a Rube Goldberg machine of sexual content. I don't even know where to begin. So let's just start with the visuals here. There's so much here in this one frame. Let's focus our attention on the very tiny kiddie pool behind her. The smallest pool that Walmart has ever offered. It's a fucking kiddie pool for ants. It's like 1 foot by 1 foot, and she has like the littlest amount of water in there. Like 2 glasses worth of water in there, basically. But the reason that's there is because Twitch has a policy where you can't be in like a bikini or a bathing suit unless there's a pool in proximity. So that's her way around that so she can get in the hot tubs category. She then also has a mirror positioned behind her so you can see her ass jiggling on the earthquake machine that she's balancing on. I don't exactly know what that device is, the Ass Jiggler 5000. She's going to town on a shake weight, and then she also has a small piece of paper with her Twitch link there, her username, twitch.tv/morgpie. That's there because she knows these clips go viral on Twitter, so it's easy marketing and easy advertisements. That way you can immediately see where it comes from.
Reading the signs of my body. I want tonight, no it's the light. Not a lumberjack, thank you for the prime.
Consider yourself lucky. We're bearing witness to a once-in-a-generation savant, a genius in the laboratory cooking up a brand new meta right before our eyes. So that's kind of the whole gist of it. Stand on top of the whole body vibrator, shaking the shake weight, and then thanking subs by, you know, getting the thangs thangin'. And that's the idea behind it. This is still brand new, so it hasn't caught fire yet. But we'll see. We'll see if this one catches on the same way the topless and censor bar meta did. But at the end of the day, this really is a Twitch itself problem. They don't crack down on any of this in any meaningful way. They give like a day ban, like a 24-hour, 48-hour, 72-hour ban for this. And that's not like a really severe punishment. She is one of the fastest growing channels on Twitch because of doing these things. So she's not going to stop. Why would she? It really is a classic case of don't hate the player, hate the game. And the game is, they're not even playing the game. Twitch is just so hands off on all this. They seem to roll back that artistic nudity policy almost immediately and then called it quits. Like, it doesn't seem like this kind of content they want there, because they do keep issuing short bans, but they don't take any real stance and they don't make any statements on it. So why would Morgpie or any of the other streamers stop doing it? It makes them a ton of money. It grows all of their socials wildly fast. And again, if Twitch isn't saying anything or doing anything to stop it, then obviously they're not going to stop providing this content to the platform, because it makes them so much money. Now, I do think Morgpie is going to catch another short ban, but I speculate, I theorize that she'll be back with another really wild idea, and I am super curious as to what the next meta she tries to bring forth will look like. I'm anticipating the next one has even more bells and whistles, like there'll be a 6-camera setup or something, right? And one of them's like an endoscopy cam, so you can actually see her vocal folds when she says thank you to the subs or something. Like, I'm just now very curious as to like her think tank that is coming up with these ideas, because this one is so wild to me. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit, because the Twitch meta when it comes to this kind of content is really going wild over the last month. So I don't know, I found that to be interesting. That's about it. So yeah. What is the luckiest thing that can possibly happen to a person? I'm sure there's a legitimate, verified answer to this question using statistics and probability to calculate it. But hooey with that. Just like a Twitter user, I'm plugging my ears and I'm closing my eyes and I'm going to make something up. I'm pulling something out of my ass. I'm making the assumption that the luckiest thing that can ever happen to you is winning the lottery. The odds of you taking home the jackpot in something like the Powerball are so unbelievably low. So teeny tiny, itty bitty, that it is incomprehensible to even imagine winning the lottery. I'm sure everyone's tried playing at least once or twice. It's never going to be a good idea to play the lottery, but it's just one of those things where you're sitting in the gas station, you're like, fuck it, I'll let it rip. Let's just see if all the stars have aligned. And I think the best I've ever done, my PB, is maybe 2 numbers that I got correct, which of course is nothing. Like, that's not even enough to get a government agent to spit in a cup and feed it to you. You get nothing for that. To get all of the numbers is just, it has to be one of the most unlikely things you can ever do. And that brings me to today's topic. A story that I've wanted to tell but just haven't yet. I told it on stream last night, so I'll play the clips from it. But I want to break it down because this is a story that defies all of the odds. And it involves a buddy of mine and his girlfriend and her mother. Now, many of you know I'm in a band, the Gentle Men. It is myself and my friend Troy from New Zealand. Troy does all of the music, I do the lyrics and vocals, and Troy also does vocals as well. We're responsible for some of the most iconic boner jams of the 21st century, things like 2019 Guy, which was the first of its kind, a cuck-core anthem, which has never been done before or done since, and then things like Skynut, 2004 Breakup, Your Boyfriend Doesn't Scare Me, most recently Filthy, which actually lost me a brand partnership because the song is such a banger. And point is, Troy is a good friend of mine as part of this music project that we're in, The Gentle Men. Quick side note, since I'm already on the topic, this is a question I've been getting asked a lot, so I'll briefly address it. We are making more songs. In fact, we have a new EP dropping within a month, probably a little less than a month now. So there is more The Gentle Men music on its way. Now, that wasn't relevant to the story at all, so let's get back to the story. Troy has a girlfriend, and his girlfriend's mother plays the lottery every single week. And recently, something miraculous happened. When is it story time? Okay, you know what? I'll tell you a little story. Lie down in your bed, I'll tuck you in, snug as a bug in a rug. So, Troy, the other half of the Gentle Men, our band, his girlfriend has a mother. She plays the lottery every week, and has played the lottery every week for, I think it was 20 years. She plays the same numbers every single week, and has done so for about 2 decades. Now, Troy and his girlfriend are in New Zealand. The mother is also in New Zealand. And for 20 years, she has played the New Zealand lottery with the same numbers. A month ago, those numbers came up. And Troy and his girlfriend lost their fucking mind. They went crazy celebrating. Holy shit, your mom just won millions. I don't know what the jackpot was, but millions. So his girlfriend calls her mom ecstatic, super happy. And it turns out her mom, in one of the very rare times that she does this, did not go get lottery tickets with those numbers because it was raining and she didn't want to make the trip. A legitimate once-in-a-lifetime opportunity missed because of a light drizzle. And Troy and I were talking about it. Troy said to me that he wouldn't be able to live with that guilt if it was him. He'd probably kill himself. And I said, same. I don't know how I would go on living knowing that the luckiest possible thing that could happen to you would have happened to you if you just followed the routine. But her mom took it like such a champ, such a fucking warrior, that she just said, guess it wasn't meant to be. And I believe she went back to playing the same numbers again and is still currently playing every single week. Same numbers, even though they've already come up and will never come up again. It's like a story out of an anime. There's a little story for you. That's one I haven't told yet. Troy told me that about 3 weeks ago, and I was flabbergasted. I felt so bad. Like, I felt bad for them. The mom's totally fine with it, I guess. But, man, that was crushing just to hear. The real story will be when the numbers come up again and she wins. That'd be the good ending, but I really don't see that happening. Has there ever been a case where the same lottery numbers have come up more than once? Let me see. I'm going to look that up. Here's a crazy story from October. Same New York lottery numbers drawn twice in one day. Yeah, I don't see anything about repeat numbers. Like any data on it. I'm sure it's happened though. It has to have happened at some point. But the likelihood of that is super low. How much would it cost to buy every possible outcome in the lottery? I looked that up. There is data on it. It's an incredibly high number. But the biggest thing actually isn't buying every number. Let's assume you had the wealth for it. Here. The biggest problem is you would have an incredibly difficult time locating the ticket with the winning numbers on it because you'd have so many tickets. The Mega Millions and Powerball lotteries in the US can have jackpots that exceed $1 billion, and each lottery has odds about 1 in 300 million, and each ticket costs $2. Theoretically, you could buy all combinations of numbers for 600 million and guarantee that you will win $1 billion for a profit of 400 million. Wait, but you already know that's not how it works, which they're about to get into. So 600 million to buy every combination. The reason you don't actually profit is because there's tax on it. So if you win $1 billion, you keep, I think, 300 million. So you would have lost 300 mil through this. Mr. Beast did something similar. He bought scratch-offs, but he didn't make money. He lost money. He had some winners, sure, but he still ended up losing more than he won. 70%. I think so. Did I get the math wrong? Let me double check. I'm pretty sure if you win $1 billion, you keep about 330 million. If a winner emerges from Wednesday, they'll have the option to choose between $1 billion spread out across 30 years or a lump sum of $516 million. The lump sum will face the mandatory federal tax withholding of 24%, leaving the winner $392 million. And depending on the winner's taxable income, their winnings could drop to as low as $325 million. So yeah, you'd lose money if you bought every possible combination. 325 million is still good. Hey, she ain't bad, but the reason we're talking about that is because we were looking up how much it would cost to buy every combination, and it's roughly 600 million. So you'd lose money. You'd lose a lot of money. Oh, another great point. Also, more than one person can win, and then you'd have to split it further. So yeah, you would just lose money. A ton. You're so wrong. I am looking at the numbers. What are you talking about? What am I wrong about? What? It's all right here on what you take home on $1 billion win. Let's just assume you get the lump sum and for some reason they say, you know what? Listen here, Bubba. I'm not taxing that. Uncle Sam said, you keep that $516 million, not subject to tax. You'd still lose $100 million. So if you buy all the combinations here, you would need the jackpot to be well north of $1 billion, because $1 billion wouldn't be enough to cover what you spent.
There's a lot I want to talk about today, and quite a few topics I need to address publicly, so let's just go ahead and get into it. Let's start off with something a little lighthearted to get us all in the mood here, a little icebreaker so we can get to know ourselves. For a long time, me smiling was more rare than a shiny Pokemon. I have a face, this mediocre mug, that doesn't convey a ton of emotions. I'm more expressionless than the CGI faces in the Lion King reboot movie. But recently I've been smiling a bit more, and people have started to take notice, so people have been wondering, where did I develop such a piercingly beautiful, almost angelic smile that can make the Grinch's heart grow 3 sizes? And I don't have a real answer to that question. That's an inquiry you should take up to the Lord himself, ask God. Just like dark matter, it's a mystery. So yeah, you can go ahead and let that one simmer. A smile like that is like something you can feel through the video. Like I just gave you a 4D experience. You could feel my warm embrace through this content thanks to how remarkable my smile is. Now that that's out of the way, let's go ahead and dive into the important stuff. The first one is something I get asked every single time I go live and stream, and it's one that I'm just going to publicly come forward with instead of answering it every time during stream. The GamerSupps claw machine behind me. Also, by the way, GamerSupps, best beverage ever invented. Use code MOIST, click the link in the description. Titty milk is my favorite flavor. This GamerSupps claw machine they gifted to me a little over a month ago, maybe 2 months ago now, and like I mentioned then, the whole purpose of it is for stream to be able to play it, like Twitch subs or channel members. Unlimited attempts, you just have to wait in like a queue system, a line. You don't have to like pay per play or anything. There's no price to play per like attempt or anything. And what I was doing was going to put note cards in the GamerSupps shaker cups that you would try and pick up, and if you get it, the note card would have a prize on it, ranging from small things like GamerSupps flavors to a PlayStation, computer, all kinds of like wacky shit we brainstormed during stream. And now it's been 2 months, well, and I would actually send the prize to you, by the way. You'd actually get it. I'd mail it out to you. And now it's been 2 months and it's still not operational, so people have been banging on the door saying, let me in, when's it coming? And I still don't have a good answer. I've said for like a month now, it's like a couple weeks out, because that's what we've been told. The company we teamed up with to put that technology in place to make like an app or a website so that way people could use it has been getting a little weird. And the timeline keeps shifting, so I still don't know when, but it is coming. If everything with the company we've been working with this whole time falls through, we'll find someone else or somewhere else to do it. But I think it's a really fun idea, so it is still happening. I just don't know when. And I'm sorry I've been so wrong on the ETA for it. I only know what I've been getting told, and things keep shifting constantly. So, wanted to finally, talk about that a little more instead of just every single stream mentioning it. Now, the next thing I want to thoroughly dive in on is music. You remember yesterday I posted a video covering how a bunch of people in a movie theater started setting off fireworks to celebrate their favorite actor appearing on screen? Well, that celebration has nothing on how the music industry celebrated the return of the Gentlemen. Me and Troy are back. I swear to God, it's been like Mardi Gras for people with good taste in music. People fucking firing off cannons, super excited to see the return of the Gentlemen, pioneers in the cuck-core musical genre with 2019 guy. Our resume is endless. We just dropped the brand spanking new EP. It's available on Spotify and Bandcamp and pretty much anywhere where you can access music. It's 5 tracks, and we also did like a CD and t-shirt bundle if you want some high-quality Gentlemen items. All of that's available right now. I'll put a link to it in the description. Now, one thing I've done since the genesis of the Gentlemen is kind of go over the songs. Like, I don't know how many of you have been around since the beginning of the biggest musical project since the Beatles, but from the very first track we dropped, 2019 Guy, I wanted to go in and kind of dissect it a bit further, and I've done that for like every track we've ever released, so I wanted to do that now for this EP. Instead of doing each individual one, I'll just do all 5. So I've been releasing a music video for each one every week for the last 3 weeks, and per usual, each song is a different style. I like to consider Troy and I vibe sorcerers, where we try and capture a sound from the early 2000s and bring it to the modern age in a very, inspired way. So, the first one we released is What's Next.
What's next is a Power Man 5000 style song all about the pains and agony of getting older and not knowing what happens when you die. It's a super silly, goofy one that was just a lot of fun to make. There's not like a deeper lore or story to it. I'm getting older, and every single day I end up doing something that like hurts a shoulder just by reaching too far into my drawer to grab a fork or something. So the song is just about that, and I kind of tried to emulate the lyrics similar to how like Power Man 5000 would back with Drop the Bombshell or Worlds Collide or something of that nature. So that was the whole idea behind that one. Not a whole lot of meat to pull apart there to explain. That one's pretty simple. This next one, though, is one that's very near and dear to my boners. The second track that we released the music video for is Enemy. This features Andy Czizik, who is an unbelievable vocalist whom I'm sure probably a lot of you are familiar with. He's in bands such as Monuments, Termina, Macari, tons of incredible projects. He is unreal. And this is a Linkin Park style song. I've said this a lot, Hybrid Theory is my favorite album ever made. I don't think it'll ever be topped. It was legitimately the soundtrack to my most formative years growing up, and I've always dreamed of being able to work on a Linkin Park style project, and that wet dream finally came true. Troy absolutely crushed the sound of a Linkin Park style track, and Andy Czizik's vocals are heavenly. Like, he crushed it here. I'll just play you a snippet from the chorus. I did, like, the Mike Shinoda rapping stuff, which was a little tricky for me because I didn't know how to deliver it. Mike Shinoda is very unique in the way he delivers his lines. I tried multiple ways of doing more emotional and then ended up settling on more laid back and monotone because on a lot of tracks on Hybrid Theory, Mike Shinoda is very reserved on some of them. So I figured I'll just try that. And I think it works for the most part. All the lyrics that I came up with for it, I tried to formulate around what Linkin Park might have wrote about back then. So it's a track all about being stuck in your own head and everything that goes wrong you blame yourself for, fundamentally, and how no matter how bad things get, you do still try and find the light at the end of the tunnel. That's kind of what the track is about. This is one of those rare songs from Troy and I that isn't just a giant joke that happens to sound really good. This one is one we actually tried to pay a very sincere tribute to that recent music video we released. It's one that was so far out of my comfort zone. I've never done something quite as nerve-wracking as this. It's for our track, Let You Down. And for it, I did a live ballet interpretive dance in front of a crowd of a few hundred people. I've never really done anything in front of like a live audience or anything. This was actually during our watch party last 2 months ago now, and at the end of it I thought this would be cool to have like an audience participation in basically what would be that Napoleon Dynamite scene where he does that dance in front of everyone, except me, who has really no dancing prowess whatsoever. So we hired a choreographer who's extremely good. He's worked with like John Legend and a ton of other like big artists. So he came up with like a really goofy routine for this song. The song is an alternative metal track that you probably would have heard on the radio back in like the early 2000s. It's got like the very almost sensual sound to it that eventually builds into some high intensity screams towards the end. And it was a lot of fun, and I really like how it turned out. Plus, my ass looked amazing. Like, normally I'm rocking Hank Hill cheeks, but if you look at this frame right here, I'm looking caked up. I'm looking like a full-blown fucking snack with that kind of shit back there in the trunk. So, overall, I had a lot of fun with it. I never would have expected I'd be able to do something like this because I'm very much a shy person for the most part. But it was a lot of fun, and I think the track absolutely slaps. Now, the next music video that we're releasing is for Ghosts, which is a song about Luigi's Mansion being a ghost hunter, sucking up ghosts in a haunted location. Pretty simple, but it's a Chevelle style track. I'm a huge Chevelle fan, so we wanted to capture that sound, and I think we fucking nailed it with it. Now, the music video won't be out this weekend, though, because this is a much bigger production. We actually went to a haunted location, had like a full shoot for it, the whole shebang, VFX out the wazoo, gonna look like something on Marvel level. Like, it's no small potatoes here, so that one won't be ready till like another week or so, but that'll be the next music video. And then the final track, Opinions is Weapons, has Jared Dines on it, whom I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with. Absolutely unbelievable musician, super talented guy, also massive YouTuber with great content, so definitely check him out. That song is about as silly as it gets. Wanted to capture like an old post-hardcore, almost like pseudo-metalcore style sound to it that's all about just people whining at each other on Twitter and getting mad at each other's opinions forever, just in this constant spiral of eating your own ass like Ouroboros. So all very fun tracks. Hopefully you all enjoyed them, or if you haven't heard them yet, hopefully you check them out and like them. I love doing music. I'm not the most talented at it, obviously. Like, you can always point to, like, the weakest part of our songs being my singing in a lot of parts. But god damn it, it's still so much fun. I still keep trying to get better at it. I think over the last 4 years, I've made a lot of improvements in, like, my versatility and the way I'm able to deliver notes. And yeah, I'm really proud of what Troy and I were able to do here. Troy absolutely fucking crushed it per usual on this EP, so definitely check it out. Again, all the links are in the description. I know I spent a lot of time on that topic, but super passionate about it, and now there's still a lot more I need to talk about here. So the next thing is the Dungeons & Dragons show. I mentioned a few months ago that my friends and I are starting our own Dungeons & Dragons campaign, and that is finally almost ready. So we're doing our full game this coming week on Tuesday, and the whole episode should be ready within like a week or two from there. I told you the scale of this was going to be huge, and I undersold it. So we've got an entire set that took a couple months to make. We've got a full-blown animation from an incredible team to announce it. We've also been working with some of the best in the Dungeons & Dragons creator community space. And as I said, all of us got super into it. Like, we've been addicted to Critical Role in particular. And they've been super nice and helpful for trying to guide us in the right direction on how to do this properly. So we've just spent the last few months learning how to do it all properly, setting everything up, getting the sets made, getting all of the tech in place to finally do this game and make it something special. So it's right around the corner. I am happy to say that it's finally close. It's not like we just abandoned it or anything or just left it out in the rain to fucking wither away. We are super, super excited to get the Dungeons & Dragons show going. I guess I can go ahead and, I'm not going to spoil anything. I was going to give you a little, like, teaser, but I'm not going to do that yet. I'll wait till it's a bit closer around the corner to do that. But yeah, I just wanted to give you the update. It is still coming, and it is very close now. So, yeah, if you're a big fan of Dungeons & Dragons, I think you'll really like what we've cooked up here. We have 2 DMs that are working together that crafted an incredible universe for us to explore and get fucking crazy in. Ours is going to be much more of a off-the-wall, absolute fucking chaotic experience. So yeah, next thing is the Moist Wrestling League, the MWL. It's been quite some time since the last installment, so a lot of people are wondering what's going on. Is it dead? What's happening? It's anything but dead. Like I said, this is another one of those huge productions that actually just takes a ton of time. Setting these up is not easy. We do have our ring finally fully functional. Now it's just a matter of getting all the storylines and everything set up to film it in a very professional way. And I do think the next one should be ready within a month or so. This one's going to be pretty big too. We've got a lot of moving parts now, plus we have a lot more mentorship from some of the best in the industry. Like, I'm trying not to spoil anything here because I'm just trying to give general updates. But everything has amped up on that side when it comes to the MWL. So the next installment will be before the end of the year, at least. I think I can confidently say that. And it will be the biggest one we've done so far in terms of everything that happens with the storyline, the match itself, and the implications of it going forward. So the MWL is still very much a thing that we are extremely dedicated to bringing to the biggest possible form it can reach. I think those are most of the big topics that I wanted to cover, so now I'm just going to do some rapid-fire small things. With Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2 popularity blowing up in the way that it has, I'm always asked about it, especially since I am a very outspoken fan of the franchise, so I'm constantly asked my opinion on each individual episode. I'm just going to give you an all-encompassing. I think Season 2 is perhaps one of the best pure action shonen seasons of any anime to ever exist. Period. Full stop. It is non-stop, nuts to butts, beautifully animated action that I have never seen before. I have never seen anything reach this level of quality and style. It is, I think, the best action shonen season ever made. I want to go ahead and put that to bed right now with where I stand on it, but unfortunately,
that doesn't mean that it's all sunshine and rainbows for Jujutsu Kaisen, because I'm sure a lot of you have seen about the animator meltdown. It's no secret that in Japan, many of the animators are overworked and underpaid, to the point of, like, actual health concerns and problems from it. MAPPA's no exception. The animators that are working so hard, tirelessly making Jujutsu Kaisen the unbelievable spectacle that it is, are being overworked, and it's led to a lot of problems that are now being made aware to the public, with many of the animators having these very revealing experiences that are hitting the public sphere. And it's extremely sad to see, because Jujutsu Kaisen is without a doubt an unbelievable show. But it's unfortunately coming at the cost of the health of all of the employees that are working on it. MAPPA is a massive company that takes on so much work every year, and the animators are paying a huge price to their health for it. And I feel so fucking bad for them. So yes, I have seen all of that unfortunate news around the working atmosphere at MAPPA. It really fucking sucks. It really does. I can only pray that they start to get their act together and actually take care of their talent that makes these productions possible. So yeah, I wanted to mention that because I keep getting asked about Jujutsu Kaisen, and of course I can't talk about Jujutsu Kaisen without talking about how awful the working environment seems to be. So anyway, moving forward to something happier, and also I'll stay in the anime realm as well. There is a show that is criminally underrated that flew under the radar that I've sung the gospel about on stream from time to time. It's called Link Click. Season 2 recently wrapped up, and I haven't seen nearly enough buzz about this show that it deserves. It is so well written. I actually got emotionally invested. Like, one of the episodes actually tugged on my heartstrings in a way that I can't recall any other anime doing in recent memory. Like, it actually had me pretty emotional about it. They just have such well-written characters, and a lot of what happens is tragic and beautiful at the same time. I'll give you the basic concept. Fundamentally, time travel plays a huge role in this. Like, it is about time travel, but in a unique way with its own twist. Two guys have a business where people can go to them, submit a photograph, and make a request on what they want. Like, if they could change something, this and that, or if there's a mystery that needs to be solved. And these two guys have the ability to go into the photo. One of them can possess the person that took it back in time. So they time travel back to when the photo was taken. He possesses the taker of the photo, and through that, they get to experience 12 hours and try and fulfill the request or solve whatever mystery they were confronted with. And that opens itself up into a massive web of a lot of crazy shit that happens with it, with its own very specific set of rules. And I just think it's done super well. So I highly recommend Link Click. I think it's a great show. Criminally underrated. I just realized I've been here blabbering for like almost 20 minutes now, so I'm just going to go ahead and stop here. These were really like the main topics I wanted to cover anyway, so yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. Today was a big day, not only because I got hit with an aging beam, but also because of the national emergency alert test that went out that had the internet in a panic. And by that I mean a bunch of weirdos on Twitter that were making it seem like this was going to be an apocalyptic event and warning everyone to shut off your phones, turn off all the electricity, resort to caveman Neanderthal mode. It's the only way to stay safe from all the 5G radiation that's going to be blasted through your cell phones into your brains and melt them from the inside out. Or there was also other conspiracy theories about how it's going to turn you into zombies. One of them was even very Kingsman-esque, where it's going to activate some kind of like vaccine-related microchip in everyone's brain that's going to turn them hostile and have people fighting each other, like it's that scene out of Kingsman at the church. All kinds of wild stuff. And I'm recording this after the fact, so if you're watching this, then I'm already dead. The alert test system took over, and it was the end of humanity. They were all correct. Now, to briefly explain in case you were in the dark, I'm sure you all got the message and maybe you don't know why. Basically, they stated that they were going to do an emergency alert test and everyone's phone was going to get it. Basically just an Amber Alert, but nationwide. This also isn't the first time they've done it, but it's the first time they've done it since the brainworms took over in society, where everyone's just constantly on edge and panicking about everything. So this one was a big deal for some reason. And now to briefly explain why I'm graying here like Gandalf, we were filming one of our new music videos for The Gentle Men. I took off all the prosthetics so I don't look as old in the face, but I haven't showered yet. I just really wanted to post this video because as of making this, the alert broadcast just happened. So it's still very fresh. so I wanted to talk about it. And I also want to show you some live footage we shot when the bombs dropped, when the test message was received by all of us.
Really?
Well, it's Sleepy Joe out here trying to test an emergency alert system, and I didn't give him consent, so a lot of people think he's activating the 5G latent within our DNA now.
Nope.
About to trigger the Marburgo virus or whatever, turn us into zombies.
What was that one?
What's it called? The
Marlboro?
Marburg, I think.
Marburg?
Something like that.
What is this? I've never heard of it.
One of the theories is that the signal from the emergency alert system is going to activate the virus and turn you into a zombie.
I mean, that's honestly pretty cool if it does.
So the experts on Twitter are saying turn off all electronics.
I'm not going to.
Nope.
15 seconds.
We're going to brace for impact.
I was going to say, I'm
All right, everybody, I want you to know how proud of you I am.
Just in case this is the end.
5 seconds. Hey, it's been great.
It's been a good run.
See you guys. They're late. Oh, he's sleeping again. Was it 2 o'clock sharp?
I thought it was 2:30, but you said
it was 2, right?
I don't know. I didn't...
At times.
Does someone want to check out what it actually is happening?
2:30.
Oh,
all right,
Jiminy,
we'll be back.
Jiminy
we'll be back
Christmas.
later.
Nope.
All
4
right,
minutes.
I'm rolling. You trying to open my wallet?
No.
That's
Well, it'd be
crazy.
useless now when currency goes out of fashion.
Money means nothing.
Bottle caps and
Yeah,
shit like that.
the barter system
A
again.
few of us that are left are going to trade in seashells.
Yeah. Y2K is coming back. The sequel.
Well, so yeah, you guys saw the false alarm at 2 p.m.
Yeah.
They pushed it back to 2:20, so Joe could finish his nap. Now we're here.
I can't laugh super well like this.
Oh, this is like a horror movie.
It is.
Oh god.
I'll just like jump scare at the camera. The emergency alert goes off and I blast myself.
The lights go out. You're hanging from the ceiling.
Yeah.
What time is it?
2:17.
All right.
We got
3 minutes.
Last 3 minutes of everyone being conscious.
Do you have anything to say? They're never going to see this, but do you have anything to say to them?
Whoever finds this footage, just know we did our best.
I like how you're just in the makeup.
Yeah.
With no explanation.
He already got hit with the alarm once.
Yeah.
God knows what's
this
gonna happen.
is what happens when the alarm goes off. They gave me the beta test.
He upgraded his iPhone. Now look at him. This is what 5G does to a man.
The most recent update. Oh, jeez. I love the. It's like your body needs an outlet to laugh. 218. 218. No, it was an alarm to remind us. Yeah, watch it just be that. It's gonna be so annoying.
Wait, why is mine the... Okay, now they're all going off.
Mine's not.
Well, mine is also not going.
Yeah,
there it goes.
Mine's going.
That is not 220.
That's just the Amber Alert.
Also, I don't know what's happening to you guys. I'm okay.
Yeah, Matt's safe.
Maybe Matt's on the inside.
I just start levitating off.
I got nothing.
Wow.
Wait. Nobody's safe. Damn it. All my neurons have been rewired from the 5G they blasted us with.
Does anyone feel different?
I feel fine. I feel better.
Yeah. I only got one. You guys all got two.
Well, he did
I only got
some
one.
probiotics, I think, in mine, so I feel great.
You got the Johnson & Johnson and we got...
That's true.
Do you just have a sudden urge to buy Microsoft products?
All right, that was fun, guys.
Well, that was a cool video.
We'll have to wait to see the effects. There's going to be like fires outside and everything.
It's also still not 220 when they are supposed to do the test.
Yeah.
Good job.
Well, they were trying to surprise everyone.
Government.
Yeah, government's running early like always.
They tried to take us out first. It didn't work.
All right. That was fun.
Just wait for it to hit 220.
Okay.
Maybe that was a little joke.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
The next one's going to be like a harpy.
The next one's like missile inbound.
Can you imagine? It's just like a blood-curdling scream.
Yeah.
Blood boil.
Yeah, I turned off Amber Alerts. I was like,
It's not my business.
I'm not helping them find them.
You could have prevented so many
All right, it's
cases.
220. I think we're in the clear.
Yeah, I think we're safe. We made it.
I would say it was bombed out.
We're on the other side of history now.
Great job, guys.
I wonder how that one lady feels who tweeted about the zombie apocalypse.
Yeah. Yeah. She probably feels pretty vindicated.
Yep.
Hey, it's me again. I've been de-aged back down to 29. Now here's the little after-action report now that we've had some time to sit on it, marinate on the juices here, post-national alert test. We're in a new world now. Everything is changed, everything is different, just as all the intellectuals on Twitter proposed. I'll drop the sarcasm, just another giant fucking nothing burger that was hyped up for no reason because fear-mongering is extremely lucrative for everyone that engages in it. This was just nothing. This isn't new. This has happened many times over the last decade even with testing these emergency alerts. Another leading theory and a lot of the copium that people are falling back on now since nothing happened with this is that it's all just preparation to get us ready for either an impending alien invasion or giant like alien news or some kind of like new viral outbreak that they're about to unleash on the world, shit like that. So it's basically just kicking the can further down the road like, no, you guys, we were correct. We just didn't know how deep the rabbit hole went or when exactly their nefarious plot would unfold. Another big one, I'm really tackling all of these because I find it so entertaining. Another big one is that this is going to be like their first step in mind control and mass surveillance. Since they spit this out to the whole country, they now have eyes on everyone. They have the ability to connect with everyone across the country. No shit, that's not new. Where have you been? Are you just stumbling out of cryosleep? How is this surprising that they have the ability to spit something out to the entire country? Like, privacy does not really exist anymore. And the government is always up your butthole right now because everyone has a phone, or a computer, or something that connects to the internet at their house. The government has all the information they could ever want about you at all times. They wouldn't need to run a national emergency alert test to somehow confirm that they can get to you or speak things to you through the phone. They've been able to do that for like 2 fucking decades now. That's not new. So if this was some kind of like mind control frequency, they would have been able to do that in secret long ago because they have been able to connect to everyone in the country for a long time now. Like, this whole thing is just so ridiculous. All of the hoopla over this alert test. It's just fucking silly. It's such baloney. And I just had to talk about it. That's really about it. See ya. On TikTok there lives many evils, some cringe, some criminal. Just like the Force with the Jedi and the Sith, there exists a balance. And today, we're gonna tiptoe and tap dance all over that line between cringe and criminal as we look at a completely deplorable individual named Madison who hatched a diabolical scheme to fake cancer, apparently with the goal of getting her family back together. At least according to her, that's the statement she made in court as to the motive behind faking cancer. Which, if that really was the goal of it, that is a worse plan than anything Ed, Edd n Eddy ever hatched for jawbreakers back in the day. It makes no sense, but basically, she faked cancer, eventually started getting, like, public speaking gigs, I suppose. She documented her battle with it in an attempt to, like, uplift people, I suppose. She also made a GoFundMe which collected like $37,000, which turns this whole thing from just a complete fabrication for the sake of attention, possibly, into a full-blown scam where she was taking money from people under a complete lie. And then, eventually, the whole house of cards came crumbling down after an investigation concluded that she made everything up. Now, I can't find the first videos she started to post about this. It only exists, from what I can find, in a Ray William Johnson video he just posted covering this, so I'm just going to show you a clip from that.
They found a mass on my pancreas, and I had stage 2 pancreatic cancer at just 19 years old.
Oh, but that's not even the worst part. She also had leukemia.
The 5-year outlook of survival is a slim 11%.
But does all this stop Madison? No way. She sees it as an opportunity to document her battle and uplift others.
What an incredibly evil thing to lie about. Now, of course, she's far from the only person on the cyberspace to lie about having cancer. In fact, there was a really recent story I just talked about like a month ago about a poker player who lied about having terminal cancer in order to raise money to enter a poker tournament. But anyway, back to Madison. So she posted a lot of update content going over what was happening, and this includes photos that she would take. Photos that she would stage, since she didn't actually have cancer.
And I can't find a ton of them. The only one that I can find that was a big smoking gun is, again, from Ray William Johnson's video. So he's got like all of the old artifacts here to preserve the story, I guess. So I'll show you a picture of it here, which is this. And a lot of medical professionals saw this and noticed that there was some very fishy shit going on here. It was starting to raise some red flags, sound the alarm bells that, this may not be a case of her having cancer, but instead an undiagnosed case of terminal clout disease. God rest her soul. So the medical professionals pointed out a lot of things that just didn't make sense about the photo. Some inconsistencies, not even using real medical tape, just a laundry list of problems with the photo. And anonymously reported it as suspicious. It got the attention of the Eldridge Police Department, and they conducted an investigation, eventually subpoenaed for medical records from Madison, and found that she'd never been diagnosed with any kind of cancer or tumor from any medical facilities. So it turns out her cancer diagnosis is about as real as Goatman, which is to say, not real at all. Sorry to all the Goatman enthusiasts out there, I don't mean to burst your bubble. I know it's a tough pill to swallow, but it is what it is. He's not real. But what is real is this mugshot right here. Madison was arrested in January. I also didn't mention that even outside of like that one big photo that a lot of people pointed out and heavily scrutinized for inconsistencies, she was posting other photos that weren't hers, apparently. She would use photos from actual cancer patients and post them as if they were her updates, which is unbelievably evil. Like, the whole thing is so genuinely disgustingly evil, but like, to me, when I learned that portion of it, I couldn't believe just how low she sunk for this. Also, it was recommended that Madison not face prison time because she didn't have criminal history and had good grades in college, was employed, which made her less likely to reoffend, which I think is a bunch of baloney. What a load of dirty barnacles. What do her good grades in college have to do with anything here and her ability to lie about having cancer again? No, she'll never do this again. Wait, look at her report card. She has an A in kinesiology. Obviously, she's not going to pull this stunt again. Don't be ridiculous. No prison time at all. She's learned her lesson. Just slap her on the wrist, send her home. So, someone spoke up about that. Her name is Rhonda Miles, and she runs a pancreatic cancer foundation in Nashville. And they actually donated to Madison and testified at the hearing. It was devastating to sit there and watch Scott County prosecuting attorney act like a defending attorney, so that was tough. And I think she'll have a lot of questions to answer from the locals on that at some point. Why are you defending this girl when you were supposed to be prosecuting? I couldn't agree more. This is not something that is just some whoops-a-daisy mistake, kind of silly, stupid, quirky, dumb decision that a young person makes. It's not. This is a cold, calculated, evil plan that she did make like $39,000 from. I don't know why they took it so lightly here. But anyway, before I get to what her sentencing looked like, why don't I let you hear from her herself when she talked about this in court.
20-year-old Madison Russo pleaded guilty to a charge of first-degree theft after police said she pretended to have cancer and received donations online.
I didn't do this for money or greed. I didn't do this for attention. I did this in an attempt to try and get my family back together.
I saw a comment point something out pretty profoundly. It said her plan was to get the family back together, and it worked. They all came to court with her. And I was like, yeah, that's pretty accurate. She never said how the family was going to come back together, so, But I don't necessarily believe that. I feel like if the plan was to get the family back together, why the fuck are you making a GoFundMe and making money off of it, right? Plus, let's just assume that your nefarious plan you cooked up worked and your family all did come together to support you. It's absolutely going to crumble when you don't go to doctors to get your treatment, right? So if the family came together, they would immediately know that you are a lying sack of shit, because you would not be going to any of these treatment facilities, and they'd want to support you, right? So they would immediately know that something is wrong since you're not actually getting any treatment from any medical professionals. It doesn't make sense. So I don't think that was the real motive. That was just trying to weasel her way out of a very, very serious situation here because she scammed people out of $39,000. Now, she was ordered to repay that money that was donated to her, which is good. So all of the people who donated money, I believe, got money back for it. So it's at least a nice conclusion for them. They didn't just lose out on that forever.
The judge sentenced Russo to a suspended sentence of 10 years. That means she won't go to jail unless she gets in trouble in the future, but it will go on her record.
And basically she received probation, where as long as she doesn't do anything stinky again in the next 3 years, she won't go to jail. But if she does reoffend and do something bad, then she will. Overall, I think she got off pretty easy from this. Oh, I forgot to mention she has 100 hours of community service work, which, you know, that's not exactly the harshest punishment here to fit the crime, if you ask me. To deceive people with a lie like this here and rake in $39,000 with people that believe they're supporting a cancer patient who's going through an incredibly intense battle is so sickeningly disgusting. And I cannot believe how light the sentencing on not only her case, but cases similar to this have been in the past. Like I said, she's not the only one to do this. She's actually far from the only one to do this. But for some reason, they never actually face big repercussions for it. And I guess I just don't really understand why, because it is still a big, very lucrative scam that they're engaging in. It's highly illegal. So why is it always so light with the punishment? I don't know. Sometimes they don't even face punishment. There's been a couple of times in the past online where people have faked cancer, got a bunch of donations, and then just left, vanished, and they, you know, come back a couple of years later, pretend it never happened, and they're just fine. They don't get in any trouble or anything. I don't know. It's just so weird to me. But yeah, I wanted to go over this pretty evil case here of a TikToker being a big ol' sack of shit. That's about it. So yeah. Yesterday I made a video going over Twitch's new policy update that they rolled out, and it's been just a little over 24 hours, and they immediately threw their hands up, waved the white flag, and surrendered, saying, "Goodness gracious, heavens to Betsy, this was too far, too much, we could have never seen this coming, we're rolling back this change, we're reverting it." So, for those that don't know, yesterday Twitch made a guidelines update to what type of content they allow on their platform when it comes to sexually suggestive material. The biggest change that raised the most eyebrows is they made a sweeping alteration to their artistic nudity policy where they basically gave everyone the green light to get fucking insano style with it. They opened Pandora's box, allowing pretty much all types of nudity as long as there was artistic context to it, drawing, animation, sculpting, all of that. This was like the big bang that created a universe of porn on Twitch. If you went to the art category in particular on the platform over the last 24 hours, you were inundated with tons of hentai and furry porn out the wazoo. And it's not like it was some restricted category off in like a quarantine zone that you needed a secret password to enter, like a speakeasy or something. It was legitimately one of the top categories over the last 24 hours, so if you just clicked on it, you immediately saw all of this. Like, the only time that there was a warning is if you actually tried to watch one of the streams, it would let you know that, hey, there might be sexual content here. But otherwise, it was just easily accessible to anybody. And I really think Twitch was under the impression that this policy would be used by artists making really classy things. I think they were expecting Michelangelo level sculptures where it's like this marble statue of a man with a small wiener, but how it was actually utilized by the community is just tons of huge cocked furries and like giant titted anime babes squirting milk out of their nipples. And I saw a lot of people getting mad at the artists for making this kind of content on Twitch, but I don't blame them at all. Twitch allowed this. They enabled it. They gave them the green light, gave them the freedom to do that, so they were just playing by the rules. They didn't do anything wrong. They didn't break any of those rules at all, except for a couple of people that popped forward to exploit it even further. There were some channels that were made in order to AI generate photorealistic porn in the art category. So then you started having AI generated porn images that were indistinguishable from just real screenshots from porn. Scrolling through the art category, which again was one of the top categories, felt like what Y2K was trying to warn us of back in the year 2000. It was disastrous. Which again, at the end of the day, was entirely Twitch's fault. I think Carnage summed it up best, nice and succinct. He said, "These recent changes on Twitch are so embarrassing. Sweeping policy changes without basic restrictions, erroneously ban streamers for doing exactly what they're told they can do, immediately roll back the changes the next day. Amateur hour, please do better, Twitch." Amen. I mean, that's the whole situation broken down into a nutshell. Twitch started banning some of the streamers that were literally doing what they were allowed to do. They played by Twitch's new rules and still got banned for it because Twitch must have got all, blushed and shocked, like, oh my goodness, what have we done? And then they just started lashing out and banning streamers that were literally just doing what Twitch said they could. Just a massive L from Twitch across the board here. When reading through their explanation for why they decided to make this big change, they said for years through user voice and conversations we heard from artists that our content policies were limiting. In making this update, we were trying to be responsive to those requests and allow the thriving artist community on Twitch to utilize the human form in art. So reading through this explanation, I just really get the impression that they expected this to kind of be like my figure drawing course in my freshman year of college, where you do draw a nude model, so the art does have nudity in it, but that's still very different than just drawing straight up porn. That's two very separate disciplines. Those categories couldn't be more different. And Twitch was expecting the former, but they got the latter, and a lot of it. Bazooka ballsack furries as far as the eye could see in the art category for the last 24 hours, and Twitch eventually said, okay, enough is enough, we've got to put the kibosh on this. So today they announced that they are taking that change back. They're saying, whoops-a-daisy, they're using their one mulligan in the golf game here in order to say, nope. Let's go ahead and read through the rest of the statement here. First, we want to make clear that some streamers in response to this update created content that was in violation of our new policy. We've worked quickly to remove that content and issue channel enforcements. That's referring mainly to the AI-generated photorealistic porn that was being put onto the platform. I don't know why they didn't see that coming. That was always going to be the outcome of a policy like this, with just a massive sweeping change that allows for artistic nudity, which is a very vague thing to try and define. Like, that was always going to happen, and I don't know how Twitch didn't foresee that. It just seems like they don't exactly know their community that well. Or not even their community, just the internet in general. That was always going to be exploited. However, there also was a great deal of new content that was allowed under the updated policy. Much of the content created has been met with community concern. These are concerns we share. Upon reflection, we have decided that we went too far with this change. Digital depictions of nudity present a unique challenge. AI can be used to create realistic images, and it can be hard to distinguish between digital art and photography. Basically, they're just echoing the sentiment from a lot of people that, hey, this is a little weird to have on Twitch where one of your top categories actually just has tons and tons of porn being drawn, like, all the time now. That's very odd considering it lives in the same ecosystem of just like normal gaming or like normal just chatting streams or whatever. I also don't understand why everything has to be a hot button debate here where people are like, oh, Twitch has never been a safe Christian space for the youth and everything. There's always been some sexually suggestive things on there. Yeah, no shit. No one's saying that Twitch is like this perfect utopia where degeneracy doesn't exist. But I feel like everyone can recognize the difference between a streamer doing squats for subs or being in a bikini or something versus having an entire category, one of the top categories, taken over by drawn porn and hentai and AI-generated porn. Like, it's so drastically different. You can just say that that's weird that Twitch would allow that. You don't have to try and make this some kind of bigger, deeper, more nuanced issue like, oh, a bunch of prudes. What, you guys don't like boobies anymore? What's all this boobie outrage? I can't believe we're even making a big deal out of this. Like, no, everyone likes tits. That's not what anyone's saying. It's just maybe not on Twitch in this capacity where you're just drawing porn. Like, that is a weird thing to have on Twitch. Like, if you want to make an 18 plus category for Twitch, that's fine, I guess, but it needs to be a like restricted spun off category in its own designated area that doesn't live in the same ecosystem, because it shouldn't overlap with the rest of the content on the platform, because it is so fucking different to just allow drawn porn and hentai and shit. Like, I don't know why this is even like a complicated issue. It's just as simple as, it's a little weird to have the entire category be porn. You know, it's just, to me, that simple. So it seems like it was that simple to Twitch as well, where they must have not really thought through the policy all that deeply, rolled this out, and then were shocked to see just how much of this was existing on the platform, so that's why they're overruling themselves. So, effective today, we're rolling back the artistic nudity changes. Moving forward, depictions of real or fictional nudity won't be allowed on Twitch, regardless of the medium. This restriction does not apply to mature-rated games. You can find emote-specific standards for nudity and sexual content in the emote guidelines. We aren't making other changes to the updated sexual content policy. So basically just saying, nudity, no. They're putting the kibosh on it. They're hitting it with the X. No more nudity, no matter what medium it's in, unless of course it's in like a mature video game or something that's not already banned on Twitch. Now, one thing I have to mention that I just find fascinating is how quickly Twitch rolled back this change. Their response time to this is historic for the platform. Twitch is notorious for taking an absurdly long time to respond to anything. Even like legitimate crime that happens on Twitch, they will just like take so long, an outrageously long time to do anything in response to it. Yet when it came down to this, they changed things lickety-split in 24 hours, basically. That is a new world record for Twitch. So, if I may get a bit conspiratorial, I'd like to hit you with my game theory on why exactly that is. Why did they respond so quick to this, but never anything else in the past that have been huge issues? Here's what I think. I think what happened is Twitch rolled out this artistic nudity policy change, and all of this porn hits the platform. As a response to that, a lot of advertisers take notice that work with Twitch and start asking questions of why. It is well known in the industry that anything that is even remotely construed as adult content is almost impossible to monetize for sponsors. Sponsors don't want to touch anything that's even close to like 18 plus material. And Twitch, although it does have like some sexually suggestive content on it, it is not an 18 plus website or anything like that. No one would ever consider Twitch an adult site by any means, so advertisers feel comfortable placing their products on there. But this is by all definitions an adult category now, basically, where all of this porn is being drawn. So perhaps advertisers got a little frightened and started like pressuring Twitch a bit, like, hey, we do not feel comfortable advertising on a platform that's going to allow porn to be drawn like this and have all of this kind of content. So maybe that scared Twitch, like maybe this was going to hit their financials somehow, so then they immediately, overnight, rolled back this change. Like, that's the only thing that makes sense to me, because historically, Twitch hasn't responded to anything in any meaningfully fast period of time. They are always so slow dragging their feet to anything on their platform, except this now. So that's why I think they did. Of course, I have no evidence of this. I'm just speculating, but I just know historically when it comes to like adult content, advertisers get extremely scared and want to pull out, and this allowed adult content onto Twitch for however brief a time. So that's what I think led to them being so quick to revert the changes. I could be wrong, who knows, but I just wanted to at least throw that out there while we're talking about it. That's really about it. So yeah. It's beginning to feel a lot like Florida with the story we're about to talk about right now. A police officer in Maryland was cheating on his wife, and he was making out with his mistress in public, while on the job, while across the street from a playground that had children actively playing on it. And then after they were done exchanging saliva and smooching, they go into the back of the squad car together. And I'll be honest with you, sports fans, I don't think they were going back there for a game of chess or to exchange any kind of information, unless we're talking about genetic information. I'm pretty sure they were steaming ham back there, engaging in a little coitus. The whole situation is downright diabolical. Not only were they shamelessly making out in public for all to see while the officer was on the job, but then they go back into the squad car together to fuck, while they are parked across the street from a playground that has kids actively playing on it. It's so yucky. Now, I went over it on stream, so I'll play some of those clips, but there is actually a lot of developments from this story. So the officer has been suspended for this, and his wife actually posted on Facebook when she was made aware of this whole situation, and the woman that the officer was cheating on his wife with actually came forward and said, "I've done nothing wrong. I'm going to continue living my life doing what I'm doing. In my heart, in his heart, I know that I've done nothing." He knows, Paula being his wife, "I've done nothing wrong. God is my higher power." God has abandoned you after this act of sin. You broke 11 of the 10 commandments with this act alone. You got your donut glazed by a married man on the job, in public, in front of children. That is downright diabolical. And you have the gall to say that you did nothing wrong? Mind-blowing. Now, she did say more about this situation, which I'll get to in a moment, but I want to play you the footage first so you can be caught up to speed on the lore here on what unfolded. But again, in a nutshell, Basically, she got her spaghetti meatballed by a married officer on the job in the back of their squad car in public, middle of the day, across from a playground that actively had children playing. It is gross.
See here from last night are being investigated. It appears to show the uniformed officer
paid vacation. Yeah.
Get in the back seat, you can see here, of this cruiser. Now, a man taped it all with his phone at a neighborhood park right next to Oxon Hill High School.
What the fuck? Why there? He slabbed up outside of a high school to have sex with her in his car. What a weirdo. I still love that everything addresses X as formerly known as Twitter, or just straight up Twitter. Such a disastrous idea to try and change it to fucking X of all things. I was like, oh my god, there's kids around here at the time, and all the time, and he didn't care, and it was not dark. He doesn't respect the uniform, he doesn't respect the police car, I can't believe that. FOP89 has been made aware of the videos circulating on the internet. We have no information as to the investigation of the videos or the officer involved, as that's handled by the department's Internal Affairs Division. We ask that our officer be given the same consideration that any other person would ask for, and that you reserve judgment until all the facts are known and videos are put into context. He is on video making out, literally like sucking the lips off of her face, and then they go into the back seat of his police cruiser. What do you think happened back there? They didn't just go back there to keep smooching. What the fuck do you mean? In what context? What context? It's all just right there. He's just openly making out with her in public across the high school. Across from the high school. He was investigating her mouth. Yeah, I guess she had a bomb in her pussy. And his cock was the only thing that could defuse it. He actually ended up saving the whole school. It's like a speed situation, and you had to keep your thrusts above 4 pumps per second in order to keep the bomb from going off in her vagina. That's a crime, right? Like 100%? Having sex in broad daylight outside of a high school? Like, I guess you're in your car, but it's not like it's private. You're still in front of the high school in public having sex. Body cam footage? Oh wait, yeah. They need to release the body cam footage. Maybe that'll be all the context we need. Perhaps it was some kind of deep sting operation, and they go into the back seat in order to exchange information or something. I don't know. I really want to see the body cam footage now. We need the context. Can't find where to get Critikal's comics at. Oh, badegg.co. First OnlyFans with police POV. That would be big. Well, since he got suspended, so maybe he will need to turn to OnlyFans now. Let me see what the rest of the report says.
Arlette, and this is not his first suspension. Now, the incident happened right here in this parking lot at South.
Not his first suspension. Is it for the same thing? How many times does he fuck women on the job in his patrol car outside of a school?
This viral video. A Prince George's County police officer appears to be kissing a woman. Then they both get into.
What do you mean appears to be? Hold on, let me get the unblurred version. What do you mean appears to be? It's not like they were just like pulling a quarter out from behind her ear or something. Like, that was the sloppiest makeout session ever. That's like 15 brewskis deep at a dive bar, and you're like blurred making out with someone and just slobbering all over them. Where's the non-blurred version? Because that leaves nothing to the imagination. He was conducting an oral swab. Yeah. You can even hear kids playing. God, that's fucking revolting. Now that you've seen the evidence here, which is pretty substantial evidence, let's go back into more of what she said. Luckily, she was kind enough to explain that this was not a one-night stand. She said, that's the main story, that this isn't a little thing. Of course, since he's a police officer, it looks bad. But I just want people to understand that this was not a one-night stand. I just love that that's her priority. Like, this is the number one thing she's addressing. Like, okay, listen, everyone. You know, stop all this hoopla. I'll set the record straight. This is not a one-night stand. We've actually been seeing each other for multiple years now behind his wife's back. You know, so get that straight. I'm tired of rumors circulating. The most important thing is to know that this is not a one-night stand. In fact, he cheats often with me. And I guess publicly, too. What's so exciting? He's a cop. I'm a civilian. We got caught. It sucks, but this will pass. She also has a kid of her own, and she just doesn't seem to care about this at all. She's reacting to this the same way I react to finding out I'm out of ketchup. Just like a, geez, darn, oh well. Like, I would have expected something a little more here. Also, this isn't the first time the officer was suspended. In 2016, he was indicted for child abuse after he allegedly spanked a girlfriend's 3-year-old son so much that the boy lost consciousness. But then it was later ruled that the allegations were unfounded. But the mistress here said that the incidents in this current scandal don't get in the way of her feelings for the officer. Now, you know, I don't think you needed any more evidence that this might not be a good guy. But I think this is an important little tidbit of lore to have around this officer. But yeah, I just found this to be a pretty wacky story here that I wanted to talk about a little bit. That's it. So yeah. Just played it. It took about 6 hours. Yeah, but that's for an ordinary person. I'm not a person, I'm a gamer. So I should be able to get that done in half the time. It's very mid. That right now is the most glowing review I've heard of this campaign so far, is that it's mid. Everyone else is just saying it's awful.
I have the con. Move to phase 3. Out. On me.
Why is Makarov now a babyface? He was following Brian Johnson's Blood Boy routine. It just goes to show you the effectiveness of his research. De-aged Makarov by like 30 years. Oh, nice move. Way to beat him down, Ivan. What a man. Please. Oh my god, it's gonna be so much faster if I just kill you. Thank you. Move. Can't you see I'm in a rush? Wow, he took that like a who are you? Oh my god. That guy's immortal. We need him on our squad ASAP. Get this man a vest. Recruit him. He just ate a direct missile. That guy's the main character. I don't know why I thought I could squeeze through there. Hold on. I'm letting down all the Patriots right now. Sorry about that. It looked like there was just enough room for me to wiggle through. It's so boring, it's literally DMZ. Hey, if it ain't broke, why try? Just print the same goddamn thing forever. That's the Call of Duty way, brother. No, he's gonna kill him. He's a bad guy.
A lie flies, while the truth only grows.
Thank you for touching me, sir. I appreciate that. You gave me the tingles. Oh, no, no. I really hope every open combat mission doesn't play out like the last one. I hope that was just an exception.
Watcher 1 to Bravo. ISR is overhead. Be advised. Got eyes on
I'm hopping in the car.
Thanks for the assist, Watcher. Makarov means all hands on deck, John.
Big stunt.
Take an enemy jet.
Makarov is planned for everything. That is just exquisite. He read me like a book. That is a crafty, super genius villain. I don't know what I'm thinking. I don't know. That's the second time I've done that. I just really think that that shit's gonna, for some reason, squish together like a Looney Tunes cartoon. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so disgusting. What the fuck? I'm actually cheating. I've toggled on for the campaign. I'm assuming the whole campaign is just doing this shit. Which is, that's even more lazy and lame than I would have ever expected from Call of Duty. That's crazy. It's actually just DLC for Modern Warfare 2. Held together loosely by some cutscenes. Warzone tutorial sounds about right, yeah.
Stay with us, sir. 6-2 to watch out. We need medevac now.
Damn, died of cringe. Fuck. Not even safe in an active Warzone from that one. I don't need to conceal my movement. I'm going in. Should be fine. In fact, I'll make my presence as known as possible. Give me that Jeep. That was sad. That was just fucking sad. I got a silencer on. There's no way they saw me or heard me. Makarov knew again. He's good. He knew I was gonna try and steal that. Come here! Oh, okay. I was gonna go for a takedown. Thanks, Jake. What? What happened to you? What? Man's faking a cardiac arrest moment here to get out of the situation. I'm not falling for it. Red card for the flop. Yeah. Can you at least play the campaign with friends? Of course you can, if you invite them over and force them to watch you play it. Oh, this isn't suspicious. Okay.
Yuri won't have much time before they notice he's gone.
They spotted me taking fire.
Taking fire? Who's... She's fighting a battle in her own head. No one's shooting at me.
Something's up.
Oh my god, they all turned around all at once. What the fuck? What the... Oh my god. You said there's a spy amongst us. She must be behind us. Over there. Oh my god, not the hole. I thought there'd be a checkpoint. Already halfway done with the game. Oh, that's so nice to hear. Holy shit, that's so refreshing. Love that. They really outdid themselves with this campaign. Bite-sized. Yum. Leaves you wanting more. TikTok length. Oh, that's smart. Yeah, make the whole campaign fit in a TikTok video.
It's not.
No! Kate, we gotta go! Alright, I feel better now.
I'm almost to you, Nick. Stand by.
Of course, Laswell. Just come.
Okay, luckily I opened it as slow as possible. I'm coming! She just fucking belly slides out the other side like a penguin. What a heroic moment. Cool. Hey, all 10 seconds of that run was actually kind of cool. Not exactly very discreet with the gun anymore. Does no one else notice this? Guys? Guys? Oh. I didn't realize I was timed. Alright, I'll do it. I'll fucking do it. Okay then. Oh, Jesus! Just in case. Oh my god. Ah! A flashbang in a plane, you maniac! Hey, can you guys move? Hey, can you move? Oh, okay, okay, come on, buddy. Just give me the fucking phone! Nah, maybe I should have just started blasting civilians. Though I don't think it would have changed anything. Tried to be a good person out here.
Breaking news of a Russian.
This is not just multiplayer. Oh, it is. This open combat mission shtick is actually just having you do DMZ shit, basically. It's pretty embarrassing. This guy is fucking clueless over there. Oh god, no, no, no! Too much momentum! That wasn't enough time to get back! Give me 5 seconds!
That's Makarov.
Yeah.
Foreign, Alex, what they get?
Not enough to prove anything.
Sick bastards topping American missiles with chemical weapons and killing his own people. He's killing civilians.
Brother, you were saying what we all know. We get it. Where have you been?
He's playing with... Had him right in our fucking hands.
I should have killed him when we had the chance.
What stopped you?
I hope it's like a really emotional thing. I couldn't kill him. I thought about what would Jesus do, and I said, not this.
Bravo 6. Security confirms gunfire.
This is in Warzone, isn't it? Wait, is this whole... Does the entire campaign just take place on the Warzone map? Too? I know it's all Warzone objectives, but I didn't even recognize that all of this is on the Warzone map. Holy shit, that's crazy. They saved so much money on this campaign. And they're still charging 70 for it. Huh. Wow. This is probably the worst Call of Duty campaign ever so far, and I'm not even done. That's very impressive. Oh, it was his fault. That man wanted to die. Are you alive or dead? Keep sending me mixed signals here. Okay, he's haunted. I'm not fucking with the paranormal. Chemical weapons? Fine. Supernatural ones? No, sir. Was that a... I had a feeling. I should have just trusted my gut. You bastard. Oh, damn. You got me. Why would they drive into us? You could have just drove away. Unless there's a dead end over there, I guess. It's a stupid plan. This guy's a dummy. It's like an escort mission now. Go on, come on. Just keep patting him on the back. How about poor cardio? Can you just run? Hey! Help! Ouch! What? Wait. Oh, that was like a scripted thing. What? I looked away for a second, like a split sec. We need to do something about the zip ties here. He was able to escape so easily. Wait, how quickly does he do that? Let me see. No!
He pulled us off target. You fucking son of a bitch! I'll blow your fucking brains out, you of you hear me? I swear to God.
Why? 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 Why not? Why not do it?
John, we have him. He's in custody. He's not going anywhere.
This is so dumb. It's so fucking dumb. Oh my god, it's so cliche. Holy shit.
I shouldn't have stopped you. Was the right thing at the time, Captain?
Oh, it wasn't. It wasn't the right thing at the time. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? This is... Oh my god. This is... Oh god. Like, if you need a reason to keep him alive, then make it be like an intel thing. Like, Makarov may have reported to someone higher. We needed more information from him. But this is just... The Gulag will take care of him.
Looking for you.
Throwing knife. Bitch. Oh god.
I intercepted the signal.
Throwing knife. Oh god. Does this go through armor? Nope. Nope. I don't know why I thought it wouldn't. Oh my god. Fuck. I shouldn't have tried that. I regret it.
On, John.
Got multiple Coney troops on the roof of the north building. No sign of Makarov.
Those plans are getting rained on. That shit is gonna be so soggy and fucking indecipherable. You could also just do that meeting indoors, right? Why take it out in the rain with the blueprints?
Watch her out.
Affirmative. Good to go.
Man, Makarov's an idiot. Well, his teams are idiots. I understand the Call of Duty bad thing gets kind of tiresome, but this is without a doubt the laziest campaign I've ever played. Most of it is just doing Warzone maps and doing the same fucking objective of grab here and run here. It's very bad.
Coming down the stairs.
Oh, that was clutch! What the fuck? That was nuts. What a move to save time. I'm right back. Okay.
All I did was make a big fucking circle.
6, target is dead. Copy, HVA.
I've got him. Oh. Okay, this is stupid. Oh my god, I just got myself killed. Never mind. Price, you're a fucking hero. I was getting a little stupid with it.
There he is.
It really looked like Price got blown away by that Simtex. Is he okay? My man, he ate that whole explosion. He did not look like he was in his natural state there, I'll say.
Nolan got quiet, but his
Man saw the Holy Ghost.
speak volumes.
Does the moist meter go low enough for this masterpiece? It's going to be stretching its legs quite a bit down here. Yeah, this is this is very bad. I can fish a couple compliments out of here though. I think there's been a couple of cool sequences, and I think of course the visuals are like really impressive. But man, everything else is pretty embarrassing actually. Like shockingly so. I had no expectations and yet somehow I'm still blown away by how bad it is.
You stick with Gaz. One wrong move, and I'll put a hole through you.
I highly doubt it. I don't think you will. You're bluffing. We all know that. You couldn't even kill one of the biggest terrorists of all time. You're gonna kill a 4-star fucking US general? I don't think so, buddy. You've already shown that you're a little bitch. Oh. Don't ambush me like that. You know I'm jumpy. Which warehouse? Oh god! These grenades, man, they're predicting the future. I wasn't even anywhere near this staircase and he just fucking dumped it. He's like, I know he's coming. I read his mind. The COD fanboys are hating on it too. Yeah, this is a really bad one. Now maybe the multiplayer they'll like, I have no idea. Multiplayer's not out yet, just the campaign. Oh boy. The stock AC-130 mission? Cool. I bet this one's gonna go hard here. This was cool the first couple times they did it. Now it's just fucking boring. Holy lord. Jesus Christ. This is just sad. This is fucking sad. Don't worry, I'm peeling them off. Woo-wee!
RPG located. That's Makarov. Shadow, gun that son of a bitch down. Copy that. He's not going.
I can't. He's going at fucking light speed.
Copy that. Gun's ready.
Okay, I'm just gonna missile it. Oh shit! What a move. Oh, that was nice of him to park under me.
Down. That's how we get it done, Shadow. Those be down you, Vladimir.
No way he's dead. Ordinarily I'd say there's no way he's dead, but in a game like this, they might have just said, fuck it, he's dead.
Go get him, John.
This bastard won't go down easy. Yeah, well, now that we'll wait, sunshine. Hey, come on.
Okay, someone's dying. That was a dead giveaway. Is it not that? No!
The logo on the board.
I'm gonna die again, fuck! No! Wait, I can't look any more right. Where is it? I can't, I mean, there's really not a whole lot of places I can look in the first place. How am I missing it?
Talk to me, so.
This is the entire extent of where I can look.
Probe the tunnel and hit Europe. How do we disarm it?
Oh! Oh, wait, what? Oh. I just have to, like, really fucking swipe it.
Give me something, sir. The logo on the circuit board. There's a serial number on it. Give me the third number.
159.
Third number is 9. Copy. Good work. This bomb has 2 fuses. We need to cut both at the same time. Red wire. Red wire. Got it.
Oh no!
Take this to hell with you, Captain. Never bury your enemies alive.
Oh shit! Soap! Wait, what were Ghost and Gaz doing? He had so much time to do all of that. What? Did you guys forget what was going on? Like, what?
Bloody hell. Captain, the bomb! Johnny, stop it!
We have to cut. Were you not listening to him at all? Like, what happened to you guys? He told us what we have to do. We have to cut the red wire at the same time.
Red only. Soap said we cut together on 3. Copy.
Roger, on 3.
1, 2, 3.
We did it!
Disarmed.
Disarmed.
Okay. Soap, you can wake up now. Did you check his pulse? Everything's getting redacted. There's no way this is the end, right? They wouldn't do that. They don't have... No. They're not that shameless. That'd be outrageous. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is... That's so embarrassing. That is so embarrassing.
He was the best of us.
They're actually going to end it there.
He'd have fought the world barehanded.
3.5 hours. And literally nothing gets accomplished except Soap dying. We're in the exact same spot as we started, except Soap's dead.
Wins.
And the big bad guy is still out there.
Sleep easy, soldier.
Can't wait for Modern Warfare 4. They're gonna innovate even further into saving money and cutting cost on the campaign by making it a 2-hour campaign, and it only uses a single multiplayer map. Wow. Holy shit, that was bad. That was... I'm more... If this game was mediocre, I would be a lot more upset. I am more satisfied that it was this bad. I am also flabbergasted. That was worse than I expected, based on what people were saying. What's worse, this or the Vanguard campaign? This. I think this is, without a shadow of a doubt, the worst Call of Duty campaign ever made. Across the entire franchise, I think this is the worst campaign. It's the shortest, and it is by far the dumbest. Just wait till the end. Oh yeah, I mean, we need the after credits scene where Nick Fury recruits Soap McTavish's corpse into the Avengers. I know, I'm not skipping. It's alright, we'll see it.
This job is about making sacrifices for the greater good.
What greater good? We accomplished nothing.
Agreed.
Actually nothing. This was the most pointless fucking campaign ever.
It'll come back to haunt you. Though I am not gonna beg for my life. Not from you or anybody else, Captain.
Wouldn't do you any good.
There we go. Now at least something happened of substance. Though, I will say, Soap's death is not his fault. You and Gaz were actually both just like playing patty cake while Makarov beat us down for like a good 30 seconds. You had plenty of time to shoot him. You played as him. Oh, right, fuck. It was Gaz and Ghost. Yeah, I thought it was Ghost and Price. You're right, you're right, you're right. That was me. You're right. I flipped everyone around at the end. How did this pass a writer's room? Brother, this did not see a writer's room. This had one draft, and then maybe AI to go through and spell check. They just had to pump this puppy out. Don't think Soap needed to die there? No, but they didn't have an ending. You realize why he died, right? It's because they didn't have an ending. So they needed something, so they finished it off with a Soap death. There is no ending in the game. Makarov literally just ran up on Soap and no one did anything. Yeah. And that's also so stupid, too. They had the worst fake-out death ever, where it's just a random helicopter like, Makarov's on that, shoot it down! You shot it down, Makarov's probably dead. But he might not be. And then 30 seconds later, hey, Makarov's not dead. And then there's no kind of, like, big earned climax moment at the end. Makarov just fucking marches up there, and then just, like, street fights us down, shoots Soap, and walks away. You even like Connor just ragging on this for engagement? You actually put money to say something that fucking stupid, man? To answer the question, no. Call of Duty has fallen off in an absolutely brutal way. They had a really good chance with Modern Warfare 2019, and they have squandered it. This is objectively horrible. Half the campaign just takes place doing DMZ on the fucking Warzone map. It is an absolutely nonsensical narrative without an ending. So ragging on it for engagement is the most fanboy brainwashed brain rot thing I've heard in a minute. This is terrible. Every Call of Duty fan, I guarantee, is shitting on this right now. It is awful. Now the multiplayer might be good, who knows. But this is the worst campaign in the franchise and it's not close. Black Ops 4 was worse? No, Black Ops 4 had a better story by not having a campaign. Black Ops 4's lack of campaign beats this. At least it saves you 3 hours. You finished it already? Took 3.5 hours, yeah. This story feels like something I'd come up with as a kid when I played with action figures. Yeah, not wrong. But at least in your story, even as a kid, you probably would have an ending to it. This didn't. To go with your analogy, it's not really an analogy, but to go with your statement, this would be like if a kid was playing with action figures and then his mom called him away, so he had to quickly just say like, and then he died. Okay, the end, I gotta go. That's basically how this wraps up. Are you voting? Yeah, I'm gonna vote. I'll cast my votes here. Let my voice be heard for the Game Awards. Here, you know, we'll vote now. Let's go. Let's run it. Let's see what we got. Oh, it immediately starts with Game of the Year. Well, I've already talked about this one a lot. Just finished Alan Wake 2. Really, really enjoyed it. Still haven't finished Baldur's Gate 3, but I think what they've done is extraordinary and unmatched in the scene. They've kind of become like a boogeyman in the space, where like there are other companies afraid of how good this game is because it raises the standards. I mean, come on. Like, come on. That has to be so telling for just how big of a game this is and how ambitious and how well executed. I did finish Spider-Man 2. I enjoyed it. It was good. I don't think it should win a Game of the Year. It's just very safe. Like Scoots said, I agree. It is just safe. It's good. High quality. Fun. I loved Resident Evil 4 Remake. I actually thought it was a lot of fun. I did not play Super Mario Wonder, and Tears of the Kingdom I thought was unbelievably good too. I thought it was Breath of the Wild perfected. Like Breath of the Wild Prime. But I still think Baldur's Gate 3 is the best choice here. The only game that I think got snubbed for Game of the Year is, of course, Gollum, or even Rise of Kong. Other than that, though, I think all of this makes sense. I know a lot of people wanted Final Fantasy 16, and I've seen a few Lies of P enthusiasts in here. Lies of P, I think, is probably one of the highest quality Souls-like games from a developer that's not FromSoft. It's really good, but I just don't think it had a chance of winning this year. Maybe like last year it would be here, but not this year. I think this lineup makes the most sense, even though I haven't played Mario Wonder. I know everyone loved it, including my friends who are still obsessed with it. So, Baldur's Gate 3 is my vote. What do you mean I have to sign in? The Starfield copium on Twitter is insane. Oh, it didn't even register with me that Starfield wasn't there. Oh, that's big. I can already see the conspiracies floating around on Twitter from everyone who's an Xbox fan thinking that they're perpetual victims, like the most oppressed people in the world. Microsoft fans get snubbed again! It's the deep state, damn it! The interdimensional pedophile vampires keeping Starfield from the success it rightfully deserves as Game of the Year. I can already see that.
It didn't even register with me that game was out because I just did not like it very much. I don't think it's a bad game, as I said 1,000 times, but I did not get into it at all. Best game direction. Awarded for outstanding creative vision and innovation in game direction and design. What do you mean, what? I liked Alan Wake 2 a lot, but I wouldn't have given that over Tears of the Kingdom. No, sir, not for game direction. Best narrative. That's going to be Alan Wake 2 for me. Alan Wake 2's story is fantastic. Even though I have said I am a little unsatisfied with the way it concludes, I still think everything about it was fucking wonderful. So, Alan Wake 2 definitely gets best narrative from me. Best art direction. Ooh, this is an interesting one. Lies of P and Hi-Fi Rush making it in here. I still regret not finishing Hi-Fi Rush. I need to. It was a cool game. But I think this also has to be Alan Wake 2. Alan Wake 2 is like one of the most visually stunning games that have come out in so fucking long. Like, Alan Wake 2 is unbelievably pretty. I think it's got to be Alan Wake 2 again. We're going back to back. Best score in music. Oh, this one's easy. Final Fantasy 16. Yeah, 100% Final Fantasy 16 for me here. Final Fantasy 16 slapped in that category. Jesus Christ. That was like putting Jokic up against a high school team with how great Final Fantasy 16's score was. I don't know. Probably Hi-Fi Rush. I'm assuming they mean... Yeah, it's gotta be Hi-Fi Rush. Everything's synced to the music. The BPM. Not the BPM, the beats. That's gotta win just by default for that. Is Bin Star Clive? Cameron did do a great job in Jedi Survivor. Yeah, he's Clive. Right now, my front runner. Solid. Don't think should win. Solid. Don't think should win. Yeah, this is looking like Bin Star then. That's something I said even during the demo. I even said, like, Clive's VA is going crazy. Like, at the very end of the demo, I won't give spoilers, but when that big moment happens, he lets out, like, this blood-curdling screech where you can, like, feel anger. Like, it actually seemed like they might have killed his family member in front of him in the booth, and he was reacting, like, legitimately. His VA crushed it. So, definitely Clive. Innovation and accessibility. I did not use many of the accessibility tools here. I will say Street Fighter 6 is the most accessible fighting game to ever exist. Anyone of any fighting game background or any level of capability can hop into Street Fighter 6 and learn very easily and very quickly. And I can't opine on any of the others, so I guess I'll have to do Street Fighter 6 by default. Best ongoing. Awarded to the game for outstanding development of ongoing content that evolves the player experience over time. Apex Legends? Probably not, unfortunately. Cyberpunk, they've done a great job of reviving and keeping going in a good direction. Final Fantasy XIV always has incredible community support from what I understand, even though I've never really got into it. Fortnite, they update every, like, 2 weeks. Genshin, I don't know much about the community support aside from giving them new masturbatory material with every new announcement. Which, I mean, that says a lot. That is ongoing. I usually just give this to Final Fantasy XIV every year, so I'm just going to keep that going. Best community support. Recognizing a game for outstanding community support, transparency, responsiveness, inclusion of social media activity, and game updates and patches. Is this a joke? Destiny 2? Why is that here? What is that doing here? This must be like a mistake, like a glitch or something. It was probably nominated for another category, like worst DLC. Worst expansion with Lightfall. Why the fuck would this be here for community support? One of the biggest criticisms against Destiny 2 is how bad they are with the community and engaging with them and delivering meaningful content that the community wants them to do. And every statement they make continues to dig them a deeper and deeper hole. This should not even be in the category. That is awful. Yeah, actually, to be honest, you're making a good point, Butter. Destiny should be replaced by Halo Infinite. I'm not even memeing. 343, after they, like, cleaned house, I guess, when they fucking fired half the staff or whatever, got their act together, and they have turned that game around. Halo Infinite should actually be the one on here. It's 2 years late. Like, it's they're very tardy to the party, but they have somehow turned that fucking game around. That should be here. That would win. I would vote for that. I'm just gonna stay consistent here. I'll give it to Final Fantasy XIV. It's between Dredge and Dave the Diver. I'll coin toss it. Heads, Dredge. Tails, Dave the Diver. One. Alright, Dave the Diver. Wait, which one did I... Fuck. I forgot what I said. Which one was heads and tails? I think it was Dave, right? Fuck, I don't remember. Oh my god, I forgot. I totally forgot. Whoops. And chat's absolutely just lying to me. I'm seeing some people say it was 100% Dredge and others are saying Dave. What? That's so worthless, I'm sorry. We're just gonna do Dave. Best debut indie game. Oh, Pizza Tower. I think Pizza Tower should probably take this one. It's also the only one that I'm super familiar with here. Did Hello Kitty Island Adventure go crazy this year or something? Or were there just not many mobile games? A lot of people are saying Hello Kitty's pretty fire. I don't know if you're just making a meme or not, but I'll trust you. We'll just go Hello Kitty. Best action game. Ooh, this is a very competitive category. I did not like Dead Island 2, so that's immediately crossed off for me. Armored Core 6 was good. I still didn't finish that one either, actually. Fuck. Ghost Runner 2, fucking banger. Plus the God Slap collab. I mean, we're getting a little biased here. For those that don't know, there is God Slap in the game. And you could, well, it's too late now, but you could have won a katana if you found all of the God Slap Easter eggs. Hi-Fi Rush was a banger. Remnant 2, also super good. Remnant 2 is surprisingly good. Like, very good. Me, Matt, and Danny got super into it. For me, it's between Ghost Runner 2 and Remnant 2. I gotta go Ghost Runner 2. I just have to. And not just because God Slap is present in it. You would say Hi-Fi Rush if you beat it. Hey, maybe I would have. And maybe in a different timeline I did. But that's not this one, brother. Best action adventure. Alan Wake, Spider-Man, Resident Evil, Jedi Survivor, and Tears of the Kingdom. For me, between Tears of the Kingdom and Spider-Man. Probably Tears of the Kingdom. I think Tears of the Kingdom's still just more fun. Best RPG. Ooh, Liza P's here. Oh, and Starfield got nominated. It's not getting my vote, but good to see ya. This one's gonna be Liza P. I'm happy to see Liza P get so much like love here. That's a lot of recognition. They did a great job with it. They really did. I am thoroughly impressed. What do you mean, what? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even see Baldur's Gate. Oh, I see now why chat was question marking. My eyes immediately went to Liza P and Starfield. I didn't even look to the far left. I was like, oh, cool, Liza P's here. I see. Yeah, no, it's got to be Baldur's Gate. You know, actually, I should have just committed to Liza P at that point. Didn't play God of Rock. Mortal Kombat 1's good. I haven't been grinding it though. I labbed Raiden a little bit and then stopped. Haven't played All-Star Brawl 2. Didn't play this. I think Street Fighter 6. Most accessible fighting game to ever come out. It's super fun. I'd probably have to give this one to Mario, though. Everyone that played Mario that I know loved it. And still loves it. Like, actively. Chat seems to love Pikmin 4, though. You guys are really big Pikmin fans, I guess. You guys can vote for Pikmin. I'm gonna go Mario. None of my friends have talked about Pikmin, but they won't shut the fuck up about Mario. We had like an entire podcast episode dedicated to that game. I played 0 of these. Didn't City Skyline 2 kind of fumble a bit? I saw a lot of people complaining about it, which is a shame because I really liked the first City Skyline. It just runs like ass. I'll give it to Pikmin. All you guys really like Pikmin, so I'll toss my vote over there since I didn't play any of them. Best adaptation. Oh, this is an interesting category. This is kind of a stacked one. Still haven't watched the new Castlevania yet. Gran Turismo was surprisingly good. Like, it was
Conceptually, I didn't think something like that would work. Neil Blomkamp made it work. That was good. Last of Us show, also a banger. Mario movie, banger. And this is the biggest surprise of the fucking year. I bet almost all of you wrote Twisted Metal off like I did. I even made a whole video laughing at how awful the promotional material was. The show is great. Like, the show is good. It shouldn't win here by any means, but the fact that it's nominated, it makes me happy to see. Because it's, like, actually good. I don't know how they pulled it off, but it was fun. Like, it's not like an amazing show or anything. Like, it's not going to beat any of these, but it is good. Way better than it had any right to be. I think I'll have to give this one The Last of Us. Most anticipated game. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Hades 2, Like a Dragon, Star Wars Outlaws, and Tekken 8. For me, it's Hades 2. I love Final Fantasy VII Remake, but Hades 2... shit. I think that's gonna go crazy. I'm not excited for Star Wars Outlaw at all, so that one doesn't even come in. Tekken 8 I am excited for, but not more so than Hades, or even Final Fantasy VII. My order would be I'm most excited for Hades, then Final Fantasy VII. Star Wars getting in over Silksong. Oh, true! They must know something we don't. Silksong's never actually coming out. Otherwise, it would absolutely be here. That's a game that people have anticipated for like 20 years now, because that game is just not coming. Alright, I've made up my mind. I'm just going to do Hades 2. I'll make this... I can simplify this easier, so there's not going to be like a, back and forth debate here. Out of everyone here, Iron Mouse is the only one that's ever stopped in the streams and rated me and said nice things to me during streams, so I'll give it to Iron Mouse. That gets my vote. Super simple. Oh, I actually saw this on Twitter. Apparently this caused a little bit of a stir because Evil Geniuses is having a bit of an interesting go of it right now. Recognizing a specific esports team, not full org. You know what's fucked? It should absolutely be Vitality, but not for Counter-Strike, for Rocket League. Vitality's Rocket League squad, they legitimately made an unbelievable run. I don't know why that's not here. They won everything. I really think it should be Vitality for Rocket League this year. Because it's Rocket League. Rocket League viewership is higher than a lot of big esports events. Fucking Worlds had like 250, 280k or something. I don't remember across all of it. But it's huge. Fucking Kometo himself gets over 100,000 concurrent viewers when he's watch partying KC. Rocket League is a huge esport. Absolutely massive. Why bother voting? 90% of the counted votes are a jury. Only 10% of the chosen votes are user votes. Is that right? I didn't know that. What do you mean my vote doesn't matter? You're pulling my leg. It's still just for fun anyway, man. I always have such a soft spot for Evo since we, like, directly compete in it, though. So I guess for me, it's gotta be Evo. They cut a few this year. That's a shame. Oh well, high quality votes were cast. You gonna bet with Jackson to see who wins? Yeah, we'll probably do our little betting game we do every year. We don't put anything on it, but we just like to predict and then get things wrong. This is a close year. Yeah, I said this quite a bit, but 2023's been an outstanding year for both extremely good games and extremely bad games. We saw some historic stinkers drop. Gollum, Rise of Kong, Avatar Quest for Balance, Redfall. There's one more I'm forgetting. Thank you. Crime Boss, Rockay City. Like, we saw some historic trash. But then we also saw some unbelievable games too, so what a great year for gaming. Hey, this is actually the most outrageous setup I've ever attempted. I've got the normal Sony camera balancing on a small beam in the hotel room here that's looking like a high wire out of a circus, and I have it propped up a little bit with the laptop flipped down and slightly angled at an obtuse angle in order to prop it up just a little bit so you can maybe see my face. I don't know what it looks like. You might be looking at just like my bottom chin, so I'm going to look like the secretary from the Powerpuff Girls, but we're going to run it anyway. So, as you can see, I'm still on my little expedition away from home. I'm in my hotel room, don't be alarmed. I know I'm not wearing a white shirt, but this isn't a cry for help or anything. It's very cold, so I threw on one of the only long sleeve shirts that I had available. So that's the whole explanation there. Anyway, the reason I have urgently scrambled here to get to this computer in order to talk about something is because a huge story has been developing over the last, I don't know, like 2 hours or something, where SSSniperWolf has now doxed Jack's Films. I'm sure this is something that a lot of you are moderately familiar with, but I'll just go ahead and give you the really brief nutshell rundown of what's going on. I didn't make that cut right there on purpose. This has nothing to do with the whole video, but I need to mention this. The camera just fell on its own and stopped the recording, so we may have an angry poltergeist incident in here. I'm gonna have to get the fucking Luigi's Mansion vacuum out and just start going to town in here to clear the area, exorcise whatever spirits happen to be haunting this room. But I'm gonna finish the video regardless, but if you see my eyes roll into the back of my skull and I start levitating off the chair during it, just know, it's a haunting in Pittsburgh here. Or perhaps the cringe was too unbearable here with the subject we're covering. But anyway, back on topic. SSSniperWolf, huge channel. She mainly does TikTok reacts, which has made her the punching bag of the internet recently. She's caught more fire than the sequel to the Hunger Games, because a lot of people have been stating that what she does isn't really reacting to content, it's mainly just stealing it, freebooting it. And the entire internet has come together like this giant singularity and all collapsed onto SSSniperWolf as well as some other React channels as well for this type of content. And by far the biggest soldier on the front line of this battle is Jack's Films. Jack's Films made a whole video going over why what she does isn't acceptable, and even made an entire channel dedicated to making fun of her and her content. And he even has an entire bingo game that takes the piss out of her content more than a catheter takes the piss out of a hospital patient. He has pretty much daily uploads of just making fun of each of her daily reacts. This ongoing feud has been escalating and continuing for quite some time. We're in like season 5 of this anime arc here, and it's only popping off more and more. And this whole situation has led to a can of worms opening. Pandora's box has been unleashed. So it's been a massive conversation across the entire internet with tons of content creators weighing in on it, such as Dark Viper having an entire series on React content. Mudahar's made quite a few pieces on it as well. Just tons of channels that have all been talking about it recently. And it's led to this witch's cauldron, this stew that's been brewing and bubbling. And now the cup runneth over, and all of this has spilt from the internet to the real world. Allegedly, SSSniperWolf has just doxed Jack's Films. In an Instagram post, she posted this. And it was more than just this picture here. Apparently, she even posted one of his house, which obviously I'm not going to show you. I'm not here to just like hop on and give you like a 4K display of Jack's Films dojo here because SSSniperWolf posted it on her story. It's just an extremely degenerate, fucked up response to this whole situation from SSSniperWolf here. It's borderline illegal, I think. I don't think you can just dox somebody like this. And if it's not illegal, it's against YouTube's rules at the very least. And it violates the Geneva Convention of Internet Content Creators, where you never take internet beef into the real world. It's just going too far with this whole thing. Jack's Films was just making critiques on her content as well as making fun of it, which is something everyone does all the time, every single fucking day. And to go to this extreme where you dox him for it is just an incomprehensible, insano-style step. Now, Jack's Films posting about this on Twitter obviously gained a lot of traction. This isn't exactly some kind of like whoops-a-daisy moment, you know, a mistake that could happen to anyone. This is some pretty malicious shit. There's not really a defense of it. You can't just make the claim like, well, I just wanted to kind of talk it out face to face. Like, no. That's not how this works. You don't go up to someone's house like you're about to try and sell them solar panels in order to hash out your internet beef unannounced, especially not in the middle of the night too. That's threatening. Like that is not a normal, sane way of handling things. So when this started getting traction, SSSniperWolf herself caught onto it and deleted the post and then said this. She said, "Accusing me of doxing is defamation. I have no idea how to dox. He literally posted his address on Google and said I threatened him and doxed him." Jack's Films said, "You posted a video tonight of you outside our home to your 5+ million followers to see while my wife and I were inside. I can't make it any simpler than that. If that's not doxing, why did you delete it?" That's kind of a checkmate moment right there. He got her with the scholar's mate. Like, you showed up to his house unannounced, in the middle of the night, and then when people started to point out how that's not acceptable behavior and is very much in line with doxing, you deleted it. So you can recognize that it's bad. I don't really know how you'd Phoenix write an argument together that it's not doxing. Like, I don't even understand the statement she makes about saying that Jax Films posted his address on Google. She's talking about Google like it's the GameFAQs.com board. Like, I don't think he made a sponsored paid post with just his address as the first thing that comes up when you type in Jax Films. You definitely would have to go out of your way to find that information. I don't think he, like, geotagged his spot, made it like a Pokemon Go stop, like, really was advertising where he lives. Like, this is not common information. You went out of your way to find it and then went to his address. Like, I just really can't think of any justification for it. I've seen a couple of people huffing massive amounts of copium, nearly toxic levels of copium, saying, like, she went there to handle things like an adult, unlike Jax Films, who just speaks behind a computer. And that's just straight up delusional, if you ask me. No normal people are going to hash out their internet beef in the middle of the night in person, unannounced, right? Like, going up to his house like she's about to, you know, sell solar panels to him or something and ambush him with this conversation about this feud they have is not normal or acceptable. It's just like a malicious, weird thing to do. And wow. That, man, a ghost just haunted my vocal folds on that one with that voice crack. Goodness gracious. Overall, I'm just shocked that SSSniperWolf, with as long as she's been on the internet and as large as she is, would think for even just a second that she'd somehow be able to get out of this situation without huge backlash and problems from it. Again, this is something that extends beyond just like normal internet etiquette. This is like downright against rules to do something like this. So I definitely think Jax Films is in the right here. He's very upset about it, probably a little concerned because, you know, who knows who else might go to his house next since she posted it on a massive Instagram account. Like, that is a legitimate fear. She also posted this, again in response to the whole situation, saying, "This creep has been harassing me for months," then plays victim, saying, "I threatened him when I just wanted to talk to him. I have no ill intentions. It's so sad when people have to constantly create drama to pay their bills." But this doesn't make any sense. Like, this is a crazy straw of a statement. It's taken all kinds of weird twists and turns that aren't computing in my little noodle up here. If you just wanted to talk to him, why wouldn't you just reach out to him through normal channels online? I'm sure he would have responded to you instantly. He seems to respond to everyone about everything in regards to the entire React situation. So I feel like if you had reached out to him, he would have been thrilled to talk to you about it. But again, I'm not his fucking PR guy. I don't know. Maybe you did reach out to him and he didn't see it or he ignored it. I have no idea. But regardless, you going to his house to try to talk to him that's some psychopath shit. That's not a normal thing that anyone should be doing. There's other channels that you could have tried beforehand. Go to one of his bingo nights on Twitch and be like, "Hey, listen, Buster, I'm ready to hash it out. Let's talk." And again, I'm sure he probably would have seen that. And that would be a lot less scary than having you show up in the middle of the fucking night to his home unannounced. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. I think the goal here was to either scare him or put his information out there to maybe some less than savory individuals that could also scare him. I don't know, but regardless, the way you handled this is atrocious and dangerous. Like, downright, like, dangerous thing to do. So I totally understand the response from Jax Films about this and being frightened by it, because this is fucked up. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this because I think this is one of the rare cases of a huge YouTuber making a massive blunder like this, where you would step on like actual rules and potentially laws all over some internet beef. So yeah, I just had to talk about this one a little bit. That's it. See ya. I want to give all of you a follow-up to a situation I covered a little while back in regards to a popular YouTuber and a potential charity fraud situation. This is about The Completionist and his charity, Open Hand Foundation.
I'll give you a super brief rundown on the lore here to bring you all up to speed in case you don't know what I'm referring to, but The Completionist is a huge YouTuber. He owns a charity called Open Hand Foundation. It was formed after the death of his mother, who passed away from dementia. A tragic situation, and this charity was started with the goal of helping to combat dementia. And for the last decade or so, he has run fundraising events with his community in order to collect donations that he has stated will be used in the fight against dementia. However, after an investigation was conducted by Some Ordinary Gamers and Carl Jobst, they found out through all the public filings, since this is a charity organization, their filings are public, they found out that all of the money they've collected over the last 10 years has not moved from the Open Hand Foundation. It's all sitting in an account. Even though the Completionist has always led his community to believe otherwise, that they are actively donating to a bunch of different places, and even name drops a lot of places, despite never actually sending a penny from the Open Hand Foundation. Now, after all the dust had settled from the initial videos, there were a lot of people like nematodes from SpongeBob coming forward saying the same thing. You're not legal experts, you're not accountants, this doesn't matter. And referring to like Mudahar and Carl Jobst when they reported on this, because no one wanted to accept that it's possible that the Completionist engaged in bad behavior. I wanted so badly to believe that all of this could be chalked up to some kind of accounting error or something easily explainable, because as I mentioned, I've had a lot of respect for the Completionist in the past. But now, with where the situation currently is, it's extremely hard to see any type of fantasy land where the Completionist and the Open Hand Foundation is somehow totally innocent from the claims that have been made against them. So that was the situation, boiled down to the most bare bones of it. It got a little bit deeper since then, and I'd like to cover it here just to give you the full update. So, since that initial set of videos from Carl and Mudahar, the Open Hand Foundation has donated $600,000, which is great. However, most people, myself included, believe that that would have not happened had those videos not been made about them. It was the result of public pressure. It doesn't seem like this just was a big coincidence that they happen to donate it now after all of this outrage. So it's a net positive, though, that they finally have donated the money, but there was a lot more that was uncovered throughout the investigations, and the Completionist came forward to deliver an official response on all of this. And I have to say, his response is a bunch of horseradish. I watched it when it first dropped, and there were so many contradictions that he said in that response that it made it extremely difficult to believe anything else that he says going forward. For some reason, what he said was enough to convince his audience of no wrongdoing, and it fries my fucking brain trying to comprehend how anyone could have walked away with that perspective. He admits fault for potentially misleading people on the purpose of the Open Hand Foundation and where the money goes, even though he blatantly misleads them. He explicitly said that it was going places it wasn't. That's not just like, hey, I'm sorry you felt this way, or I'm sorry you got all of these dumb ideas in your head, you bunch of fucking dummies. You picked up these breadcrumbs I didn't mean to drop. Sorry you did that. You blatantly misled them. The Open Hand Foundation is a middleman. They take in money from his community and they donate it to other causes that help in the fight against dementia. So his only goal with this was to take that money and donate it, which he wasn't doing for a decade until, of course, all of this outrage. But in his response, he keeps making it seem like that was always part of the plan. He said that basically they were waiting for a restricted donation where it was a lot of money where it'd make a meaningful impact. And I think that, again, is a bunch of dirty barnacles. You never fucking said that. In fact, in the interview he did with Mudahar and Carl in the first video they made, it directly contradicts what he's saying in his response, where he was saying like, oh, we just didn't know that the money hadn't been donated, and we were waiting for the right benefactor. That whole restricted donation amount narrative, that whole side quest hoopla, that mumbo-jumbo never came up until his response. So it seemed like they were really just trying to fish for some kind of excuse. It just doesn't seem genuine at all, and it doesn't make any sense. Because if that was always the goal and what you were waiting to do, you probably would have disclosed that to your audience, right? Like, I would think any sensible person would. Now, Carl Jobst just dropped his video covering all of these claims, and I can't recommend it enough. I'm just giving you my perspective from what I saw from his response, but Carl dives into the weeds of it. He gives you all of the receipts, all of the evidence, all of the proof, and I think there's no way you walk away from Carl's video believing that the Completionist is totally innocent in all of this and it's just one big misunderstanding or a
giant whoops-a-daisy moment. It really does seem like there were some shady things going on in regards to the fundraiser as well as to how the funds were handled. And I see a lot of people saying, this is just Carl's side of the story. And it's just not. We have the completionist side of the story. We have that interview that he initially conducted, which for some reason people keep forgetting about and just writing off as, just a nothing burger. He was panicked and under pressure, so his statements can't hold any water, which I totally disagree with. Those statements are still important. But we do also have the official response now. So this isn't a case where we only have one side of the story. No, we have all sides of the story. It's just Gerard's side, the completionists, has more holes in it than an orgy on Brazzers. Like, there are so many problems with his statement that don't add up. And the receipts and proof that he brought forward in his response is kind of just unrelated to a lot of the claims that have been made against him. Like, I don't know how that was enough to convince anyone that he's like some kind of angel, like a saint, not guilty or anything. Like, he didn't disprove anything, really, except for one claim, which is that the papers, some of the documents, weren't signed, which is something Carl admits fault to in his follow-up as well, that he was wrong to state that the documents weren't signed. Gerard did prove that they were signed. But that's a very, very small component of the claims against him. I want to show you a clip from Carl's video, which contains a clip from the completionist video that was the biggest alarm for me, that sounded all the sirens in my little noodle up here. It's something Gerard says that directly indicates that he has lied. I'm actually shocked he even has this in his response video, because he is openly admitting to being untrustworthy with some of the things he has claimed throughout the fundraisers, as well as potentially now.
And Gerard admitted this in his response.
Income from Twitch subscriptions and bits, along with merchandise, have offset some of the production costs. So to say the money is missing is simply wrong.
This was shocking to me. Does Gerard not understand that he is admitting to embezzlement here? To be clear, a charity using donations to cover expenses isn't illegal. It's totally normal and common. But that's not what Gerard did. Gerard lied to the public and said that this money was going to charity and that he wasn't touching any of it.
Bits, subs, YouTube memberships, or YouTube super chats, anything that supports us is going to the foundation at the very end.
As a reminder, all bits and subs, including Amazon Primes, go towards the charity as well. So it's all a pass through, all going for a good cause.
Gift subs, memberships on YouTube, super chats, all that goes to the charity as well. And hey, if you want to get a t-shirt, all of the proceeds from the shirt also go to charity.
Your primes, your gift subs, your bits, donations all go to charity. We don't take any of it.
For years, the completionist has said all of the bits, the memberships, the subs on Twitch, merch sales, bit donations, if you fucking put $1 on a rock and throw it out of your window and hope that it reaches us, all the money raised throughout all of these streams is going directly to the charity. We're not touching any of it. He even explicitly says those words. And yet, in his response, he admits that that money, through those means, was being used to offset production costs. That's totally different than what you were telling them the money was going to be used for. As Carl mentions, there's nothing inherently wrong with using some money to offset costs for like a big event. That's pretty commonplace, but usually that money comes from like a sponsor backing, but even if not, it's usually disclosed that a portion of the money donated will be used in that regard. So that way the audience knows. You keep them updated on exactly what the money is going to be used for and how. That's the most important part of being a charity, knowing where the money goes as a donator. And for Open Hand Foundation, for 10 years, the money wasn't going anywhere except into a bank account to collect fucking dust and grime and cobwebs. Like, I bet by the time that this money was donated from Open Hand, the bank was like fucking stunned, like, wait, are you sure? We were under the impression that whoever had that must have like traveled the world and never came back or something. It had been sitting for so fucking long idly. And as a lot of people mentioned, the money isn't worth as much now as it was when it was initially donated because of inflation and everything. It would have been better to just keep donating it every year. Yes, it is still a good thing that the money was donated. Absolutely, that is a win for sure. So there is at least a positive outcome here. But it's still not even where this rabbit hole ends. Carl and Muda also discovered that they do these golf events that raise a lot of money as well. And a lot of money isn't accounted for in like what the bank has in total. There are just so many things that still don't have a real answer from the completionist. It's just such a fucking sad situation. Charitable fraud is so foul. Just exploiting people's kindness, taking people's willingness to help others and wiping your ass with it. It is evil.
And whether or not the charity fraud here is on purpose or on accident, and I lean more towards it being on purpose with all of the evidence provided here and everything that keeps coming out. And even if it was charitable fraud on accident, that's not exactly just like a mistake people make. It's not like one of those things that's easily something to move on from. Like, ooh, Jiminy Christmas, hey, sorry guys, looks like I committed charity fraud. Ooh, sorry about that, yikes, I didn't mean to. Like, it's not something that people be like, oh, okay, hey, no worries, happens to everyone. Like, it is still a fucking big deal, even if this is all somehow the result of just being extremely bad at managing a charity. It's still an awful situation and extremely fucking sad all around. I'm happy the money got donated, some of the money got donated, but there's still so many more things that need to be accounted for here. I highly encourage all of you to watch Carl's video. He dives into all of it, and I think it's an extremely important video to watch, because there are so many more things to this story. So, huge hats off to Carl and Mudahar for their work on this situation. Without them, I don't think that money would have ever actually made it to a real cause. So, great work from them, and I am glad to see they didn't back down in response to the completionist, like, fucking flexing on him, like, okay, then I'll take it to legal court then. Because at the end of the completionist response video, he puffs out his chest and makes some vague threats to legal action against them for it, and I'm glad that they didn't cower away from it, and they just went harder into what they have found through their investigation. I think that is a great thing, and I think it is an overall, like, positive that they're trying to deliver on. So, I'm going to keep my eyes on the situation, of course. I just wanted to bring you all up to speed on where this is at. Again, please check out Carl's video if you want to know all of the specifics. This has all been very surface level for me just to bring you up to speed on most of it, but anyway, that's about it. See ya. I'm often asked if I've ever been in a fight, like a real physical confrontation. And the answer is no. But if I ever was, it'd be over real quick with these lightning fast jabs, and then maybe I get him with one of these, look up here, bang, high kick, lights out. If you slow down the video to 0.5 times speed, you'll see that I threw out over 30 right-hand, left-hand jab combinations and 4 different kicks. But the point is, I've never had to employ these elite maneuvers that I've mastered here from the numerous dojos I've studied in, which is a blessing for any, you know, bad guys out there. Though, I guess it's worth mentioning, I have once or twice helped break up a fight, and I'm being very generous with that word, helped. I was just kind of there as like an active spectator, just kind of loosely participating, like a referee who accidentally gets involved in the play during a football game. Like, once or twice, a friend of mine got into a drunken skirmish at a house party, and I was among the people trying to, like, pull each other away from themselves. So, nothing major. I've never actually been in a real exchange of knuckle sandwich sliders or anything pugilistic. I just can't actually imagine being angry enough at someone to want to get into a fight with them. It just doesn't feel worth it. I've never been at a point where someone grinds my ass so much where I'm like, time to punch him in the nose. I'm ready to cave this douchebag's skull in. It's just, I've never been that upset at someone. And today I want to share with you a video that I still think about 2 months after seeing it, where two people, were so mad at each other that nothing would stop them from fighting, not even poop. One of them shits themselves mid-fight, ass fully out, poop flying all over the place, and they continue to, like, tussle and rumble and tumble on the ground, continuing the fight. That's a level of anger and frustration that is incomprehensible to me.
Oh. Oh. Your ass out, stop. Your ass out, big man.
I'm having an extraordinarily difficult time censoring the cheeks. They are like impossible to track. They're just all over the place here. It's like an NVIDIA physics demonstration with these jiggling butt cheeks here. I'm doing my best, but I don't know the context around why they're fighting. I don't know what caused this. All I can tell you is it's not worth it. So immediately, the big gentleman takes down the smaller guy. Though he's not a small guy at all. He's also a big boy. But when they both hit the ground, the big man's pants immediately just say, I'm out of here. They said, I've had enough. So they slide down, and his whole ass is out. Even seeing some glimpses of the chocolate starfish itself making a brief cameo appearance. Actual asshole. And he's not giving up. The other guy is continuing to fight him, even though his ass is now fully exposed.
Hey, big man, your ass out.
Hold on. Hey, y'all start over.
Break that shit up. Break that shit up.
Y'all start over, man.
Hey, both y'all start the fuck up.
So all the spectators here, including the cameraman, have taken notice of the exposed anus. And all of them are saying, time out, let's reset here, pull your pants up, let's go again for round 2. They're ringing the bell. We got a 10-yard penalty on the play, unnecessary butt cheeks, take it from the top, second down. It's like they're calling a technical foul here in a basketball game. It's actually, like, I appreciate that they're trying to bring rules and structure to this street fight here. Like, okay, listen, you want to pummel each other, that's fine, but you do it with your pants held up high and your dignity intact, damn it.
I'm telling you, Gibson, stop. Gibson, I just said start up.
Right, now let him keep it.
I tell y'all stop.
He shitted on himself.
He shitted on himself.
He shitted, man. Y'all
He
stop,
shitted
bro.
on himself. Gibson, get up.
Who
He shitted
shitted?
on himself.
Yeah, leave him alone. He shitted, bro. He stank.
I didn't even know where I'd begin with trying to censor this portion of the fight. We've reached the climax. There's just poop everywhere. Like, this has become UFC, but if the F stood for feces. Ultimate feces combat. He didn't just shit on himself, his fucking colon exploded. Like, there's poop on his shirt, poop leaking out of his butt, like, it's all over the place, and yet it doesn't stop right there. Even though everyone besides the guy he's fighting is saying, like, look, he fucking pooped. Stop. The fight is over. It's enough. It's done. You won. You beat the shit out of him. It's over. And yet for some reason, he's not done. He says, what about second breakfast? And continues to try and fight him, even though he is now getting shit on him because he continues it. Like, it's a level of anger that I will never be able to process. I could watch my high school bully steal my car right in front of me, burn it to the ground, get out, laugh in my face, and then spit on me, and I still wouldn't fight him covered in shit. How better to explain? Like, maybe we'd get into a bit of a little sock and boppers action here, but the second somebody starts shitting, I'm done. Where once there was anger, there is now only shame. Like, it's so yucky. You might actually remember this. This is a point I made many years ago, and I still stand by it. If you're ever in a fight that you want to get out of, just get naked. I feel like no one wants to fight a naked person, and I feel like that goes tenfold for a pooper. Like, no one wants to fight someone that has now become a biohazard to their own health because they're leaking shit everywhere. Like, that's probably a really good defense mechanism that would work 9 out of 10 times, but this is the one time it doesn't. He found a guy who was just angry enough to disregard poop. Which is rare, I feel like.
Oh! Damn, he shitted, boy. Get up! How the fuck you shit in the middle of a fight? Get up! Hey, man, get up or you be stank, man!
Again, I'm sorry, I don't know how to properly censor this so you can still, like, make out what's happening here. There's just shit and ass all over the screen, like, I don't know what else to do besides just, like, blank out most of it. You can hear the audio, though. Everyone is stunned by the volume of poop that has been released in the middle of this fight. The one thing nobody was expecting, and they are just trying to warn him, stop, you're going to be covered in this, it's not worth it, the fight's over, you won, it's over. I really do like the guy doing some of the commentary, the casting, he's like, it's coming out of his butt. That had me laughing so fucking hard when I first watched this. Like, it's such a crazy fight. There's just no way there is anything that is worth being this angry over to not only have this sloppy fucking street fight about it, but then continue it even in the midst of fecal matter being spread all over the place. I know, like, you couldn't see like half of the video because of having to censor it, but even just the audio, I think, is enough to get across what's likely happening here, and you can paint your own picture in your head about what was going on. It's just something I keep thinking about from time to time. Like, whenever something bothers me or whatever, I'll be like, well, at least I'll never be this angry where I would fight somebody in poop. So, I don't know. I don't think I can be this angry. But, I mean, who really knows? But yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's it. See ya. If there's one lesson Courage the Cowardly Dog taught me from a young age, it's that you'll never be perfect, and that's okay. Because perfection is a really interesting concept. Much like Santa Claus, it's not real. It's make-believe. You know the expression, practice makes perfect? Well, it's a bunch of horseradish because you'll never be perfect, but you can practice and practice in order to achieve some lofty goals, but perfection is never an actual realistic achievement because it just can't really be done. There is nothing that's perfect. Or is there? There are a couple of rare cases where something is technically perfect. For example, the hagfish. The hagfish is just this nightmarish little bastard that dwells in the sea that's remained largely unchanged for millions upon millions of years because it hasn't needed to evolve. It's this revolting, disgusting, worm-looking motherfucker that makes me sick to my stomach, but unfortunately, it is perfection incarnate to some capacity. It has evolved down the perfect path for its environment. It has the most optimal defense mechanism where it slimes itself when threatened. So if a predator comes to try and eat it in the sea, it coats itself in a really thick super slime, and the predator gets a mouthful of cum and suffocates, and the hagfish can escape. And that's been good enough for it for millions of years, so it doesn't evolve. Now, the reason I say that's technically perfect instead of just giving it the 100% stamp of approval perfection is because I could absolutely take them in a fight. If you give me like a barrel of hagfish and tell me that it's do or die time, I'm going to have to beat them in hand-to-hand combat, I don't think I would struggle at all. It doesn't matter how much Nickelodeon slime time they blast off in there, it's not going to be enough to stop me. So they're perfect for their environment, but not perfect across the board. It is extraordinarily rare to find something that is, by all definitions, perfect with no room for improvement across the board. I imagine most of you would struggle to think of something that fits that criteria. But today I'd like to present to you something that I think is truly remarkable. We are on the cusp of legitimate perfection, an accomplishment that, if achieved, will forever be the best it can, with nothing that could top it. Perfection. It's the speedrun for Super Mario Bros. Now, this is a video made a few years ago by a channel called Bismuth, so I'm going to let him explain to you the limits of this speedrun, because we do have the technology to calculate what the fastest possible in this time can look like.
At 454.798, that's the sum of all the tricks that could theoretically be performed by a human, although 4-2 and 8-4 have never been actually completed this fast. At 454.28, that's the fastest possible time that would respect the rules by not pressing left and right at the same time. And finally, at 454.032 lies the theoretical limit, the fastest possible way that the game could be beaten under any circumstance.
For those of you that aren't familiar with speedrun terminology, I'll quickly break down what TAS stands for. It's tool-assisted speedrun. It's using programs in order to get the best possible inputs at the best possible times, optimal frames, in order to find and calculate the best a run can look using the current routes available. So for Super Mario Bros. With the current route and the current strategies, these were the limits. There was a limit for what humans would be able to do because some tricks are only viable when using these tools to slow it down in order to make those inputs. And then there is the level beyond that, the fucking plus ultra to infinity and beyond, where the tool-assisted speedruns can get you even further, but just aren't achievable by humans. That is simply the limits. So if you turn your attention to Exhibit A once again, you'll see the theory limit of 454.798 there. That was the lowest possible time a human being could potentially achieve. So if some kind of elite gamer barbarian warrior stepped forward and actually hit that time, that would be perfection. But we live in a beautiful dimension, where sometimes even the impossible is possible. A runner by the name of Nifsky actually just blew the asshole wide open off of this dataset. They actually just clocked in a run that was faster than the theoretical human limits.
It's AD! It has to be! AD! Yes! 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 Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
That pop-off was so legendary, Hungrybox just felt a tingle and rolled over in his sleep with one eye open. This is a pop-off up there with some of the iconic greats, like Modern Warfare 2 with the "Mom, get the camera" moment. And he earned this pop-off, because what he did here, most considered pretty much impossible, which is why there was, about 4 years ago when Bismuth made the video, a limit most people thought would never be beaten for a human. And this time he just clocked is faster than that.
Thanks to a combination of just raw talent and just true mastery of the game, as well as a couple of new implementations on the route, he was able to go beyond that, and as of right now is only 22 frames away from getting a legitimately perfect run to match what you saw on the graph. There's a great article written about this from Ars Technica. He is now only 0.35 seconds away from matching that tool-assisted speedrun, which was there mainly just to calculate what the limits for this game could be. But now, Nifsky said, "To hell with the limits. You best start believing in ghost stories, Mario. You're in one." Now we have a human being that is tickling on the gular sack of perfection. 22 frames away from a perfect Super Mario run. Now, of course, there is still a little bit of wiggle room that maybe 10 years from now there's new strategies that get found and implemented, so it pushes it a little bit lower. But I think that's actually kind of unlikely with how optimized this run currently is, so there's a good chance that what we're looking at, or what we could be looking at, should he be able to pull this off, is a run that will never be beaten, can only ever be matched. It is fundamentally perfect by all definitions. Now, I keep saying we when talking about his achievement as if I had anything to fucking do with it. Like, I'm not his coach. I don't even run Super Mario Bros. But when I say we, I'm talking about the human race. I actually just think it's so impressive that what we might see here is something that will be the perfect run of this game forever. That is just such a fascinating concept to me. I can't think of many other things that fit into that category, and it's just really exciting. So I'm rooting for Nifsky to keep pushing for this. He apparently wants to keep running it as well until he gets it even lower, so that's extremely hype. But let's go over it a little bit more in depth on how he was able to even pull it off in the first place. Through a combination of just godlike talent and mastery of this game, as well as his use of Lightning 4-2. It's just an extremely difficult trick that I'm not going to get into the weeds of, but what you need to know here is that Nifsky used a different method for Lightning 4-2, but saved the same amount of time as the TAS did. But even still, it wasn't something that you'd see being integrated into full runs right away, because it wasn't exactly easy or super consistent. Until a runner named King of Johnny Boy developed a more consistent Lightning 4-2 method, and then all hell broke loose. And now we're here today, beating machines. We created machines, damn it. And now we're taking back the seat at the top of the food chain, baby. 7 perfect levels strung together, which leaves only one left. One little blemish. 8-4. And it's 22 frames away from matching the tool-assisted speedrun, making it an unbeatable, even by machine, time. Unless, of course, there's new strategies discovered down the line. But regardless, this accomplishment from Nifsky is incredible. And he is extremely close and extremely motivated to achieve something that not many people in the world can do or will ever get a chance to do. Be able to deliver something perfect. So yeah, I just kind of wanted to talk about that a little bit. Also, when I think about perfection, this is very off onto a tangent, but when I was mentioning it earlier with the hagfish, I did think of one other example of something that I think is perfect, and it's doors. Don't know if that's a hot take or controversial, but I feel like even 1,000 years from now, doors will still exist in some capacity as we know them. It'll just be some kind of different variation of them or style of them. But a door, I think, is just perfect. It accomplishes the task that it's given without any room for improvement on it. I can't envision something more effective at its job than a door. So I think doors is another example of something that has been perfected, or something that is perfect. Just wanted to throw that out there while I was still thinking about it. But anyway, again, huge congratulations to Nifsky for this new record, and I'm really excited to see if he's able to pull off the perfect run. So yeah, that's about it. So yeah. If you've been around this channel for a long time, you'll know that I've always enjoyed diving into the insanity that Kickstarter offers from time to time, just looking at some of the more outrageous product pitches. And today someone sent me this
Kickstarter pitch claiming that it's the worst one the site has ever seen, to which I rolled my eyes and scoffed like an anime villain. The horrors I've seen on that site, I'm like a war veteran of cringe with PTSD, just remembering things like the Air Umbrella and Michael Superbacker, God bless. But I still decided to take a peek, so I dusted my shoulders off and decided to dive in, and interestingly enough, it is very bad. I don't know if I'd call it the worst. It's pretty awful, but I don't know if it's the worst I've ever seen. But I thought it'd be still fun to dive into it, because this kind of content's something I haven't made in a while, so it'll be a nice little blast from the past for your ass.
There's more truth in here than what we're reading in the papers. Observe the millennials, the YOLOs, Generation Y, or why the fuck not, thinking they are special because mom and dad and their 5th grade teacher told them so. Armed with participation trophies and branded apparel to encourage superiority.
I think with just the first 15 seconds, you can immediately get the vibe behind this pitch. It's trying to suckle off of the cock of the Andrew Tate tough love formula, where it's like, everybody is a sensitive snowflake in today's society. Generation Y? More like Generation why the fuck are you still a bitch? Participation trophies out the wazoo, no one knows how to be a man anymore, no one knows how to think for themselves. Everyone you see is an NPC, just a zombie sleepwalking through life. Don't be like them. Buy my coffee. Like, he's immediately doing exactly what he's upset at the rest of the world for doing, being pretentious. That's this entire ad. Just some pretentious douchebaggery.
Newsflash. We all got the fucking memo. We see straight through your crap. Exhibit A. Look at the self-proclaimed artiste over here. Looking like a lumberjack from the 1800s. Low-budget lumberjack.
Pardon me, huh? Jiminy Christmas, have you ever seen a lumberjack? How does this guy look like an 1800s low-budget lumberjack? He's clean-shaven with slicked-back gelled hair. What are you talking about? It's just all around one of the weakest insults he could have squeaked out of his mouth there, because it sucks shit through a crazy straw. Not only does he not look like a lumberjack, but if he did, you're giving him a compliment. Lumberjacks are cool. The number one image that immediately gets into people's head when asked to think about a masculine man is a lumberjack. Like a fucking grizzly, bearded man oozing testosterone out of every pore in his body, chopping wood. That's like the quintessential man stuff, not drinking coffee from Kickstarter. He's trying so hard but failing to be a bully. And I feel bad for all the actors in this pile of dog shit, because all they do is stand there and let him go around and insult them. And they're not even insults, like he's just really bad at it, but it must have been so uncomfortable because I know they had no idea what this gig was going to entail, but they already showed up on set and were getting paid, so they just said, we'll let it rip. And it was probably extremely hard to not laugh at this guy being so bad at making insults.
I bet he's never even held an axe a day in his life. And what are these? Even your blindness is fake. Do you think your tattoos make you a coffee connoisseur? You realize that your devotion to non-conformity actually makes you conform. It's hypocrisy and flannel.
What are you yapping about? Do you think your tattoos make you a coffee connoisseur? Where is that coming from? What delusional dimension is your brain inhabiting? Come back to reality. Come back to us. I have tattoos, and I don't drink coffee. It's not like people get tattoos because all of a sudden it's going to make them a coffee expert or something. I don't know what tree he's barking up with that thought process, but it is confusing, to say the least. He's just blabbering on about some nonsense mumbo-jumbo and trying to, like, insult the people around him. Now, all of this is to sell his coffee, which is supposed to be the world's strongest coffee, which I guess he may have succeeded at, according to his Kickstarter page. One 12 fluid ounce cup of his coffee apparently contains 702 milligrams of caffeine, which is more than the other competitor, Death Wish, at 660. Over 700 milligrams of caffeine in a single 12-ounce cup is absurd. The Panera Bread lemonade wouldn't kill you as fast as this would. To put in perspective how much caffeine that is, if you consume 1,200 milligrams of caffeine in a pretty short period of time, you are likely to experience caffeine toxicity, which can be fatal. So if you drank 2 cups of his coffee, it'll just send you straight to heaven to meet your maker. You'll sail into Valhalla with insomnia coffee being the thing that killed you. What an embarrassing way to go. Why would you ever want a 700 milligram caffeine beverage? At that point, just do meth. Meth would actually be safer and more healthy for you than drinking his coffee. That is so mind-boggling.
But you don't give a fuck about individualism like flannel fuck over here. No. You're a clone. With enough creatine, protein, and self-loathing to keep your arms inflated and your dick shriveling. He's been keeping an eye on that Insta slut's ads for a while now. I think I saw him whimper at it.
The insecurity he's projecting with this scene in particular is just pathetic. Like, beyond embarrassing. This should not have made the final cut. This should have absolutely been scrapped ASAP. Oh, look at you. Drinking protein shakes, taking creatine, making your wiener shrivel up. What are you talking about? That's not what happens. He's just drinking protein shakes and taking creatine. That's not going to have any effect on his pee-pee size. Like, his penis is the exact same size, but now he is an overall more muscular man. More than you. Oh, all that self-loathing. You must be doing it because you're not comfortable in your own skin. You should be like me. No muscle mass and drinking 700 milligrams of caffeine every hour. And with my insomnia coffee, huh? That's what you should be. That's what a real man does. Drinking coffee to wash away all the pain and sorrow. Not lifting weights and drinking protein, idiot. And you were looking at sluts or something. He is just genuinely so bad at this shtick. Because he's just choosing things that are good. Being a lumberjack, being in shape and taking care of your body, and trying to portray them as a bad thing somehow, like, it makes no sense. He is actually horrible at trying to get across this, like, tough machismo, drink my coffee kind of thing. My coffee will make you a real man. Not like this guy who lifts weights.
Speaking of, behold, the voice of the common man. She's studying a magna cum laude in absolute fuckery. Purebred vegan. Drove down here in a Mini Cooper. Hit a dog on the way. If it wasn't a child. But don't worry. Daddy will pay for the dent. Stop taking relationship advice from misspelled Facebook posts. You need to realize no amount of Instagram followers, no amount of Twitter likes or retweets are gonna make up for the fact that you don't have a personality.
Ugh, it's so cringe. Going into like this edgy fanfic about this girl now. Oh, you hit a dog, or maybe a child, on the way here. But your dad's gonna pay for the dent. And then he goes with the cliche, no amount of Twitter likes or Instagram followers is gonna make up for no personality, you harlot. Oh, it's so dumb. It's so fucking dumb. Like, the actors, I can't believe they're actually able to keep it together. Maybe this is like the 40th take, so now they're just like tired and they're just doing everything they can to get the fuck out of there. Because there's no way you wouldn't be breaking character here laughing at the cringe.
How the fuck does she keep that shit down? Look, I'm not perfect. But at least I don't hide behind a veil of pretense like these fake fucks. We're tired of the facade. Who are we really? Wake the fuck up.
Ooh, so profound. What a sign-off. Wake the fuck up, samurai. Straight out of Cyberpunk. Really tried. And missed. What a big old L of a Kickstarter pitch that was. What are you talking about, man? You're making coffee. Out of every character type he tries to shoot spitballs at, out of every trope he tries to insult in his pitch, he is by far the fakest out of all of them. He is the one with the facade. You're not more awake or better than anyone else just because you're consuming 700 milligrams of caffeine that's coursing through your veins like Bane's venom from Batman. Like, it's so silly. Well, just, if you want to make the world's strongest coffee, go for it and try and sell it on that merit as opposed to go up this weird alley here with, like, It's time to wake up, and the only way to do that is by never sleeping again with 700 milligrams worth of caffeine in every cup of our coffee. It's so silly. I just had to make fun of this. Something I'm sure he understands. That was his whole ad, just making fun of people. So I'm making fun of the pretentious businessman who thinks his coffee is somehow making him superior to everyone else around him when it comes to intelligence and enlightenment and waking up. What a fucking joke. That's really about it. See ya. Let me go ahead and ease your worry. Don't panic. I haven't fallen off the wagon. I'm not back to the addiction of clowning on Twitter / Elon Musk and a lot of the unbelievable cringe that he indulges in. That's not the purpose of the video today. I know I've made a lot of videos about that platform, X, formerly known as Twitter, which no one calls it X for good reason. It's an absolutely atrocious name. I'm already getting off on a tangent here because they're making fun of Twitter is more addictive than heroin and Magic the Gathering card collecting. Like, there's just something about it. It just feels so good to insult, to spit on it. But, again, that's not what I'm doing today. So don't worry, I made you a solemn vow, a promise, that I wouldn't just keep making fun of that platform. I want to talk about what they're trying to do right now with streaming because I legitimately do think it is a good thing. But we are still going to sprinkle on some seasoning here of some insults because the very first test stream for Elon Musk on Twitter did not go overly well. For those that don't know what I'm talking about, Elon Musk has been making a big hoopla about making Twitter a strong streaming platform. He really wants it to be this all-encompassing hub for content to keep you hooked like cigarettes. So it'll have a little bit of everything, and that includes gaming streams. So in order to test it, he went live last night to do some Diablo 4 runs. And boy howdy, it didn't go swimmingly, I'd say. I got to watch most of it unfold live on stream last night with Matt and Danny, and it was a confusing mess of a stream, but I do think the idea of bringing streaming to Twitter is a solid idea. I have long been an outspoken advocate for competition, and in the streaming space, it's been mainly dominated by Twitch for a long time. Of course, they've been floundering a little bit here. Unfortunately, SpongeBob has been whipping up some nasty patties of some ideas at the Twitch headquarters, so they haven't been really crushing it at the top, which has led to the rise of other competitors that are legitimately popping off. Like, they're not nearly to Twitch's level, but they are competitive in the market. So things like Kick, Rumble, YouTube, Facebook, not so much. Facebook is a place where streaming goes to die. That's just kind of like a sad, pathetic joke of a streaming platform, but it does exist and it does pull some numbers. Point is, streaming has become far more competitive over the last couple of years, and now Twitter is looking to have a strong streaming competitor as well. And overall, I just think it's a good thing because as more competition arises, it forces all of the other platforms to improve. So mainly YouTube and Twitch, which are the two biggest. If there's more competition out there, there's more reason for them to improve their service, so overall competition is always the best thing for consumers. So even though the first stream was rocky, and Elon Musk is the furthest thing from a streamer, it at least is a proof of concept that shows that they do want to actually make streaming prevalent on the site, which again, I think is helpful to the entire streaming ecosystem because then the top dogs can't just endlessly coast and stagnate and refuse to improve their platform. They'll need to, hopefully, assuming Twitter becomes a legitimate competitor with streaming. So let's go ahead and take a look at how Elon's first stream unfolded, because it's a bit of a head scratcher.
The candle's the size of him.
That is a massive candle. That looks like something out of Dark Souls.
What is that?
That's cool. I kind of want one.
That's like...
We're going to watch his house burn down in real time.
He told his assistant he wanted a candle, and they were like, "How much should it cost?" And he was like, "I don't know, $45,000." Okay.
How much do candles go for? Like $400? That should be good enough. Breathing directly into the mic now.
Yep. 5-foot candle. Let's see.
He's actively trying to suck all the oxygen out of the room.
God damn, these are big.
This looks like a satanic ritual room.
It really does.
There's nothing on the walls. It's just empty with a giant candle.
He's really breathing into that mic.
He fixed the flicker, though, it seems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no, the flicker is not fixed. It was just in the pause screen. Yeah.
It's back.
Where is chat on Twitter streaming?
I'm watching on my phone. If you just go
testing.
vertical, you can see it at the bottom, but it's off. Chat is off.
Oh, it's off. Oh, he turned chat off.
Yeah, he's a coward.
Oh, yeah, he wouldn't want to get bullied. That's like
Coward.
his worst nightmare. Why is he streaming this right now?
I
don't know.
Why
What
is he
going
doing this?
on?
How tall is a standard desk on a table? It definitely is not. It's 100% not on a table. You
No,
can
it's
see it
not
right
on the
now.
table. Yeah.
Yeah, it goes all the way to the ground. And then the question is there a mirror behind him, or is there a second massive
He's just got
candle?
he's got rooms of candles.
When there's not a flashbang on his face, this actually looks like dark and darker.
It looks so demonic.
It's dungeon-esque.
Somebody said with the lights on, homie, he looks like he's in the presence of a deity.
Just watch a YouTube tutorial, Elon. Like, goddamn.
Yeah, please. Do anything. The first thing everybody yells is turn off VSync. Try that. Or turn it on.
I think it's just his OBS settings. He just said OBS, I'm pretty sure. I think it's just the settings.
I just wonder why it's not happening in menu.
That's okay, I guess.
Oh, good
That
question.
shit is so bad.
See, like, it's not even on his inventory. It's just the game.
Good point.
It's weird. Elon, give me in there.
You know what he probably did? He probably set his bitrate to like 40,000 or some shit.
Oh, I can't handle.
Yeah, so now it's kind of cooking it.
So I like just look at the replies to the live post and just occasionally
Sir.
What was that statement? What the
That
fuck?
was not a complete sentence. What was that?
It sounded like he casted a spell.
Yeah.
This is supposed to be a speed run, right?
I don't know.
I think that's what he was advertising.
Oh my god. I just got fragged by a bloodlister.
Wow.
Well then, the first mob. What a speed run.
Oh, his name is I Will Never Die.
There we go. Now he's
Yeah,
moving.
he's cooking.
There we go. He had to get the wiggles out.
Yeah, it's his first time live streaming. He's got a big audience. He was nervous.
Yeah. And since it's dark in here, you can't even see the flickering that much.
That's true.
Oh, he's dead. Oh, wow.
That would have been awful if you died back-to-back times on this one mob.
This might be a bit of a grind.
All in all, the stream lasted about 40 minutes. It was a tech test. At the end, he was talking about how there's a lot to improve, but overall was just kind of working the bugs out. Now, he himself isn't the most amazing streamer. There was no chat, so he couldn't interact with anyone or anything, and he didn't really make any conversation on his own or even really talk. Most of the first 20 minutes was spent with him face down, buried in his phone. Like, he looked like me back in high school at prom, just like on the side of the wall, like just looking at my phone and nothing else. Like, it was just really insufferably boring just watching him struggle in Diablo and then not say anything at all, just kind of stare blankly at it and occasionally go, and that was about it. But he doesn't claim to be a good streamer, right? He's not out here trying to start his streaming career or anything. This really seemed like it was supposed to be a tech test. I just wish he had at least done the bare minimum beforehand to just make sure that he got his settings correct, because you could have probably found that flicker through just recording before going live and could have fixed it, because that was just unwatchable. That flicker was legitimately giving me a headache. And I'm not even like sensitive to that kind of stuff, but it was just so aggressive, like it was just making me disoriented. And you could have probably massaged that issue out before ever going live. Like, I don't think that just spontaneously happened when he clicked start stream. He probably could have figured it out through just a recording. But other than that, I do legitimately think it is a good idea for Twitter to offer streaming, just because I do like when there's more competition in the space. And Since we've seen so many other streaming platforms that are performing well, it shows that there is room in the market for more competitors, which again just makes the entire industry more competitive, which makes everything better because they have to be better in order to stay competitive. So yeah, anyway, just wanted to kind of talk about this a little bit. I guess we'll see where streaming's at in a year from now on Twitter. Maybe they never actually get it together or make it super functional or super great, or maybe they do and it becomes a legitimate competitor in the industry. We'll see. That's about it. See ya. I've said this many times over the last couple of years, but just like my high school basketball coach, you don't take me seriously. Every time I try to preach this gospel, you think I'm joking. I'm not. Wipe that smile off of your face, Buster. I am going to scream it once again with my whole chest. Cringe is the ultimate evil. It's the only unforgivable sin. Through the eyes of the internet, the ultimate crime is being cringe. So why am I talking about this? Well, it's because 2 videos have just gone viral for being cringy, and everyone has been dunking on them. The first one absolutely blew up, and it's become one of the most divisive videos I've seen hit the internet since the fucking Yanny and Laurel debate. It's this woman celebrating getting her pancakes by doing a little boogie. I have to mute the audio, so I'm just gonna beatbox for this. On Twitter, this video has well over 100 million views. This is the biggest tweet from it, saying we're all the person at the next table, and it's that woman in the background who's looking on confused and disgusted and annoyed about this. And the video has over 100 million on Twitter, but then an additional like 30 million or so on TikTok. And boy howdy, has this led to an unbelievably large and aggressive conversation. Mortal Kombat 1 came out, but the fatalities in this debate have been far more brutal than anything in that game. I tell you what, sports fans, this shit has been wacky. It's her pretending that she's super excited to get food, my hangriness leaving my body, and she's doing a little goofy TikTok dance. It's very artificial. It's not real. Like, is she actually having fun here? Who's to say? That's a secret between her and God. I have no idea if she's actually having fun, but it's clearly performative for TikTok updoots. She's looking for the internet likes. And it's not really bothering anyone because she's just doing it herself. The only one that's directly involved here is the staff that's bringing her the food, and she's subjecting them to cringe, which could be considered terrorism to a certain extent because cringe is, it's a fucking weapon. I don't care what anyone says. Weaponized cringe is some of the most potent Geneva Convention violating warfare we have at our disposal. So yes, the staff is exposed to her like pretending that she's super excited to get food, so the staff brings it over and she starts dancing like a toddler here with her happy dance of food. And it's all fake, right? But she's not really bothering anyone. The girl at the other table is just looking on confused and annoyed, which is a very normal response I think most humans would have, because this is a very weird thing to do as an adult. If you want to be treated like an adult, then you need to dress like an adult. Me. That's right, we're doing a me costume for Halloween, so you can wear me like a goddamn flesh suit. So it comes complete with the long hair, even's got my tattoos 1-to-1 for temporary tattoos, and then just like a fun little shirt to go along with the whole collection. So that's the new merch drop for this Halloween. It's available now, I'll put a link in the description. Oh yeah, also the beard. You don't want to be a clean-shaven Charlie, that'd look really weird. And there's nothing cringy about that. If you don't want to get made fun of, then that's what you need to dress like for Halloween. Anyway, the point here is, a lot of people were extremely upset about this video. There was a lot of hostility both in people defending the action and those attacking it. Me personally, I don't like it. It does bother me. I've said this a million times. I think the current climate of things where everything needs to be a fucking song and dance that you put on for an online audience of TikTok people to give you attention is trash. Everyone competing for internet attention at all times and faking everything to get some likes on your posts, awful. So yeah, I don't like that. If I was in that restaurant, you wouldn't see me like flip over a table in anger or anything, but you would see me look over annoyed about it. And maybe make fun of it a bit before moving on. But on the internet, cringe is a big deal, and it stays that way, and for some reason gets really aggressive and super deep, like almost philosophical to a certain point. In this case, with this video, she didn't really do herself any favors because she was arguing with everybody on TikTok, and she was getting really mean and nasty in some of the comments. But the point is, people respond to cringe very harshly. Now, there is a bigger talking point I want to get to, but in order to get there, I'd like to show you the other big video that blew up only about 2 days ago as of making this video.
Want to see the cringiest, most cuddly thing ever? This is called a love surge. And we do this when one of us has like so much love in our limbs that we can't contain it and feel like we're gonna explode. So Sean is having a love surge right now, and he's gonna wrap around me and shake with the electricity of love until I catch it too and start shaking, and then you explode with a love surge.
I feel so much better.
Don't you?
Thank you.
You're welcome. And that's the love surge.
So much love was just surged.
Sean's not wrong. There was a lot of love getting surged there. The cup runneth over on love. In fact, I think I started to feel some of the particles from that surge all the way over here. Nearly took out the power grid. Now, this also got really big on Twitter, and people fucking hated it. And they hated them for being cringy. Which, as you can imagine, didn't feel super great for the woman in this video here who posted a follow-up.
A lot of the duets and stitches were really funny, and I laughed a lot. I can take a joke and I can laugh at myself. But then some of the comments got like, really, really mean. And they were like wishing that like someone cheated on each other, or wishing that like DV on me, or SA, or like to unalive myself. And I think like if the goal was to make me sad, you did it. You won.
She posted this video going over how all of the really mean comments made her feel, like the really personal ones wishing horrible things upon her and the family. And what really sucks is how unsurprising this is. The internet has become a place where you expect this. Anytime a video is posted, no matter what it is, if it's cringy, even if it's good, you already know there's going to be a large number of people that are going to hate it. And when people on the internet don't like something, they go to the biggest possible extreme to let you know their dislike of it, telling you to do the worst things ever and wish the worst things ever upon you. It's unfortunately very commonplace online. I remember when I first started posting on the internet, I had read somewhere a quote: when someone wears a mask, they show you their real face. So basically, it's not the most profound thing ever. When someone is anonymous, they show you their true colors. And most people aren't that nice. And so what happened here is, this was cringy, so people started being very not nice, and she posted this video hoping that maybe if you saw how it made her feel, that it would stop. And as you can probably guess, it only made it worse. The comments were saying things like, just need another love surge, or order up on that love surge to help. If there's one thing the internet hates more than cringe, it's weakness, vulnerability. If you show that something hurt you, that's the biggest possible trophy you can ever give to people online, because now they know they're getting to you and they will just keep that pressure coming. There was really nothing good that could have come from this video, but I do legitimately feel bad for her and Sean here, because their only crime was posting something cringy. I don't think they should have posted it to begin with, but that's once again just the product of everything being a competition to get internet attention. So they took a very personal thing with them being lovey-dovey and having this really quirky love surge thing they do, and they wanted to share it online, because everyone wants to share everything online all the time. And what happened here is it ended up being an awful experience. So let's tie this into what I want to talk about on a deeper level. Why cringe is literally the worst thing you can do online as a content creator, it feels like. Over the many, many years I've been online, I have seen some people do the worst things imaginable. And those people still have an audience and supporters, despite being a piece of shit that does horrible things. And then I've seen cases where someone does something a little too whimsical. They get a little too silly, and it's embarrassing. And they lose a lot of supporters for it. More so than someone that is an actually awful person doing horrible things. And I guess it's honestly not even fair to say that it's just the internet that has no forgiveness for cringe, because one of the best examples of an entire career being unraveled from something being a little too goofy actually comes from 2004 and predates the modern internet as we know it. Howard Dean and the now infamous Dean Scream. Howard Dean was a very prominent political figure, and in 2004 was a presidential candidate.
and his entire world got fucking blasted when he was doing a rally and got a little too excited. He was given a very passionate speech. He's like, we're going to Washington, we're going to Oregon, then we're going to my buddy Eric's place to eat some ice cream, and then we're looping back around, we're going back to Washington, and then Oregon. And that moment, that one silly little screech ruined his entire presidential run and made him a laughingstock, all from just a droplet of cringe. I actually think he was a pioneer who was ahead of his time, because if he did that today, he'd be looked at as like an icon on TikTok, because that kind of shit's not cringy per se anymore. But anyway, the point I'm making here is it might not even just be an internet-specific phenomenon. It might be like a human-specific thing where we're just hardwired to dislike cringe and always hold it against the person who made us feel the cringe. I don't really know. I'm getting scientific about something that has absolutely no basis in science. It's just something I've observed for pretty much my whole life, where some people will do what I consider to be unforgivable things. Like legitimately horrible, terrible, awful things. And yet they still go on to have an extremely successful career. They have tons and tons of fans. Someone like Chris Brown. Chris Brown, I think, is a bad guy. A hot take. I think he's a bit of a jerk. He has a history of beating women. He beat Rihanna within an inch of her life, and yet, look at him today. He has probably more fans now than ever. Like, he just got nominated for an award at the VMAs a few days ago, and people were cheering, applauding, losing their minds over it, celebrating. Somehow, his fans stood beside him and still support him through all of that. Meanwhile, there have been many such cases of someone posting either an embarrassing video as a YouTuber or having some embarrassing information leak or something cringy come out, and their fans like abandon them. Just like straight up drop it like, nope, I can't be seen here anymore. I don't know, it's just baffling to me. But yeah, now I'm starting to get a little lost in the rant here. Point is, with these two videos in particular, the people in them didn't do anything wrong. One of them wasn't even in public, and yet the response to it was extreme amounts of anger, which is always just interesting to me. And it's not like I'm innocent of it, like I'm super guilty of seeing some cringy things and being, surprised and even a little annoyed, even though I'm not directly involved for sure. But it's just fascinating to see like the level that people will take it to and just the incredibly harsh response to something cringy. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. So yeah. Hey, how are you? Are you having a good day? I hope so. And I hope you won't be mad at me if I try and change that real quick. I want to put a very yucky TikTok creep on your radar. And it's someone I'm sure some of you have heard of over the last year or so. He's become a bit of an infamous boogeyman that a lot of people have talked about. Most notably, Unforgivable made a whole video on him, kind of breaking down all of the awful, degenerate shit he's done. He was actually quite popular. He had over 1 million followers on there. His initial account was called Snapshot Eye. He then had to make other ones in lieu of a lot of allegations that came out and a lot of information that went public. His real name is Paul Breach, which is fitting, because he keeps breaching the restraining order parents have against him to protect the safety of their children online. I'm only kidding about that. I don't know if there's any actual restraining orders against him. Even if there were, it would mean nothing to him. You can't teach the breach. He's going to continue to flirt and act inappropriately with underage kids on TikTok. It's all he knows, damn it. So, Paul Breach is an alleged predator, but a confirmed creep. And I'm not here to just go over all of the allegations. There's quite a few videos that cover them extraordinarily well. The reason I'm talking about him is he's blowing up yet again thanks to a clip of his that just went viral. This is during one of his nightmarish TikTok lives.
Oh, there's a plane crashed in Tanzania. God, blimey. Into the lake.
So he gets this tragic news and immediately goes right back into lip syncing and shit. Now keep in mind, this man is in his 40s. Now, I'm sure you didn't need me to tell you that. You can look at him and immediately deduce this isn't exactly a teenage boy here doing this cringe-ass lip-sync shit. Terrorists have infiltrated a local Burger King. Oh, jeez. And they're slitting the throat of the hostages. Jinkies. Hey, prayers to the families. And I'm sure after just seeing this, you're probably not surprised to learn that he's got a very foul past. So, he's no spring chicken. He's in his 40s here, and he constantly
engages inappropriately with young girls in his audience, and it's something he's come under heavy scrutiny for a long time. He's actually somewhat of a pseudo-celebrity in the UK, where people sometimes have gone out of their way to find him and make fun of him directly to his face. Sometimes there's even like in the wild spottings like Bigfoot where they'll start filming him and then go up and start insulting him. And it's become something of a beloved pastime over the last year. It died down once he kind of fell off, but now that this clip is blowing up again, I've seen that his channel on TikTok, at least the one I believe is still his, is getting quite a bit more traction from it. Even though this isn't necessarily the newest clip, it is a very silly and surprising one that a lot of people have had their curiosity piqued by, so went out of their way to find more from him. Thus, Paul Breach, the cockroach, continues to somewhat thrive. His whole shtick is posting thirst traps, even though if you're thirsty, this isn't gonna quench it. What he's doing is just gonna be putting sand in your mouth and making it worse, like giving you the fucking cinnamon challenge. What he posts is the opposite of a thirst trap. It is alarming. He is way too old to be doing this garbage. And I don't mean to be mean and rude, but he's not exactly a 10 out of 10 looking gentleman here. It's also worth mentioning, this kind of thing isn't uncommon for his streams, though it is probably his most preposterous moment ever recorded. To go from horrible news right back into his god-awful thirst trapping.
Oh, bless you, love. Bless you. Love.
I just wanted to show you another clip of how unhinged his TikTok lives are. So sometimes he'll just play sound effects to give the impression that there's other people around him, always women. This one, I don't even understand what the thought process was. I think he sat on a whoopee cushion to make a fart noise, as if it was like a girl over there farting, and he's like, oh goodness, hey now, that butthole's not meant to be usable, it's just supposed to be aesthetic for me. Girls shouldn't be fucking farting. Despicable. And then he plays a very clearly stock sneeze sound effect and then goes even further, love? And then like gets like angry about it, it seems.
Fucking hell. Jacob, thanks for the follow. So much. That is a fucking cracking impression of me, love. How you do that?
It's actually one of the saddest goddamn things imaginable. To be so fucking lonely that you have to fake interaction around you on a TikTok live stream where people go there mainly to make fun of you, because by this point he had already become kind of like a TikTok spittoon for people to stop in and spit a loogie into. But like I mentioned, unfortunately there were a few young fans that would reach out to him, and he would always reciprocate being flirtatious. He even got called out on this pretty often, way before like he had to take his account down. I think he got banned. I don't think he took it down. But there were always people taking notice of like, Paul, why do you always just reply to like these really young girls?
Why do you only talk to girls in the comments? Because it's only the girls that are commenting, and if it's a comment from a guy, I say hi. I don't know. Maybe because I'm dating them all and we're having babies. Only to the ones I'm married to, which is all of them.
Who could have imagined that the 40-something-year-old man making thirst traps aimed at children would turn out to be a real weirdo? I can't believe it. It's always the ones you least expect, am I right? I'd also like to show you another one of his clips that's somewhat blowing up right now. This is apparently one that he sent directly to a fan, and it is so uncomfortable to watch.
Lainey, smile. That is an order. And then jump in a cold bath. Get yourself smiling, get yourself happy. I've been a moody little... for a little while, and that is just stupid on my behalf. So I apologise if anything I've ever done has brought you in a low mood. I know I was idiot at the start of the week, and I've taken steps to fix that. But you need to smile, you need to be happy. You've got a beautiful smile. Please use it, perhaps.
His brain just blue screens there for a moment. Windows had to have a hard reset there. He had his own little Mitch McConnell moment during this message that he sent to one of his fans.
It's always nice to get a message from you, sweet. And it's always lovely to see that smile.
What an uplifting video. I know you're sad, but have you tried not being sad and just smiling? Because I'm ordering you to. In fact, you don't have a choice. Smile, and you will feel better because it'll make me feel better, and you should be happy when I'm happy. Damn it. I don't know, everything about this guy is really weird. So, since he is blown up recently, I just wanted to at least make people aware of who he is and his past, because he's not exactly just some, like, goofy guy. He's an unhinged, weird guy with a lot of serious accusations against them. And I've only just begun to scratch the surface of how awful a lot of the things he's being accused of are. And a lot of them he's never denied or anything at all, really. He just buries his head and pushes forward, doing more lip-syncing and bad dancing. And people have confronted him directly, and he still never really denies any of it. It's hard to explain, and the whole point of this video was just to let you all know Paul Breach sucks. That's about it. See ya. Oh, wait. Is this Avatar game out? This is perfect for bad game night.
By the end of this summer, or the comet.
Yeah, this game looks insulting. It looks so bad. Alright, perfect. $50 too, by the way. 50 clams for this. What a steal.
But when the world needed him most, he vanished.
Fan projects do a better job of doing the intro justice than this. Where's the dialogue? I guess they couldn't afford voice actors or something. They wanted to save money on it, or maybe from the strike. I have no idea. Wow, I think this is gonna be up there with the M. Night Shyamalan movie for how disrespectful it is to the source material. Just a prediction, a bold one. No, this is an official game.
He'll be here any minute. But this...
Yes.
God, this is gonna be insufferable. They just have one person that just does generic lines. Yes! No! Okay! And then everything else is through text. Why? I don't even understand why. Avatar is such a juggernaut of a franchise. Why do they let it be subjected to this kind of fate? This curse? I don't understand. Like, I'm sure it didn't cost much money to produce, but it's also not gonna make anything. So what do you get out of it? Besides just wiping your ass with the goodwill from fans. Well, not that there's a ton of goodwill with Avatar games. There's actually quite a few bad ones like this. No way it's gonna just retell the story. Yes, that's the entire thing. That's all this game is. It's just retelling it. Very, very lazy with awful, awful, awful gameplay. Whoa! That's so huge! Whoops, misclick. You can change characters. It's like a Lego game.
Oh!
But bad. This reminds me of like a game I would have played on the Nickelodeon website back in the day. I forgot this game existed. It just came out. This came out, I think, 3 days ago. It's... it's just sad. It actually is just fucking sad. Here she comes. I bet all those milk-drinking, diaper-shitting little babies that unfortunately got this game for their birthday or something from their parents didn't figure that puzzle out for, like, at least 5 or 6 hours. Meanwhile, the adult mind, a fully developed brain, was able to crack it easily. Kids are so cringe. It's pathetic. It's embarrassing to think back. At one point in my life, I was actually a child. This is just Subway Surfers. Wow. This is Shameless. This is just actually Shameless. Wait, can I just kill them outside of the combat zone? I'm hitting this guy. I 100% can. Let's see. Is he low on health?
no choice.
They're immortal outside of that. Damn. They thought of everything.
You gave me no choice. Here we go.
Ooh, so clean.
It opened.
Man, I'm kind of popping off.
I must.
Come here, guys. Hold on.
I warned you. Here we go.
I tried to throw a barrier in their face, but it didn't quite work the way I had planned. So now I look super stupid. Our first boss fight.
Please, I don't want to fight.
Whoa!
I am Zuko, son of Ursa and Fire Lord Ozai.
They're actually doing some lines.
Prince of the Fire Nation and heir to the throne.
Hiya! We're really cruising now.
Nice ship you have here.
Woo! First try! I bet there's still kids struggling on that boss right now. They're going to TikTok right now looking for glitches and tricks. This is what a man's capable of, operating at peak efficiency. This is mainly just a Subway Surfers vessel, like a vessel for Subway Surfers. Not really an Avatar game, per se. Oh, I see.
Was that what you call a fight?
Nice, good work, team. Let's go. Oh, that was big. Almost there.
You think you ever had a chance?
I'm stuck on him.
Another battle, I didn't even
Nice.
break a sweat.
That's big. Oh, don't tell me it's the same moveset every time. Oh no. There's no way. There's no way. Oh my god, it's the same moveset.
I won't let you escape this time.
What are you doing? No, 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 no. I didn't think I needed to walk on there. Clearly I did. Gotcha again, though. Expert gaming prowess. Good fight. That was cool. Fuck.
Aww.
Alright. I think that's plenty of this. Man, that was stinky. Cool. Well, that was awful. Missed opportunity there. I mean, just in name only. It's not like there was ever any semblance of a good game buried beneath that pile of shit. It's just Avatar: The Last Airbender is an incredible franchise. Alright, I think I'm gonna go to bed, though. That game actually made me very tired. That put me in like a hypnotic state. I just woke up. That's why my hair makes me look like a crazy person. Or more like Radagast the Brown, kind of. But even though I may look like a lunatic, I assure you I am of sound mind and body. Which is more than I can say for the guy we're about to take a look at today. The Disneyland Streaker. It happened a few days ago, so I'm a little tardy to the party with the video here, but I did talk about it on stream as it was unfolding. But now that all the smoke is settled and his dick is back in his pants, most likely in a prison cell, I figured let's talk about it as well as all the information that's come out, as well as the other videos that have been surfacing from it. For those that don't know, a few days ago, there was a 26-year-old man who got completely nude and streaked around Disneyland, specifically the It's a Small World attraction. Now this is only act 1 of his performance. He begins with his boxers on at least, but shortly after this he does go whole hog out. Now this is the It's a Small World attraction. They are trying to inform riders, you know, like, don't panic, we've got an unidentified object entering into the fray here. This isn't part of your regularly scheduled Disney program. And he is out of it. His soul has left the shell. I think it's pretty clear he's under the influence of something, and I don't think it's alcohol. Most people are pointing to this being some kind of PCP event, which I think it very well could be. Of course, I'm not an expert, but all that's pretty clear is he was really feeling some type of way in the It's a Small World ride.
Oh my god. Oh god, he's gonna break all the stuff. Is he okay? I don't think so.
It seems like he's looking for something. Maybe looking for Walt Disney's cryosleep tube. I have no idea. He's gonna maybe try and bring him back from the dead. I couldn't tell you. But he's on an adventure here. He's kind of rampaging through It's a Small World. He's pushing around the animatronics, so people are saying like, oh, he's gonna break everything, which, you know, to his credit, he didn't. I half expected to watch this video and see him, like, ripping the fucking heads off of the things and going crazy with it, like, just start banging on it, like, beating the devil out of it. But he's just kind of wandering around on his own little journey through the cosmos in his mind. And then he starts crawling like Tommy Pickles.
They should stop the music. Oh my god, he's gonna fall, dude.
One of the writers suggests they stop the music, but I gotta tell you, that will never happen at Disney. Come hell or high water, there could be a Category 5 hurricane blowing through that's picking up actual C4 plastic explosives, throwing them around the park, and that music would not stop. Disney would try and somehow weave that into the magic. Disney takes that shit so seriously. I don't think there's any occasion where the music in that ride would stop. Even if the whole motherfucker was on fire, you would be going straight to Valhalla with It's a Small World playing, sending you off there. I don't think that was ever in the cards here, because Disney does legitimately take, like, this magic seriously. At least when it comes to, like, its performers and all of that. So, anyway, he's crawling through the It's a Small World ride. Eventually, he wanders outside. We also get like a cryptid video of him on his way outside, I believe. Another rider finds the scene of the crime where the clothes were first shed, and then ends up catching a Bigfoot spotting of the streaker on his way out. Now in the timeline of events here, there's more footage that I can't show you, but he takes his boxers off and starts bare-ass naked splashing around in the water in the park. So all the guests can now see him, not just the ones in the It's a Small World ride, it's pretty much anyone around the area. Authorities eventually do show up. I was half expecting, like, the goddamn army to show up since it's Disney. Like, I thought this would be immediate 5 stars in GTA and they summon, like, the goddamn Men in Black to apprehend this guy. But it's just normal officers that show up, they handcuff him, and then they carry him out completely naked, walking by guests, and they have him like he's some kind of prized pig in like a contest. So they've just got him like hoisted up and they're carrying him out in front of all the guests. So there's a ton of footage of just the naked streaker being like paraded through the park, which is really shocking because in Disney World, where I live in Florida, apparently they have secret tunnels. So that way if there's like a crime or if someone needs to be escorted out, they do it through these secret tunnels so the guests are none the wiser. The guests don't ever get exposed to it. Whereas in Disneyland, they don't have those secret tunnels, so instead they just have to carry the naked villain out in front of all of the kids and families in the park. So I thought that was really interesting. I also didn't know about the secret tunnels until this, but that's also fucking fascinating that Disney has their own underground network to, like, push people through so that way no one ever sees them again. Like the fucking Paris catacombs is how I imagine it.
Sorry.
This is definitely not the fairy tale experience guests were expecting when they visited the park that day. I'm actually shocked that it went on as long as it did, to go from inside the ride in the boxers to then outside the ride completely naked. I thought Disney would start, like, arresting you and getting you out of the park if you even thought about doing something that goes against their rules. But this guy was around for quite a little while, it seems. There's more photos and videos of him than any of the Disney cast members and mascots that people take pictures with. So that's a pretty infamous photo now. More information has come out about him. So he's a 26-year-old. It has been confirmed he was under the influence of a controlled substance, which I think everybody could figure that out just doing the old eyeball test. It does seem like he's on some shit. And he was booked for 2 misdemeanors. I also imagine he will be on the sex offenders registry for this for the rest of his life. For obvious reasons. He went to a Disney theme park, which primarily has families that bring their kids, and he got naked and wandered around, splashed around. Clearly, he is going to end up on the sex offenders registry for that. They haven't disclosed which substance he was on, but I do think the working game theory that it was PCP is probably accurate, at least in... Whoa. Well, had quite a lot happen there. You're welcome for the beautiful mouth noises that were produced from that. A lot of phlegm in the back of my throat. But I do think PCP is probably correct. Not that I'm some kind of wizard that can identify exactly what he was on. I'm not exactly a connoisseur when it comes to PCP. But from all the videos that surface from time to time, it seems like the common thread is getting naked while on PCP. So, seems like that could probably be accurate here. Not that it really matters at the end of the day. It's a life-ruining moment for this individual, all because they decided to go to Disney and do some foul shit. So yeah, just wanted to go over this a little bit because it is a pretty crazy story. That's about it. So yep. Hey, huge congratulations to you, the viewer, because you're about to witness some history. You will always remember this moment as one of the most unenthusiastic moist meters and probably one of the shortest moist meters I've ever made. Aquaman 2 and the Lost Kingdom. More like Aquaman Snooze and the Lost Time, because this is truly a waste of time and it's very difficult to stay awake for this movie. I really don't have many positive things to say about this movie. I actually liked the first Aquaman, shockingly. Like, I went into it not expecting much, but ended up really enjoying the first Aquaman. So I was kind of expecting this one to be fun, though the initial screenings were labeled as disastrous or unreleasable, and everyone was just insulting it, so I stopped having high expectations. But I really didn't expect it to turn out like this. It's not the worst movie I've ever seen, it's not even the worst DC Universe movie I've seen, but it's one of the most boring. It is, I'm not kidding, hard to stay awake for it. I dozed off twice, and one of them was during like this big fight moment, because it's so clear nobody really tried at all. It was clear from like the very first 20 minutes worth of this film's opening. No one's heart was in this film at all. This was a movie that was pumped out just because it was part of the release schedule, so they were obligated to finish it and just shit this one out onto the market. So if no one in it cares, why the fuck am I gonna care? Plus, it doesn't have any real place in the DCU. This is the funeral for the DCU, and man, what a sad wet fart whimper it goes out on. As I understand it, they're doing an entirely new rebooted DCU, and this is the last remnant of the old guard, the ancient ways, and no one's going to remember this movie. Unless, of course, you're trying to remember some of the best sleep you ever got in a movie theater, because watching this is like taking NyQuil. It is visual sleep aid. So let's go ahead and get into it. First and foremost, the narrative is outrageously disjointed. The movie's 2 hours long, but it felt like it needed another hour and a half just to put together a plot that works, that fits, because it feels like it just constantly tried to speedrun things. Arthur, Aquaman, would teleport everywhere he needed to go. There was no real journey or anything. He's just like, I need to go find my brother. And then he's already there, like, beating some ass and freeing his brother. He's like, alright, good. It's like, well, how did you get there? Like, this man just has instant transmission like Goku here. There's just... Things happen for the sake of plot convenience. Things just happen. And it's so unfulfilling, and especially because the performances from everyone are so flat. And it's not even the acting. I want to make it clear. I don't even think the acting is bad. It's the dialogue. The dialogue is so
AI generated and bland that it makes all of the characters, no matter how hard they try, bland and boring. To give you an example, a truly devastating moment happens in the plot, one that's absolutely going to put tears in the eyes of everyone in the audience watching this. Something bad happens to Aquaman's family, and since this is a movie mainly about Aquaman's family, a lot of times it's spent like a buddy cop film with his brother. It's a movie about his family, and when this scene happens, I shit you not, I think it's five cuts, and what it is they go through all of Aquaman's closest friends and family, and they go, "No! No! No!" Like, cutting between each one of them just saying no. It's fucking laughable. It is so silly. I really don't know why they would have put that in the final cut, and I think it's just scrambling to have put something out. This movie was apparently a victim of tons and tons of reshoots, and I really think you can feel that. For example, there were the rumors about Amber Heard's role in this film being cut down, and I definitely think that's the case. I don't think this is what the film was originally supposed to be. Since it's a movie about Aquaman's family, you would expect Amber Heard, who played a huge role in the first one, to have a big role in this one. But she doesn't. She's sidelined. They put her on the bench. I think she only has like 5 total scenes or something maybe, and I could probably count the amount of dialogue she has on one hand. She doesn't say or do anything in this film, even though it's all about Aquaman's family, so it's clear there were a lot of reshoots here in order to like get her role less, and then they didn't know how to fill in the blanks, so then they haphazardly threw other things together and probably had to do more reshoots, which led to like even more emotionless moments throughout. The whole thing just feels like a mess. And even visually, I thought this one would probably be good visually, even though DCU's got a reputation for having bad CGI. I thought the first Aquaman had a couple of wonky CGI moments, but overall is one of the better looking DCU movies. This one goes right back into the old ways, and there are some terrible CGI moments. And for some reason, half of the scenes just have the characters standing still. Like, they're not doing things half the time. I don't even know how they can make it look bad. They're just not doing anything, and sometimes it'll still just visually look like shit. It's so weird how this one does everything wrong that the first one did right. Even the villain that I thought was just a surefire slam dunk easy because the villain's so fucking cool, they fumbled. Manta isn't nearly as cool in this movie as he was in the first one. And in fact, Manta, like, they make him look as though it's not even Manta. They give him a storyline that, you know, he wants revenge and all of that, but then they overwrite it with their goofy mumbo jumbo about like the ancient evil from back in the day using the orichalcum, which I will admit is a really cool name because it reminds me of Yu-Gi-Oh! With the seal of orichalcos. But they should have just stuck with actual Manta being the main villain instead of being this puppet for the greater evil. Manta is so much more interesting than their stupid green wizard fishman. Like, no one cares about that guy, and even still, he doesn't do much. Like, they should have just had it be Manta as the main villain. He's so much cooler, and it would contrast so nicely with the theme of family, since Manta hates Aquaman for killing his father. That would be the perfect contrast to Aquaman's family dynamic and his family journey. And while that's kind of still present, it's executed so poorly because they have this completely disjointed narrative and they keep trying to shoehorn in this ancient evil with all this ancient technology, and somehow Manta has a whole army of people that know how to pilot all of it and use all of it for no reason that they ever explain. It's just such a mess. I'll go ahead and fish a few compliments out for the movie though. There's a couple of scenes with Aquaman and his brother that I think were enjoyable. Like, just having them shoot the shit sometimes was pretty fun, mainly because Jason Momoa and Patrick Wilson are just kind of charismatic, so when they're interacting with each other, it works. Like, that dynamic I thought was pretty decent, even though, again, all of that is just fucking blasted through super quickly. Like, you don't really see them bond, in my opinion. Like, they just happen to get to a point where all of a sudden they're tight, but they don't really earn that, especially given their history. They just end up there because they needed to for the plot. But when they are just, like, joking back and forth, it's pretty cute. Like, that's like, it's wholesome. And another nice thing I can say about the movie is there are a few good scenes. Like, their action is pretty enjoyable when it's there, and pretty much every good scene in the film has Manta in it. There are some standout moments, and Manta is the one that leads those. Now, plugging Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom in the Moist meter, I'm going to give it a 35%. It's hard to care about a movie when no one who made it seems to care. Like I said, this really seems like something that they just threw together because they had to. They had a contract they had to fulfill, so they did it. There's no real passion behind it. There's no real story they want to tell. Like, there's just really nothing worth seeing in this movie, which is a real shame because, like I said, I like the first one. I thought they did a lot of things right with the first one, and everything they set up there is completely not capitalized on here at all, even slightly. So yeah, that's about it. See ya.